Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter, Weilded, the Forbidden Scepter, Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry Potter was running. What he was running towards, or from, he did not know. He was hurtling through narrow passageways, down dilapidated corridors, past scores of bodies strewn across the stone floors of Hogwarts. He could hear the screams of fighters nearby, the jets of deadly spells ricocheting off the walls, the chaos of battle raging all around him. He was chasing somebody, or were they chasing him? He rounded a corner, found himself face to face with Lord Voldemort, saw him raise the Elder Wand in triumph. Harry awoke with a loud gasp, sweating profusely. He promptly toppled out of bed and found himself tangled in the ruby-red curtains of the four-poster. He thrashed about violently, still in the dream, unable to free himself. Creature! There was a loud crack nearby. Harry felt himself tumble sideways as the curtains extracted themselves from his tangled body. There before him stood a small house elf, wearing only a loincloth, magically repairing the curtains above Harry's head. Master was having a bad dream? Creature said in his low, guttural voice. No, Harry. I just dash. Master has been muttering in his sleep, Creature continued. Days and nights Creature has watched Master toss and turn in his bed. Many people came to see Master, but they dared not wake him. Harry grasped at the bedside table for his glasses, jamming them onto his face. He squinted around the room, trying to get his bearings. He was in the Gryffindor dormitories, but whose he did not know. He did not recognize the posters on the wall. Perhaps one of the lower years, who had been evacuated prior to the fighting. Creature, he asked tentatively. What day is today? It is Monday, Creature said simply. Master has slept for over 2 days since the Battle of Hogwarts. The Battle of Hogwarts. The words rang in Harry's ears, taking him back to the struggle that had no doubt consumed his dreams for the past 48 hours. He remembered the fierce fighting in the halls, the death and destruction all around him. Voldemort's lifeless body falling to the ground before him. The last image was enough to help calm Harry, to remind him that he was safe. The war was over. Voldemort was dead, but he remained uneasy all the same. Where's everyone? He asked. You said people came to see me? Master's friends came to see him as he slept, Creature croaked. They left him letters. And the house elf pointed to the floor beside Harry, where he could see 2 folded pieces of parchment with his name on them. They must have fallen off the nightstand during Harry's flailing about in the bed curtains. Harry reached for them at once and unfolded the first, recognizing Hermione's scrawled handwriting at once. Dear Harry, everyone is leaving the castle tonight and heading to the Burrow. We were going to take you with us, but McGonagall thought it best that you be left asleep. Don't worry. A few Aurors have been left behind to make sure you're safe. Don't feel like you need to rush out of bed on our behalf. We're all okay. You can either apparate to the Burrow or use the Flu network if you prefer. Madame Rosmerta was told to expect you at the 3 Broomsticks if you choose that way. See you soon. Hermione. Harry was surprised to feel relief at this message. His dream had brought him right back to the battle, fearing for his friends' lives, running past bodies and not knowing who they belonged to. We're all okay. He folded the letter and stowed it in his pocket before reaching for the second. It was much more official looking, and it bore a Ministry of Magic seal at the top. Harry Potter, I'm requesting your presence in my office at your earliest convenience. There are a great many topics we need to discuss about the future. Things will be hectic at the Ministry for the foreseeable future, so please take your time and come when you are ready. Speak to Arthur Weasley if you would like to schedule a meeting, or drop in whenever you're available. I will always make time for you if you require anything at all. Sincerely, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minister of Magic. It took Harry a minute to register the Minister of Magic title under Kingsley's name. He was so used to feeling a mixture of disgust and anger at whoever occupied the post, but Kingsley was a good man through and through. He knew he would do justice to the job and hopefully restore order to the ministry after so many years of mismanagement and corruption. He pocketed the second letter beside the first. Harry struggled to his feet, his muscles aching. It was then that he realized he was quite hungry. "Is there any food in the kitchens, Creature?" he asked hopefully. "The kitchens were destroyed in the battle," Creature croaked. "The house elves have all been sent away for the summer. Shall Creature find you something else to eat?" "No, Creature. That's all right," Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. His scar no longer hurt him, but it was an automatic reflex at this point. He felt like a walk through the grounds would do him some good, and he was sure he could find something to eat in Hogsmeade. "Will Master require anything else of Creature?" asked the house elf with a low bow. Harry noted the reverence in Creature's voice. A welcome change after years of contempt for him and his impure blood, or whatever he believed. Harry also noticed the small cuts and bruises on Creature's torso and remembered seeing the house elf during the Battle of Hogwarts, attacking the Death Eaters he once pledged allegiance to, and Harry felt a great swell of pride. "Just one more thing, Creature," said Harry. "Have you been to Grimmauld Place recently?" "No, sir," said Creature. "It was seized by the Ministry after you broke in last year. It housed some very dangerous wizards. Can you go there and check to see if it's safe?" Harry asked. "See if anyone is still there, if they placed any enchanted traps? And don't stick around if it is dangerous," he added hastily. "I don't want you to hurt yourself fighting anyone." "Yes, Master," Creature bowed, and with another loud crack he disappeared. Harry hadn't even thought about where he would live from now on. He'd been on the run for so long, staying in one place felt like a foreign concept to him. He had no intention of living at Grimmauld Place long term, but as long as he owned it, he might as well make use of it until he figured out a more permanent housing situation. Harry glanced around the room for anything else he might have left behind. On the bedside table, he saw 3 wands of different lengths and materials. One was made of holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, his original wand from Ollivanders, freshly repaired. Harry examined it, relishing the warmth when he picked it up. It had been 5 long months since it was broken in Godric's hollow fighting Nagini, and he was relieved to have it back and functioning properly. The second wand was slightly shorter, made of hawthorn with a unicorn hair core. Draco Malfoy's. It had served Harry faithfully for the past few weeks, including in his final confrontation with Voldemort just 2 days prior. He examined the wand carefully, unsure of what to do with it. Should he turn it into the Ministry? Break it? He certainly had no intention of returning it to its previous owner. He wondered what Draco and his family might be up to now. Were they in hiding? Had they already been captured by Aurors? So many questions swirled in his mind that the Malfoys barely registered concern. So Harry pocketed the wand without a second thought. The third wand was the most imposing of all. 15 inches long, elder wood, thestral tail hair core. The Elder Wand. Harry handled it carefully, knowing its terrible power and history. But he also knew it answered to him, so he did not have to worry about what its previous ownership meant. He stowed it away in his cloak with the other 2 wands and set out to leave the dorms. Harry swept from the room and descended the spiral staircase to the Gryffindor common room. It was quiet as expected, but the fireplace was active, several logs burning happily in the grate. Harry found this curious. For a moment, he wondered why he had to go all the way to Hogsmeade to use the Flynn network, if he could have just left from here. Then he heard a shuffling behind him. Harry instinctively wheeled around, drawing his wand. "Easy there, Potter," said a voice. Harry saw a large man seated at one of the tables, sipping a mug of steaming liquid and reading a copy of what looked to be the Daily Prophet. Harry lowered his wand. He recognized the man, but could not place where. "Who are you?" Harry demanded, still keeping his wand at the ready. "Name's Robards," said the man in a gruff voice, slowly getting to his feet. "I was posted here to make sure nobody bothered you while you slept." Harry realized where he knew the man from now. He recognized his face from an article in the Daily Prophet shortly after the Ministry fell to Voldemort. Gawain Robards had been head of the Auror office under Scrimgeour before Pious Thickness took over and the department was dissolved. Harry pocketed his wand and shook Robards' coarse hand. "So you're back with the Ministry?" Harry asked. "Indeed," said Robards. "Shacklebolt contacted all the old Aurors and offered us our jobs back shortly after the battle. Not that I needed convincing. I was here fighting Voldemort alongside half the wizarding world this past weekend." Harry noted the pride in Robards' voice at this statement and immediately knew that he could trust the man. not only because he appeared loyal to Shacklebolt, but because he was unafraid to use Voldemort's name. "Good to meet you, sir," said Harry. "Likewise," said Robards. "I imagine this won't be our last meeting at Potter? Rumor has it you got an eye on the Auror office yourself. I dare say you won't have to apply, given what you've been through." He chuckled at this, and Harry managed a small smile. He hadn't given any thought to what he might do now that his quest to defeat Voldemort was over. It was true that he had wanted to become an Auror, but that was back when Voldemort was still at large. Did Harry really want to sign up for a life of further conflict with dark wizards and witches? He wasn't so sure anymore. "Anyway, I expect you'll be wanting to head out now," Robards continued. "I've been told to escort you down to Hogsmeade when you're ready." "Actually, I'd prefer to go alone, if you don't mind," Harry corrected. "Get some fresh air. Clear my head." "I suppose you've earned that right," Robards smiled. "Shacklebolt seemed concerned for your safety, but I don't think there's anything to worry about. No Death Eater will dare set foot on these grounds again after what happened here on Saturday. And besides," he added with a wink, "I reckon you could handle yourself if you got into trouble." Harry was grateful for this gesture of faith. He had grown tired of adults treating him like a helpless child for so many years. "See you around, I suppose," he said, nodding his thanks to Robards before heading for the portrait hole. He considered pulling out his invisibility cloak, but did not see any point. It was unlikely he would run into anyone in the castle he did not want to see. He clambered through the hole and hustled off down the corridor before the fat lady could notice him. Harry was struck by the extent of the damage to the school. He had to backtrack multiple times because of obstructions in his path, and several stretches of wall had been torn away completely, exposing the building to the outer air. Luckily, it was a warm spring morning, and Harry enjoyed the rays of sunlight penetrating into areas of the castle that were once cold and gloomy. Harry also noticed the deep charred streaks of errant spells along the walls that did remain, and wondered how much of the magical damage could be repaired. He supposed Hogwarts might never look exactly the same. Even after repairs, it would always bear scars and reminders of the terrible events that took place there. Harry heard a faint squeaking noise as he passed an empty classroom. Curious, he turned and peeked through the open door and saw something he never in his wildest dreams imagined possible. Peeves the poltergeist, hanging upside down from the ceiling, meticulously screwing in a fallen candle fixture to a chandelier. Harry gaped in awe. In all his years at Hogwarts, he had only ever seen Peeves destroying the place, never once helping to put it back together. Eventually, Peeves sensed his presence and turned to meet Harry's gaze, his mouth contorting into a twisted smile. "Our little secret Potter," he cackled, zooming past him through the open door. "No fun causing destruction when everything's already destroyed." Harry watched the poltergeist go, then turned his attention back to the chandelier. It had cracked down the center, with half of the brackets falling away and sending candles spilling onto the ground below. Harry slipped into the room, drawing his wand and waving it at the chandelier. "Reparo," he whispered. The crack repaired itself, and bits of brackets and candles levitated off the ground and reattached themselves. Harry assessed his work, satisfied. It was a small gesture, given the sizable destruction all around the room, but the repairs would have to start somewhere, right? There was a sudden commotion behind him. "What are you dash?" Argus Filch puttered into the room, pointing an accusatory finger at Harry, before he noticed the repaired chandelier. "Oh, thanks for that then," said Filch in a resigned tone. "Don't know why you bother. Gonna take an army of witches and wizards to put this place back together." "I suppose you're right," Harry shrugged, stowing his wand away. "Excuse me, sir." Harry brushed past Filch on his way out of the classroom. As he rounded a corner, he could hear Filch muttering to himself. "Sir, you hear that, Mrs. Norris? No students ever called me sir. I could get used to that." Harry slowly wended his way down through the castle to the entrance hall. He glanced into the great hall briefly, half expecting to see people seated at the long tables enjoying breakfast, but it was, indeed, empty. He wondered if Voldemort's body was still lying in the chamber beyond, but decided it didn't matter much. It wasn't really Voldemort anymore, just a hollow shell he had once inhabited before departing this world forever. Harry pushed this thought aside and stepped through the oak front doors out onto the grounds. Harry closed his eyes momentarily and drank in the morning sun, feeling grateful to be out in the open. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been able to enjoy fresh air without worrying that somebody might be nearby, watching him, waiting to strike. He strode across the grounds towards Hogsmeade. It was a long walk, but he didn't mind. This was his true home. Hogwarts may lie in shambles now, but it would always be the place he found the most comfort in, where he felt like he belonged. He'd missed being here all last year, and nothing could tarnish the happiness he felt while on these hallowed grounds. Harry glanced down towards the lake, where he could see Dumbledore's white tomb gleaming in the sunlight on its western bank. It still bore extensive damage from when Voldemort magically burst it open to steal the Elder Wand. Harry intended to return the wand to the tomb, but not yet. He would wait for the tomb to be repaired when any passerby could not just reach in and claim it for themselves. He would return some quiet night and reunite the wand with its rightful owner. Until then, he would act as its custodian. Eventually, Harry reached the iron fence marking the edge of Hogwarts territory. As he passed through the gate, he heard a faint voice whisper behind him, "Potter's on the move. He's walking into Hogsmeade now." Harry turned to see a stern-looking young witch standing beside the gate, just as she flourished her wand and sent a silvery eagle Patronus soaring into the air. Harry recognized her as Amelia Proudfoot, an Auror who had been stationed at Hogwarts during his 6th year. He nodded in silent greeting, and she returned the gesture. Harry knew he could now apparate if he wished, head directly to the Burrow to see everyone, but Harry thought a warm meal and some butterbeer in Hogsmeade sounded delightful. He knew everyone would want to talk to him when he arrived, and he relished in the peace and quiet he now enjoyed. They could wait a little bit longer to see him. Besides, he wasn't technically sure if it was legal for him to apparate, considering he never got his license. Not that anyone would care, but still, Harry could see a handful of witches and wizards milling about the 3 broomsticks as he approached the village. He kept his head low and kept a wide berth, heading further south towards the outskirts of Hogsmeade. He had no intention of entering a crowded pub and dealing with the throngs of people there, jostling to see him, to speak with him, to touch him. He had a quieter locale in mind. Minutes later, Harry arrived at the dingy exterior of the Hog's Head. He half expected it to be locked, but the door swung open at his touch, and he ducked into the pub. To his relief, it was completely empty. "Aberforth?" Harry called out as he settled into a stool at the bar. He heard a creaking above him as the barman lumbered to the stairs. Then Aberforth Dumbledore emerged behind the bar, looking confused. A toothy smile appeared on his face at the sight of Harry. "Well, if it isn't the great Harry Potter," he laughed. "I wondered who might come calling at this hour. Wondered if I might get a bite to eat," Harry said eagerly. "Do you have any food?" "Matter of fact, I do," Aberforth grumbled. "Just ordered a fresh shipment last week for those hungry kids up at the castle. You'd never believe how much 20-odd teenagers consume on a weekly basis." Harry chuckled, remembering the sight of Dumbledore's army crammed into the room of requirement, hiding from the Carrows. He would have to speak with Neville one of these days about it. They had a lot to catch up on, but that was far down the list of things he had on his mind at the moment. Aberforth disappeared into the back room and emerged moments later with a thick cut of ham and a side of mashed potatoes. Harry eagerly devoured it all. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a proper meal. Probably the week before at Shell Cottage, shortly before disembarking for Gringotts, but that felt like a lifetime ago by now. As Harry dug into a second plate Aberforth provided, he noticed the long purple scar running along the barman's cheek. It looked fresh. Harry didn't remember him having it the last time he'd seen the man prior to the battle. Aberforth must have noticed him staring, because he absent-mindedly stroked the wound and said, "Got this one from Dawlish during the fight," he muttered bitterly. "Wish I could say I repaid the favor, but I lost him in the crowd." "Dawlish?" Harry frowned, confused. "Isn't he an Auror?" Was Aberforth corrected. "Worked for Thickness after the Ministry got reshuffled. Technically, the Auror office didn't exist up until yesterday." "But I don't understand," said Harry, gears turning in his head. "Dawlish fought for Voldemort?" "He was likely imperious, dem boy," Aberforth mused, seemingly unfazed. "Soon as the Dark Lord was defeated, Scores of his fighters laid down their wands and said they'd only been acting under his influence. And Dawlish was one of them? No clue. Aberforth. Haven't seen him since. Suppose the ministry will be sorting that out over the coming weeks. But that's rubbish, Harry said indignantly, forgetting his meal now. What's to stop every Death Eater from claiming they were under the Imperious curse? They can't all get away with that excuse. I don't envy the blokes that have to figure out the liars from the victims, Aberforth agreed. But I wouldn't fret over it, Potter. The ministry are smart folk. They have ways of discerning the truth. It took them a whole year to even realize he was back in my 5th year, said Harry hotly. They wouldn't know the truth if it hit them in the face. Sure, with a dolt like Fudge in office, I expect they wouldn't, said Aberforth. I trust Shacklebolt to treat the matter with utmost care. And you should too. Harry wasn't altogether comforted by this, but he didn't have the energy to argue the point further. He scarfed down the rest of his meal and stood to leave. Thank you, Aberforth, Harry said. I don't have any money with me, but I can come back. You don't pay here, Aberforth reprimanded him. You can eat here for free the rest of your life as far as I'm concerned. Thanks, I guess, Harry shrugged. You could tell your DA friends to stop by every once in a while, though, Aberforth smiled. 'Twould be nice to see those unruly blokes again. Besides, your old mate Longbottom owes me a few galleons for all the fire whiskey he borrowed last term. I'll tell him, Harry smirked. Farewell, Aberforth. He waved goodbye and exited the pub. Hogsmeade was bustling with more people now as the day progressed, and Harry didn't much fancy being spotted. He extracted his invisibility cloak from his cloak and threw it over himself before heading back towards the 3 broomsticks. Harry slipped between 2 drunken wizards arguing outside the front entrance and into the main room. The place was full of customers, many of whom Harry recognized from the battle. There was a table full of teachers, including Slughorn, Flitwick, and Sprout, all chatting merrily over goblets of butterbeer. A few ex-students milled about the room as well, some of whom Harry hadn't seen in ages, such as Oliver Wood and Alicia Spinnet, who were talking animatedly about the upcoming Quidditch World Cup in Morocco. Harry hoped to reconnect with all of them in due time, but now was not the moment. He slipped behind the bar and into the back of the pub unseen. Madame Rosmerta was in the storeroom, refilling a keg of butterbeer. "Hello, Rosmerta," said Harry, removing his cloak, and Rosmerta yelped with fright, spilling butterbeer all over herself. "Good Lord, Potter," she exclaimed. "You could have announced yourself." "Sorry, ma'am," Harry said hastily. He removed his wand and helped Rosmerta clean up the spilled drink. "It's all right," huffed Rosmerta, still clearly annoyed. "They told me you might come through. Full of powders in the urn there. I expect you can let yourself out." Rosmerta hoisted the keg over her shoulder and swept from the room. Harry walked towards the fireplace against the back wall. He reached into the silver urn sitting atop the mantel and grabbed a small handful of green powder, then stepped over the threshold and into the grate. He took a deep breath, knowing he was about to be bombarded by people. His troubles with Voldemort may be over, but he had a feeling he was in for a long summer nonetheless. "The Burrow," he announced clearly, dropping the powder, and he felt himself spinning away into darkness. Something lost, something gained. Harry coughed a lungful of ash as he stumbled forward out of the grate once his world stopped spinning. He had never quite gotten the hang of traveling by flip powder. The sensation was similar to that of operating, but dirtier and feeling as though he might burn to a crisp. Slightly regretting his choice of transportation, he dusted himself off and stepped over the mantel into the Weasleys' kitchen. He caught a glimpse of a golden red head of hair before he was bowled over by something moving very fast. "Harry!" exclaimed Molly Weasley, squeezing him so tight he thought he might pop. "We've been so worried about you, sleeping all day and night." "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, thanks," Harry laughed. More people were scrambling into the kitchen from upstairs and outside, no doubt as excited to see him as Molly was. She thankfully released him and gave him a proper once-over. "Now, you are not to call me that anymore," she chastised him lightly. "You're a grown adult now, and you can call me Molly." "All right then, Molly," Harry smiled. "It's good to see you." Then Ron and Hermione were there, embracing him tightly. Then Percy and Bill and Fleur and Charlie and a number of other distant Weasley relatives he vaguely recognized from the wedding last summer, all eager to hug him or shake his hand, to get a glimpse of the boy who lived, the chosen one, the young man who had done the impossible and saved the wizarding world. Give him some space, everyone, Molly tooted. He's probably overwhelmed by all the attention. It's all right, Mrs. or Molly, said Harry, but silently he was grateful for the gesture. He was used to people gawking at him by now, but this newfound adulation disconcerted him, like he was some kind of god among men. I imagine you must be starving, Harry dear, said Molly, gesturing to the countertops behind her. We've just put breakfast away, but we can fix you something dash. I'm fine, thank you. I already ate, said Harry. I think I'd like, well, to know a bit of what's going on. We can help with that, Hermione said quickly, and Ron nodded vigorously beside her. Harry, do you want to go for a walk? I'd love to, said Harry, and he noted the vaguely disappointed looks from the others around him. As long as we can all catch up with you after? Molly called out hopefully after the trio. Of course, Harry reassured her as he followed Ron and Hermione out the back door. They strode purposefully through the garden and up the dirt path a ways until they were sure they couldn't be eavesdropped upon before turning towards one another. You're really all right then, Harry? Asked Ron. You sure slept for a while? We weren't sure whether to wake you or not, Hermione said tersely. You were muttering and moving around a lot in bed. Did you get enough rest? Yeah, slept like a baby, Harry lied. Enough about me. What's been going on? Loads, said Ron. Things are moving fast right now. Ministry officials have been in and out of the house. Everyone's looking for you. Asking questions. Everybody wants to know what we've been up to for the past year, added Hermione. We thought it best not to say anything without consulting you first. I see, said Harry. He knew it was inevitable that every witch and wizard would want to know the truth. How he had successfully thwarted Voldemort and found his weakness. But truthfully, he wasn't sure if he wanted them to know. It was a twisted tale that involved some very powerful dark magic that might be best forgotten to history. He told Ron and Hermione as much, and they nodded. We thought it best too, said Ron. Reckon it might be unwise if the entire world knew about Horcruxes and how to make them. But there's another problem, Harry, said Hermione. The Elder Wand. What about it? Said Harry, reaching into his pocket. I have it right here. Ron and Hermione eyed it apprehensively. Well, yes, we know that, Hermione continued. It's just that, well, you said a lot about it during your confrontation with Voldemort. So a lot of people have been talking about it, gossiping about what it means. Harry thought back to the climactic moment in the Great Hall, when he had stared down Voldemort and explained his downfall to him before striking him down for good. Adrenaline had been coursing through him at the time, and it dawned on him now that he may have said more than he should have. Did the whole wizarding world know that he was the master of the fabled Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny? Most people still assume the Deathly Hallows are part of a kid's tale. Ron jumped in. But there are rumors floating around about the wand. That's all, whether it's real or not. So just be careful what you say to people, Hermione cautioned. Wouldn't want to advertise that you have the most powerful wand in history to everyone, would you? I guess not, said Harry, stowing the wand away. Thanks for the heads up. I'm planning to take it back to Dumbledore's tomb soon anyway. We can come with you, Ron offered, but Harry shook his head. You two have done enough for me in the past year, he grinned. Think I can manage my own errands for a while. They grinned back at him. Harry knew he could never express his gratitude enough to them for all they'd done for him, but he saw in their faces that he didn't have to. They shared a moment of quiet reflection together. They were free at last of the burden they'd carried for the past year. Hell, the past 7 years. Hermione was the first to break the silence. Ginny's at the ministry, in case you wondered, she said with a knowing smile. She and the rest of Dumbledore's army are being commended by the minister for their efforts at Hogwarts last year. Brilliant, said Harry. I've got to go in myself to see the minister soon. Yeah, we heard about that, said Ron. Don't sweat it though, mate. I'm sure they'll let us off dash. Let us off? Asked Harry, noting the annoyed glance Hermione gave to Ron, as though Harry wasn't supposed to hear that. What are you on about? It's nothing, really, Harry, Hermione groaned. It's not technically nothing, considering we did break into Gringotts and steal a dragon dash. The goblins are angry, really angry, said Ron. They don't seem to care that we defeated Voldemort. They're demanding our arrest. But it won't happen. Kingsley wouldn't let it, Hermione hastened to add. We'd agreed not to bring it up with Harry, Ronald. Not until he's had some time to process everything else. I'm a grown adult, Hermione. You don't need to shield me from anything, said Harry crossly. Anyway, never mind that. I'll go in tomorrow and explain what happened. But even as he said this, he saw the conundrum. How was he going to explain their reasons for breaking into Bellatrix Lestrange's vault? He didn't want word to spread that they were seeking the Horcrux contained within. There's loads more to tell you, but it can wait, said Hermione. Nothing important, I promise, just little things that need to get done here and there. I'm sure the others will fill you in soon enough. Blimey, that didn't take long, Ron muttered. And Harry turned to follow his eyeline back to the garden, where a number of witches and wizards had operated onto the grounds and were now streaming into the Burrow. Word must have traveled fast that Harry's back. Great, Harry groaned. But there's something else I wanted to tell you guys first. And he filled them in on his visit to the Hogshead and Aberforth's scar that he'd received from Dawlish. To his surprise, neither of them seemed that concerned about it. There were a lot of fighters on Voldemort's side under the Imperious Curse, said Ron. The Ministry's sorting it all out as we speak. Dad's told us? I'm sure they already know Dash. Seems strange, though, doesn't it? Harry pressed. Dawlish didn't get fired like the other Aurors when the Ministry fell to Voldemort. And he's always been on the Order's bad side. What if he's Dash? If you're about to accuse him of being a Death Eater, save it. Hermione scowled. Kingsley's always vouched for him as an Auror, so we can trust him. Just because he wasn't in the Order. Don't bother yourself with this stuff, mate, said Ron. I reckon you've done enough by now. Don't you think? You ought to give it a rest for a while. You deserve it. Yeah, Harry sighed, dropping it for now. He eyed the Burrow with trepidation. More people were streaming in from the garden than ever. Guess I'd better not keep everyone waiting. Let's catch up later. Harry spent the next few hours being passed off from one doting Weasley relative to the next, expressing their gratitude, asking him where he's been all this time. Mission from Dumbledore, he told, each and every one of them, though he did not elaborate further than that. He could see the looks of disappointment, could hear the gossip flying when his back was turned, but he didn't care. They could ask all they wanted, but he wouldn't divulge Tom Riddle's secrets so easily. They were too dangerous to become common knowledge, and he'd worked too hard to keep it under wraps so far. You'll be staying with us for long then, dear? Asked Molly when she'd finally wrangled Harry onto the sofa for a heart-to-heart. I'm not sure yet, said Harry truthfully. Haven't thought that far ahead yet. I hope you'll stay until next Saturday at the very least, she said. That's when we're holding the ceremony. Ceremony? Asked Harry, and felt a sinking sensation in his stomach at the look of despair on Molly's face. For Fred, she said in a much softer voice. She took a moment to compose herself before continuing. We've already buried him, you see, but we've organized a proper funeral for next Saturday. If you're willing to dash, she trailed off, unable to continue. Of course I'll be there, Molly, said Harry, embracing her in a consoling hug. He felt a lump in his throat, having forgotten those who lost their lives fighting on his behalf at Hogwarts. Fred, Lupin, Tonks. He shook his head to clear it. There would be time to mourn later. He couldn't bear it at the moment. It was too soon. It was as though Molly recognized where his mind was, because she said, Andromeda will be here later with little Teddy, so you can meet him for the first time. Teddy, said Harry. Then he remembered, with another sick feeling in his stomach, that he had agreed to be Teddy Lupin's godfather last year. A child he'd never met, a child who would grow up parentless, an orphan before his first birthday, much like himself. Oh yes, excited to meet him, Harry lied, though the thought made him more anxious than anything else that had happened that day. Just when Harry thought he had endured the gauntlet of people eager to speak to him, a fresh pair of faces operated into the garden. Arthur and Ginny Weasley, arriving home from the Ministry. The tension in Harry's stomach evaporated at the sight of Ginny. She sprinted through the door towards him, and they embraced in a tight hug. They broke apart, gazing into one another's eyes intensely, but before they could say a word, Arthur had jostled in between them and embraced Harry himself. Good to see you, boy. Arthur laughed. Though I reckon we can't call you boy anymore. Can we? Good to see you too, Arthur, Harry smiled. He and Ginny exchanged knowing looks as people bustled about the room between them. There would be time to talk in private later. Secretly, Harry was glad for the delay, as he hadn't yet worked out what he would say to her. They had so much to discuss. Soon after, Molly called everyone into the kitchen for supper. She had magically extended the kitchen table to accommodate everyone, but it was still a tight squeeze. Harry found himself nestled in between Charlie and an older Weasley named Uncle Cadmus. "How's the dragon business going, Charlie?" Harry asked. "Wish I could tell you." Charlie smiled sadly. "Haven't been involved since last summer, since I've been busy traveling abroad and recruiting fighters. I'm eager to get back to Romania in a few weeks." "If the rumors are true," piped in Uncle Cadmus with a bellowing chuckle, "young Potter has had more exposure to dragons recently than you, Charlie." "Oh, yeah, I guess so," Harry said with a sheepish smile, remembering the daring escape from Gringotts not even 4 days prior. "I've always loathed the way those goblins treated their dragons." Charlie muttered angrily. "Good on you, Harry, freeing that Ukrainian iron belly. My contacts told me yesterday they're still trying to track it down. Hope it's never found, to be honest." Harry continued to make small talk with Charlie about the dragon business, but he was preoccupied with other things. Like where all the rogue Death Eaters had gone after abandoning the battle. Like what the goblins might do in retribution for his break-in. Like what he was going to say to the young witch across the table from him, who kept stealing nervous glances at him and sweeping her fiery red hair out of her eyes. As dinner wound to a close, Harry realized that there was one person he had yet to talk to since arriving at the Burrow. "Where's George?" Harry asked aloud to no one in particular, and he saw the smiles on everyone's faces falter. "He's been in his room mostly," Charlie sighed. "He's taking the loss a lot harder than everyone else." "Hard to blame him, isn't it?" Harry couldn't argue the point. He didn't know what it was like to have an identical twin, but he'd never seen Fred and George apart and could only imagine the pain of losing your better half like he had. Harry tried to help clear off the table as everyone stood to leave, but Molly shooed him away into the living room. He suspected she was relishing having so many people in her home again that she embraced the cooking and cleaning role that she'd so long been unable to fulfill. Harry joined Bill and Fleur on the sofa, where Fleur was telling him about some improvements she'd made to the area around Dobby's grave at Shell Cottage, when the back door opened and a middle-aged witch walked in carrying a small bundle of blankets. It took Harry a moment to recognize her. Andromeda Tonks, mother of Nymphadora, holding her infant grandson. "Harry, dear," she said with a pained smile when he stood to greet her along with everyone else. "It's been so long. I imagine you've been dying to meet little Teddy." "Oh, yeah," Harry lied, and he followed her to the kitchen, where Andromeda set the child on the freshly cleaned table. Harry's first impression was that Teddy looked like a little porcupine. He was unnaturally hairy for an infant, already sporting hair on his chest and back, and the hair on his head was spiked straight up in neat brown rows. He fidgeted about and looked curiously up at Harry. "Look, Teddy, it's your Uncle Harry," Andromeda cooed softly to the baby. Teddy's reaction was to sneeze violently, causing his hair to turn bright green and flop to the side in a neat comb-over. "Right, that'd be the metamorphmagus in him," Andromeda scowled. "Got it from his mother, of course. The hair would be thanks to his father, I reckon. He's not going to become a, you know?" Harry asked tentatively. "Werewolf?" "No, we don't think so," said Andromeda, to Harry's relief. "Remus feared he might be, but he hasn't reacted to the moon at all. We've been feeding him Wolfsbane potion, just in case, but I don't think it's necessary anymore." Harry noted the strained way she said "we," realizing that she was now the sole person making these decisions about young Teddy. He averted her gaze awkwardly. Meanwhile, Teddy was grasping for Harry's glasses. Harry obliged him, leaning down to allow the boy to pluck them off his face and put them onto his own. Teddy squealed with laughter, and his hair went shaggy and jet black to imitate Harry's. "Ah, I think he likes you." Andromeda squealed with happiness. "He only mimics the people he likes. Would you like to pick him up, Harry dear?" "Sure," said Harry, and with Andromeda's help he took little Teddy into his arms. Harry felt an odd mingling of emotions as he looked down into Teddy's innocent face. Grief at the loss of the boy's parents, two great people he'd looked up to immensely. Pity at knowing the kind of life Teddy had ahead of him as an orphan, the comforts he would be denied without ever knowing his parents. And a strange sense of foreboding that he should not get too close to this boy, that he might somehow accidentally project some of the evils he had witnessed onto him, tarnishing his innocence, much like his own was taken from him far too young. Actually, can you take him? Harry said quickly, handing the baby back to Andromeda and extracting his glasses from Teddy's disappointed face. I ate too much at dinner. A bit queasy, you see. I'm sure you two will have plenty of time to get to know each other soon. Andromeda beamed, not sensing the sudden tension in the air. Harry forced a smile and returned to the living room, where he bumped into Molly again. Harry, dear, I've got some fresh clothes for you to change into, she said, hovering a pile of clean, folded laundry behind her. Where should I put them? I don't know, admitted Harry. I figured I'd just stay in Ron's room, like usual dash. Actually, mate, said Ron sheepishly. Room's full at the moment. Harry saw Hermione blush across the room at this. We are a bit overbooked at the moment, Molly mused, thinking. Where can we put you? I've got a spare bed in my room, came a voice from behind Harry. Everyone turned to see George skulking into the room from upstairs, looking unkempt and like he hadn't slept in days. Oh, Georgie, you don't have to do that, said Molly quickly. We can find somewhere else to put him for the night dash. Nonsense, everywhere else is full, George asserted. You're with me, Potter, and that's final. He slung an arm over Harry's shoulder at this. There was a joking lilt to his voice, but Harry wasn't fooled by it. The usual lightness in George's demeanor had gone. He seemed far more dark and serious than Harry had ever seen him, and he suspected that, even if he wouldn't admit it, George wasn't used to sleeping alone and would like the company. Oh, all right, if you're both okay with that. Molly huffed and flicked her wand to send Harry's clothes zooming up the stairs towards Fred and George's old room. George, there's some leftovers if you're hungry. I save you a bit of everything. As George wandered off towards the kitchen, Arthur slid in to take his place at Harry's side. Ron tells me you want to go to the ministry tomorrow morning. Is that right, Harry? He asked. I can accompany you if you'd like. Oh no. Thank you, Arthur, but I can manage on my own, Harry said quickly. Arthur leaned in a bit closer, so that only Harry could hear him. I can show you a more private entrance if you'd like, he whispered, in case you want to avoid being swarmed by people in the atrium. Oh, said Harry, suddenly grateful. That does sound nice, actually. I'm due in at 8:30 tomorrow. Does that work for you, said Arthur. I'll walk you up to Shacklebolt's office myself. As evening turned to night, people began trickling out of the burrow to go upstairs or outside to apparate back to their homes to sleep. Harry avoided bed as long as possible, which was an easy enough task as everyone was still so eager to talk to him. He listened to Arthur talk his ear off about Muggle contraband that had been tainted by dark magic, cursed bicycles that carried their riders off of bridges. Can you imagine? Then Percy droning on about how daft of a liter thickness was at the ministry last year. Stupid Git couldn't tell his wand from his forefinger. And finally Bill trying to needle him for information about how he'd managed to break into Bellatrix's vault. You have no idea the amount of paperwork your little escapade created this week. Finally, the last of the Weasleys had retired for the night. Harry reluctantly climbed the stairs towards George's room, knowing he at least ought to try to sleep for his big day tomorrow, though he knew it would be fruitless. George was asleep when he entered, or at least pretending to be, and Harry took the bed opposite the room. He stared at the ceiling for a while, feeling drained. He felt like he was being leeched upon by everyone around him, all looking to him as a source of comfort, of triumph. It was beginning to wear on him, but he would never complain. It was the burden he bore, the savior of the wizarding world, providing happiness for everyone around him, even as it eluded himself. Eventually his eyes fluttered closed, and he drifted off into an uneasy sleep. McCamish Station. Harry was running again, hurtling through narrow halls, leaping from banisters over stairwells. He was not at Hogwarts this time, but at the Burrow, or a twisted, nightmarish version thereof. He passed by infinite darkened bedrooms, tumbled down flight after flight of steps, feeling the cold dread of something sinister chasing after him. He skidded to halt at a sudden dead end. He turned to face whatever monstrosity had him in its sights, raised the Elder Wand to fend off whatever assailant had pegged him as its next target. Harry! Harry's eyes flew open. He was staring at the ceiling of George's bedroom, panting hard, sweating profusely. It was still dark. Harry fumbled around for his glasses and shoved them onto his face. George was standing over him, looking alarmed. "Blimey, mate, and I thought MY nightmares were bad," George whistled. "You all right?" Yeah, Harry sighed, still catching his breath. Fine. What time is it? Not quite dawn, said George. I'm off to Diagon Alley to tend to the shop. Tell them I'll be back, round lunchtime. Yeah, will do, said Harry, his head falling back onto his pillow. Do me a favor and don't mention this to anyone, would you? Got enough people asking if you're okay all the time? Said George with a sad smile. I get it. No problem, mate. And George swept from the room, leaving Harry alone in the darkness once more. Harry continued to stare at the ceiling, knowing he wouldn't be able to get back to sleep. He'd thought he would be able to now that Voldemort was gone, that his task was complete, but his mind seemed unable to relax, his demons continuing to chase him. He considered asking someone for a sleeping potion of some kind, but that would only invite more questions from concerned onlookers, and he didn't want to deal with any more of that. Nightmares he knew he could handle. Harry eventually slipped out of bed and snuck down the stairs. No one was awake yet. He could hear quiet snores emitting from behind closed doors as he passed by. He slipped out the back door into the garden and walked up the dirt path towards the crest of the nearby hillside. The sky was beginning to turn from gray to gold, and he thought he might enjoy the sunrise and the peace and quiet before the Burrow was teeming with life again. He sat among the tall grass and closed his eyes against the cool breeze. Harry had never been a morning person, but if he couldn't sleep, he might as well enjoy it. When he stood and returned to the kitchen, Molly was up and preparing breakfast. She jumped about 3 feet when he slipped in through the back door. Goodness me, Harry, what are you doing outside at this hour? She gasped. Well, never mind, Proudfoot is around. I'm sure she had an eye on you. Breakfast, dear? Sure, said Harry, even though he wasn't particularly hungry. He had no idea how long he would need to remain at the ministry today, so he might as well have some energy stored just in case. A few more people trickled downstairs as he ate. Percy, Charlie, Ron and Hermione, and Ginny, who diplomatically sat at the opposite end of the table from Harry. Finally, just as Harry waved his wand to levitate his plate into the sink, Arthur came hustling down the stairs, already dressed for work. Oh good, Harry, you're up, he said breathlessly. Listen, do you reckon we can leave a bit earlier than planned? Let's todo. Sure, said Harry. I can be ready in 5 minutes. I'll come with you, Father, spoke up Percy. I've got some business to attend to myself. Very well, said Arthur. Quick as you can then, boys. Harry bounded upstairs to change into a nice set of robes. He wasn't sure what he ought to bring with him. He shoved his invisibility cloak into his pocket as an afterthought, along with his holly wand and the letter Kingsley had left for him at Gryffindor Tower. As he turned to leave the room, he reconsidered, rummaging through his bag for the Elder Wand and stowing it in his pocket as well, before heading back downstairs. For some reason, he felt compelled not to let it out of his sight, at least not until he could return it to its final resting place. Right then, said Arthur as Harry and Percy followed him out into the garden. We're headed to McCamish Station in London. I take it you can apparate on your own then, Harry? Harry hesitated. I can, but technically I don't have my license yet. Ah, well, I'm sure we can sort that out when we get there, said Arthur. With me, then. Arthur extended his arm, and Harry took it. Arthur and Percy turned on the spot, and Harry felt himself being pulled into nothingness. A moment later, they emerged in a dilapidated station of the London Underground. There wasn't a soul around except for the three of them, and Harry could see why. The station looked like it hadn't been in service in decades. Perfect, just in time for our ride, said Arthur as a subway train rumbled into view from down the tunnel. Harry followed him and Percy to the edge of the platform as it screeched to a halt. He could see Muggle passengers already on board, looking bored on their way to work. But Arthur, said Harry, confused, isn't this a Muggle train? Those compartments are, said Arthur cryptically. And here's ours. The last compartment of the train rolled into view, heavily graffitied with broken-down seats. It was empty aside from a lone old woman seated haphazardly on a bench that had half fallen to the ground. The doors slid open, and Arthur, Harry, and Percy stepped aboard. Morning, Arthur. The woman nodded politely. Morn there, June. Arthur nodded back. The woman then noticed Harry standing behind Arthur and gasped. Oh my, she said. It's you, Harry Potter. Hello. Harry smiled weakly. Her eyes never left his face. Even as the train rumbled back to life and began pulling away from the station. "So, Percy," said Harry in the hopes of turning attention away from himself. "Are you still working for the minister then?" Percy stiffened. Harry realized too late that it was a bit of a sore subject. I'm not sure actually," he muttered. "That's what I'm here to find out. I worked with the last 3 administrations, but none of them were very kind to Shacklebolt or the rest of the Order Dash. I'm sure they'll find a place for you, son," Arthur said hastily. "You fought alongside us at Hogwarts. They won't overlook that. Besides, there's so much to be done that they can't rightly afford to turn willing workers away, can they?" A cool voice rang out over the intercom. "Next stop, Ministry of Magic. Please hang on." Percy and Arthur reached for the metal bar overhead. Harry quickly followed suit. There was a terrible grinding noise, and Harry realized with alarm that their compartment had decoupled from the rest of the train, which was zooming off down the tunnel without them. "Not to worry, Harry," Arthur reassured him. The train suddenly lurched sideways as it switched onto another track, heading down a sloped tunnel deeper into the ground. They were gathering speed rapidly now. Harry gripped the bar harder, but the slope gradually leveled out, and the train screeched to halt at a much cleaner-looking station. "Not the most elegant of entrances, but you get used to it," Percy shrugged, and he was the first off the train when the doors opened. Harry was glad to see he wasn't the only one shaken by the experience. Arthur also looked a bit green in the face as he stepped onto the platform. "Not used to the VIP entrance yet," he muttered to Harry. "Shacklebolt extended top clearance to all the old Order members. I might stick to the loo entrance myself." The station platform narrowed into a long white hallway that Harry presumed led into the Ministry of Magic. Sure enough, at the end of a hall was a security station manned by 2 bored-looking wizards in official ministry attire. "Please deposit your wands in the receptacle," one of them droned as they approached. Harry, Arthur, and Percy obliged, and the machine whirred as it scanned them. "Thank you," the same cool voice said. "Arthur Weasley, Percy Weasley, and Harry Potter." At Harry's name, the 2 security wizards looked up in surprise, eyes resting on Harry's face. Luckily, Arthur was already pushing Harry along through the turnstile, preventing another awkward staring match. "I take it you can show Harry to the minister's office," Percy said. Arthur, jamming the button to summon a lift. "I've got to get down to level 7. Just got a shipment of contraband from Malfoy Manor that needs attending to." "Certainly," said Percy, and Arthur crammed himself into the first packed lift that came, which jostled him sideways and then down out of sight. "We're going up, Harry," Percy explained as he called for another lift. "Level 1. First time in the ministry?" "4th, I think," said Harry. "Once for my disciplinary hearing, once for the Department of Mysteries mission, and well, last year, of course." "Ah, yes, how could I forget?" Percy chuckled. "Impersonated Runcorn, didn't you? I heard you gave Umbridge quite the stunner. Can't say she didn't deserve it. I never liked that woman." Harry followed Percy onto the next half-full lift car, slightly bemused. He always thought Percy was a traitor for siding with the ministry all those years, but it warmed his heart to know he too thought Umbridge was a foul human being. Harry was well aware of the many eyes gawking at him as the lift car rumbled upwards. He did his best to ignore them. The car opened at levels 4, 3, and 2, letting witches and wizards off at each stop along the way, before the cool voice announced, "Level 1, Minister of Magic and Support Staff." He stepped off behind Percy and followed him down the ornate hallway. "Right," said Percy. "I'm headed to the staffing office to talk to my contact there. You want to head straight across the courtyard and up those stairs. That'll take you to the minister's office." "Okay. Thanks, Percy," said Harry, as the elder Weasley hustled off down a side corridor. Harry stuck to the edges of the courtyard, avoiding as many people as possible, not wanting to attract attention. He located the correct stairway and hastened up the steps, arriving at a thick oak door emblazoned with ornate letters spelling out Minister of Magic. He raised a hand to knock. "Enter," said a deep voice, and Harry opened the door. Kingsley Shacklebolt's office was a mess. Papers were strewn haphazardly on every surface, and paintings hung askew on the wall, their inhabitants sitting uncomfortably at an odd angle. The minister himself was speaking in a hushed tone with a young aide, who yelped in shock at the sight of Harry. "Thank you, Fiona. That will be all for now," said Kingsley to his aide, and she hurried from the room, her wide eyes never leaving Harry's face. "Don't mind the mess, Harry," he said as soon as Fiona was gone. "We've been busy putting things back together since Thickness and his people fled. More important matters to attend to than tidying up, I'm sure you understand. Have a seat." Harry sank into the oversized armchair beside him. The minister looked tired, as though he too had trouble sleeping in the past few days since the battle. But he remained the same unflappable figure as ever, tall, imposing, and stern. Harry was glad to have a leader like him in charge. "I'm surprised to be seeing you so soon," said Kingsley, settling into his own chair across the desk from Harry. "I thought you might take some time for yourself, considering all you've been through." Harry shrugged. "Like you said, there's lots to do," he said simply. "Besides, I wanted to make sure my friends and I aren't about to get chucked into Azkaban." "Ah, so you heard about the goblins?" Kingsley grimaced. "I wouldn't fret about that. The Ministry will protect you if things get out of hand. Surely there won't be another war with the goblins?" Harry said with alarm. "I doubt it will come to that, Harry," said Kingsley. "Voldemort was cruel to the goblins, and they will surely realize that they are better off with him gone. They are just embarrassed that you got through their extensive security and will want to know how as well as why, of course." Harry knew this moment was coming. Kingsley was looking curiously at him, anticipating some kind of explanation from him. "Minister," he began, having thought through what he would say, "I don't know if I should say what we were doing at Gringotts that day. It's something Dumbledore asked us to do, something he asked us not to tell anybody about." "I thought you might say that," Kingsley sighed. "That does complicate matters. But not to worry, we can still smooth things over. The Ministry has pieced together its own version of events, and the goblins took extensive inventory, which was quite difficult with the Gemini curse you set off, but nonetheless." Harry's heart sank. Did everyone already know about Hufflepuff's cup? Would they be able to deduce what Harry was up to, what the significance of the dark object was? "You took the sword of Gryffindor from her vault, didn't you, Harry?" Kingsley smiled. Harry stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. How much ought he divulge with Kingsley? That the sword was not their true target? That the one in the vault was a fake planted by Snape? But surely the goblins knew that. Why did they not inform the Ministry of this fact? Perhaps out of fear that Bellatrix herself would find out? Voldemort had slaughtered several of them in his anger just days before. "After all I can say is," said Harry carefully, "that we needed something from that vault, something to help us defeat Voldemort. And we succeeded. We didn't expect to have to fight our way out, and we didn't want anyone killed because of what we dash." Kingsley held up a patient hand. "I understand," he reassured Harry. "We can hope that is enough to appease the goblins for now. But as I said, there is no scenario in which we allow you and your friends to face imprisonment for your actions." "Okay," Harry said with a sigh. Hermione had told him not to worry, but it was nonetheless a burden lifted off his shoulders. "I'm much more interested in the wand you have in your pocket," Kingsley mused, "and not the one you relinquished at the security desk." Harry's heart skipped a beat. Did Kingsley know about the Elder Wand? He reluctantly reached into his pocket and withdrew it, sensing Kingsley's fascinated gaze upon it. He extended it to the minister, who accepted it, holding it at arm's length and examining it carefully. "The rumors are true, then?" Kingsley sighed. "This is the fabled Elder Wand?" "Sorry," Harry said tentatively. "But can I ask what you mean by that? What do people believe about this wand, exactly?" "Oh, every wizarding child grew up hearing stories about an unbeatable wand," Kingsley said absent-mindedly, still admiring the magnificent weapon in his hands. "We all assumed it was just that, stories. But if you were to tell me that this is the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, and you are its owner—" "Dunno," Harry shrugged. "I just handed it to you. For all I know, its allegiance is to you now." Kingsley considered this. For a brief moment, a look of mingled excitement and fear crossed over his face, but it passed in an instant, and Kingsley immediately handed the wand back to Harry. "Perhaps it's best you do not confirm to me the true nature of this wand," he said breathlessly. "Let us keep this matter between us." "I think that would be wise, sir," Harry agreed, stowing the wand back in his robe pocket. "Besides, the wand will no longer be in my possession in a few days." "Also wise," Kingsley mused. "Now, about the reason I've called you in today. It wasn't about Gringotts? Asked Harry, confused. I planned to bring it up. Yes, but it wasn't the primary reason, Kingsley explained. As I said, there are more pressing matters at hand. Have you been following the Daily Prophet in the past few days? No, said Harry. Are they still printing nonsense about me? Quite the contrary, said Kingsley. Since the Dark Lord's demise, they've had nothing but wonderful things to say about you. The problem is, nobody knows what to make of your role in his defeat. There is a great deal of misinformation being spread. Sir, as I said, I won't be able to tell people exactly what I've been doing this past year, said Harry. That information could be dangerous in the wrong hands. I understand, but I still think it would put minds at ease if you could at least say something to reassure them. Voldemort was thought to be dead once before, yet he returned. Already there are fears that this could happen again. It won't, said Harry. We've made sure of that. I believe you, Kingsley smiled. Tell that to the Prophet, if you would. Give them as little details as you deem appropriate, but at least give them something. The people will believe you if it comes straight out of your mouth. I will, Harry nodded. But forgive me, sir. The Prophet isn't still under the control of the Ministry, is it? Well, that is a bit of a gray area at the moment, Kingsley chuckled. Their offices were moved into the Ministry under thickness, so that the Dark Lord could keep a closer eye on their operations. We've allowed them to stay for the moment, but our relationship with the paper is unclear. If I may, sir, Harry bristled, I reckon it would be best if they returned to their own operations. It wouldn't be a good look if people think the paper is still under Ministry control, no matter who's in charge. As always, your words are wise, Mr. Potter, Kingsley said sagely. I was trending in that direction myself. I shall let Barnabas Cuff know this afternoon. I suspect he will be eager to return to his old office in Diagon Alley. I'll be happy to visit him there, said Harry curtly. Anything else, Minister? He was beginning to grow wary of this meeting, suspecting that Kingsley had something else up his sleeve that he was not revealing at the moment. Yes, actually, said Kingsley with a heavy sigh. I realize that this may be premature, Harry, but I wonder if you'd given any more thought to your future. You mean at Hogwarts? Asked Harry. I don't think I'll be going back for my 7th year. I presumed so, said Kingsley. Even though you won't have the NEWTS required to apply for the Auror office. Said Harry, suddenly feeling a bit ostentatious. Well, I just thought, considering what I'd accomplished in the past year, maybe the Auror office would overlook my education in light of recent events? There was a note of hopefulness mixed in with the uncertainty in his tone, and he studied Kingsley's expression. So your ambition is still to become an Auror? Yeah, I guess so, said Harry awkwardly. But if you think I need to go back and take my NEWTS, I suppose I can dash. Don't be silly, Potter. Of course you won't need NEWTS to apply, said Kingsley with a smile. You've faced more dark wizards and witches in the past few years than most Aurors do in a lifetime. The office would be proud to have you in its ranks. Harry glowed at this. He had not expected such a warm reception. But the feeling did not last, as his suspicion quickly returned. I suppose it would be good for the Ministry if the Prophet knew I was joining the Aurors, Harry said cynically. Undoubtedly, said Kingsley without batting an eye. Morale is high in the wizarding world at the moment, but trust in the Ministry has never been lower. If they knew that the boy, pardon me, the man, who slayed the Dark Lord was leading the Auror office, that would go a long way towards rebuilding that trust. Hang on, Harry said, leading the office? Surely you wouldn't put me in charge straight out of school. Not in reality, no, said Kingsley. I have full faith in Robards to lead the office himself, but he has agreed to name you the head of the department, strictly for ceremonial purposes. He will teach you all that he knows, and when you are ready, you can take proper command. Great, use me as a poster boy so the Ministry looks good, Harry scowled. I don't consent to this, Minister. Scrimgeour tried the same thing in my 6th year dash. Scrimgeour wanted to use you for personal gain, said Kingsley patiently. I have no such delusions. I don't just want to prop you up as a puppet for the Ministry. I want to give you real power. You can determine the direction the Auror office takes heading into the new century. You can advocate for real change, do some real good. I'm not asking for your blind loyalty, Harry. I know what you're capable of, and I want you by my side. Hell, you might even have my job someday. I don't want to be minister, Harry muttered, but he was taken aback by Kingsley's words all the same. It was true that Harry had once dreamed of leading the Auror office after leaving Hogwarts. He just never assumed it would happen so soon. Would people respect him? Sure, the glow of Voldemort's defeat would aid him for now. But what if he was no good at the job? What if the office struggled to rein in Death Eaters on his watch? That would be his responsibility. But then he figured he'd always considered that his responsibility. For the past 7 years of his life, he'd felt as though he was alone on an island, keeping the forces of evil at bay while the world of adults kept him in the dark. Now that world of adults was welcoming him into the fold, giving him the power that ought to come with such responsibility. It was an enticing offer, but one that he couldn't even begin to wrap his head around at the moment. "I need to think about it," Harry said, rubbing his forehead. "It's too soon to commit to that." "Naturally," said Kingsley. "The Dark Lord has barely been gone 3 days. For heaven's sake, take your time, young man. Live your life. The offer will remain on the table for when you feel ready." "Thank you, sir," said Harry, standing to shake Kingsley's hand. He felt more at ease now that he understood Kingsley's true motives for summoning him here. Now that he knew he wasn't in danger of being chucked in Azkaban or being forced to recount his whereabouts over the past year, he felt he could breathe easier. "If you'd like, feel free to drop into the Auror office on level 2 on your way out. They'd be happy to show you around," said Kingsley with a smile. "And if there's anything I could do for you in the meantime, let me know." "I will," said Harry, and he turned towards the door. He expected much worse from his visit to the Ministry today. As every other time he'd been here, somebody had been trying desperately to either kill him or have him punished. The fact that he would not have to visit the courtrooms on level 10 was a huge relief. He strode back across the courtroom towards the lift, excited to see what the Auror office had in store for him. Level 2, which housed the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was far more chaotic than Level 1. Witches and wizards scrambled from office to office, shouting over one another, dodging paper memos zooming over their heads. Harry approached a frazzled-looking witch sitting behind the reception desk. Where's the Auror office?" he asked. "Second door on the left," she said without looking up from her paper. She was furiously scribbling a note, and Harry could see the words "immediate surrender" and "comply or else" scrawled on the page. He thought it best not to ask, and he slipped between 2 arguing older wizards towards the Auror office. He located the door and knocked before entering. It was suddenly deathly quiet, like somebody had magically turned down the volume in the room. "Oi, shut the door," an annoyed voice called from the back of the room. Harry quickly complied. He looked around at the Auror office, which housed a couple dozen desks, most empty, and a large message board at the front of the room. On it he could see the names and pictures of various Death Eaters, and he assumed it was information regarding their whereabouts. "Ah, Harry Potter," said a voice, and Robards emerged from a corner office. He extended his hand, and Harry shook it. "Wasn't expecting you so soon. To what do we owe the pleasure?" A half-dozen other Aurors had stood from their desks, gawking at Harry. "Ah, I just spoke with the minister, and he suggested I come have a look at the office," Harry said. "By all means," said Robards, beckoning for Harry to come inside. He withdrew his wand and pointed it at the door. "Muffliato. Bloody noisy out there, eh? Can hardly hear ourselves think in here." "I imagine it's been busy around here the past few days," said Harry. "You lot must be swamped with Death Eaters on the run." "Oh sure, they're out there somewhere," Robards said casually. "Not much for us to do about it at the moment. Lots of paperwork has to be done before we can engage, and there's nothing we hate more than paperwork." "Then why is it so chaotic in the rest of the department?" Harry asked, gesturing to the door. Mostly dealing with the hysterical public," Robards dismissed. "Witches and wizards who are convinced Lucius Malfoy just operated into their garden and contacted us in a panic. I expect it'll take longer than that for us to catch some of these folks, given they're more likely to lay low and stay off the grid." Robards led Harry to the front of the room to admire the giant message board. Harry could see information scrawled underneath each name and photo, listing known aliases, last known locations, affiliates, and other useful tidbits. "Not all of these are Death Eaters," Harry pointed out. "You may be surprised to learn that you don't need to be a Death Eater to practice dark magic," Robards grinned. "Some of these names have been on our board since before the Dark Lord returned." "And have you been tracking everyone who fought for Voldemort at Hogwarts?" Harry asked pointedly. That's being done as we speak. Out there, said Robards, gesturing to the door. As I said, we hate paperwork. We're the ones who go out and do the job, not push pencils at the ministry all day. The other Aurors chuckled at this. Do you have a file for Dawlish yet? Asked Harry. That caused quite a stir in the room, and there was no laughing now. Dawlish is a tricky case, said Robards diplomatically. He had been acting odd for months before the battle. We think he may have been confounded one too many times, or perhaps under dash. An imperious curse, yeah, Harry muttered. So, you were planning to go after him? Believe me, Potter, Dawlish isn't dangerous, Robards reassured him. I've known him for many years, and he has always been loyal to the Ministry Dash, which was controlled by Voldemort for a whole year. Harry retorted. And he fought for the dark side at Hogwarts. He injured Aberforth Dumbledore. Isn't that cause for suspicion? Of course it is, Robards sighed, and I'm sure if you went back into the record-keeping office right now you would find a file on him in there. But it doesn't become an Auror problem until he poses an imminent threat to the public. What if he never becomes a threat? Harry demanded. What if he quietly retires somewhere and never has to answer for what he's done? You seem to misunderstand what we do here, Potter said. Robards, we are peacekeepers, not judge, jury, and executioner. I have no doubt that thousands of witches and wizards will be put on trial for their actions over the past year. We can't just decide to apprehend whoever we like. If you're looking to dispense justice, take it up with the Wisingamot. Harry should have expected this, but it frustrated him all the same. He had a profound distaste for the wizarding court system, considering they attempted to have him expelled for no reason 3 summers ago. Weren't Aurors supposed to be different? Couldn't they take matters into their own hands when bureaucracy got in the way? Who were these cowards sitting in their posh offices and waiting for the green light from upper management when there were evil forces still at play in the world? Robards sensed Harry's agitation and sought to guide the conversation away from Dawlish. Why don't we go through our day-to-day operations, he said. This is the kind of work you can expect if you choose to join the Auror office. Savage, why don't you show him the assignment charts? Harry held his tongue on Dawlish and allowed the heavy-set Auror named Savage to walk him through the complex assignment system for field duty. He was still preoccupied with the image of a man firing deadly curses at innocent civilians and then setting down his wand and returning to normal life. It filled him with inexplicable rage. I'll go along with your procedures for now, Robards, he thought bitterly to himself. But once I take over this office, we're going to do things a lot differently. Fred's funeral. Harry's visit to the Ministry of Magic wound up, taking far longer than planned. The Auror office had many more secrets worth exploring, including a secret potions lab, a holographic map of Great Britain that could be interacted with, and even a defense training course. Then Harry went down to the Department of Magical Transportation on level 6 to ask about getting his apparition license. He was forced to wait nearly 2 hours to take his test, which took all of about 2 minutes when he successfully operated to the other end of the hall without losing any eyebrows. Harry bumped into Percy on his way to the lift, who requested he wait a couple of minutes for him to finish some paperwork, but it was another hour when he and Percy finally tracked down Arthur, and they were headed home. I've done it, Father, Percy said excitedly as they sat in the dilapidated train car, zooming back up the tracks towards McCamish Station. They found a new position for me in the Department of Magical Transportation. I'll be in charge of the Portkey Network. It's a demotion technically, but I thought for sure I'd be fired. I told you there was nothing to worry about, son. Arthur beamed proudly as they were jostled sideways by the car, recoupling with the Muggle train. Your mother will be thrilled to hear it. Sure enough, when they returned to the Burrow, Molly shrieked with joy at the news and hugged Percy as tightly as though he'd just announced he was elected Minister of Magic. She did the same for Harry when he told her about his successful apparition test. Dinner that evening was a celebratory affair, but Harry was quietly anxious the whole time. He told everyone what Kingsley had said about Gringotts, but only the part about the Ministry, smoothing it over. He would only tell Ron and Hermione the second part, which was that the goblins were still furious and seeking retribution. He also felt awkward sitting beside Ginny, whom he had promised to talk to after returning home, but he still didn't know what to say to her. Luckily, dinner went long and progressed into everybody sitting around and sharing stories over fire whiskey, so he had an excuse to postpone their talk until later. The following week was a slow affair, and Harry found himself alone with his thoughts more often. Once the initial euphoria of having Harry around wore off, everyone retreated to their own personal love affairs. Ron and Hermione would disappear for hours on end and return giggling, looking positively thunderstruck. Molly and Arthur had never seemed closer, and Arthur even managed to convince his wife to quit her incessant busy work on numerous occasions to snuggle on the sofa. Percy was often working late on his off hours, but Arthur had it on good authority that he was dating a young, which named Audrey Toppin from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Harry wound up spending a good amount of time with George on these lazy days, idly playing wizard chess or flying brooms in the garden, but George had been attending to his shop in Diagon Alley more and more frequently. That only left Harry and Ginny, and he knew he couldn't put off the big conversation with her forever. "Say, Ginny, fancy a walk?" he finally asked her on a sunny afternoon, ignoring the knowing stares from Ron and Hermione in the living room as she got up to join him in the garden. They made small talk for a while, catching up on the last year of their lives and discussing the future. "Do you know what you're going to do next year?" Harry asked. "Attend your 7th year?" "I'm not sure yet," Ginny sighed. "I thought I might try out for the Quidditch League. They hold open tryouts for anyone of age, and I'll be 17 when the league opens in August." "Really?" said Harry. "Has anyone that young ever made a team?" "Crumb did it a few years back," Ginny pointed out. "He was planning to ditch his last year at Durmstrang to play professionally, but then the Triwizard Tournament happened, and he stuck around." "I reckon you could do it," Harry encouraged her. "You're one of the best players Hogwarts has seen in ages." "I was all right," Ginny said modestly. "You were the real star of those teams, not me. My last season started out okay, before the Carrows started hexing the non-Slytherin players out of the sky and the other teams boycotted in protest." Somehow Harry was not surprised to hear this tidbit of news. Everything he'd heard about the Carrow siblings was abhorrent. "Come off it. I only played a single full season in my 3rd year," Harry protested. "You won the cup twice without me, with Ron as your keeper, no offense. And you can play 2 positions brilliantly. Any team would be lucky to have you." Ginny blushed at this, and Harry wondered if he was being too complimentary. Was he coming off as desperate? In any case, Ginny recovered quickly. "I'm hoping that's what helps me, being flexible on position," said Ginny. "A lot of reserve players have to learn multiple roles, in case of injury, you see. But hey, if tryouts don't go well, I can always finish my last year and try again next summer. Would make Mum happy, and I could keep Hermione company, of course." "Hermione?" said Harry quizzically. "You don't reckon she'll—" "Come on, Harry. Do you really think she won't complete her education?" Ginny scoffed. "School is her whole identity. Even if McGonagall gave her an honorary diploma, she'd want to take her NEWT exams just for kicks." Harry laughed aloud at this. He'd forgotten how much he missed Ginny's dry sense of humor, her witty delivery, her smile, her hair. "I suppose we should talk about our future," Harry sighed. Ginny's demeanor grew serious at once. Clearly, she'd been readying herself for this conversation. "I suppose we should," she said. Neither of them said anything for a few moments as they strolled down the path towards nowhere in particular. Perhaps they both hoped the other would break the ice first. "I love you, Ginny," said Harry honestly. "I know that much has never changed." "I love you too, Harry," Ginny said at once, studying his expression, knowing surely it wasn't that easy. "Part of me wants to run away with you somewhere and never look back," Harry admitted. "But another part of me is still scared to be near you." "I'm not a boggart. You don't have to be scared of me," Ginny teased, in the hopes of lightening the mood. Harry humored her with a small chuckle. "I don't know if it's safe," he elaborated. "Voldemort may be gone, but his followers are still out there, and they'll all be wishing me dead right about now. The last thing I'd want is for you to get hurt because of me." "I can handle myself, thank you," Ginny said crossly. "Do you think maybe you're just afraid of letting your guard down?" "What do you mean by that?" asked Harry. "Well, I know you've been having nightmares, Dash. Did that get George really tell everyone?" "I visited you in Gryffindor Tower after the battle," Ginny explained. "You were tossing and turning the entire time, and I've heard you when I pass by George's door, every night." "Then you understand where I'm coming from," said Harry. "I've got to sort myself out before I can worry about other people." "You don't have to do these things alone," Ginny protested. stopping in her tracks to face Harry directly. You're worried about exposing me to a few nightmares? Do you know how many times I've seen you dead in my dreams? Harry demanded, growing hot now. Too many to count. And it rips me apart every time. I'd rather lose you to someone else than see you get killed because of me. Harry's chest heaved, as though he'd just admitted a terrible secret he'd been holding in for years. Ginny considered this for a moment in silence. Well, that's dramatic, she said dryly. And idiotic. What is it with boys and making these grand statements that make zero sense? Don't mock me. I just think it's silly to push me away because you care so much about me. It's not chivalrous, it's selfish. Selfish? What about me? Ginny demanded. Spending an entire year reading the Prophet, listening to the radio, waiting for any kind of news about you on the run, expecting you to turn up dead or captured any minute. Then you finally come back, and you pretend like I'm not even here? Have you even considered what I must be going through? Harry was struck by this. Ginny had tears in her eyes now, and she was done joking around too. He had a strong urge to grab her and run, never letting her go. He reached up to brush a tear from her face, but she angrily swatted his hand away. Don't play games with me, Harry Potter, she said angrily. What do you want? I don't know, Harry sighed. Time, I guess, to sort it all out. I can't promise I'll wait for you, Ginny said hotly. Do you know how many boys I had to swat away last year? Okay, Harry nodded, swallowing a lump that had suddenly appeared in his throat. He now regretted his statement about preferring to lose her to another man. Friends for now? Please, we're practically family, said Ginny, holding back tears. That'll never change. And she swept past him back up the path towards the Burrow. Harry waited awkwardly for a few minutes before following, to avoid an awkward return. He could feel the curious eyes of everyone upon him when he returned to the building, but he ignored everyone and went straight up to George's room, shutting himself inside. Why did he feel like such an idiot? He cared about Ginny more than anything in the world, even himself. But he knew the dangers he was putting himself in as an Auror, and he wasn't comfortable opening Ginny up to potential loss. He knew it was the smart decision, and the proof lay several stories below him, where he could hear little Teddy cooing and crying as Andromeda tended to him. Orphaned from a young age, to parents who knew the risks but defied them anyway, and now Teddy would pay the price for their decisions. Harry was done with subjecting others to loss on his behalf. Harry awoke with a start on the morning of Fred's funeral to a loud crack. He and George each leapt out of bed in alarm to see Creature standing in between them. Bloody hell, George groaned, rubbing his eyes. This how you set your morning alarms, Potter? Creature has returned with news on Grimmauld Place, said the house elf to Harry, ignoring George. Creature has examined the house for protective magic and traps, and found none. Took you long enough, Harry groaned, sinking back into his pillow. What have you been up to? Many dangerous objects in the Black household, Creature explained. Creature tested all of them to make sure they would not harm Master. Oh, thanks, Creature, said Harry. You didn't have to do that. You're going back to Sirius Old Place then, Harry? Asked George. Yeah, I think I am, Harry shrugged. Figured I've outstayed my welcome here. Nonsense. Mum and Dad would let you stay for the rest of your life if you wanted, said George. But I get it. Some space to yourself sounds nice, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess so, said Harry. Thanks, Creature. You can go back to Grimmauld Place. I'll probably join you in a day or two. Creature bowed deeply and disappeared with another crack. Well, no use trying to sleep after that. George huffed, starting to get dressed for the day. Gonna check on the shop before the ceremony. And say, Harry, you ought to swing by one of these days. Got a business proposition for you. Oh, yeah, I can do that, said Harry, and George left the room. Harry knew it was pointless for him to try and sleep again as well, so he eventually threw off the covers and got up to begin his day. The lead up to the funeral was hectic, as people were pouring in from all over the country to pay their respects. There would be a heavy ministry presence in attendance, including the minister himself. So Harry saw many of the same Aurors he'd met the week prior arriving to discuss security with the Weasleys. Harry decided to take a walk to stay out of everyone's way, and he saw Ron and Hermione sitting on a nearby hillside together. He planned to turn and walk the other way to give them privacy, but they spotted him and waved him over, so he walked up the hill and sat beside them. What's next for you, Harry? Asked Hermione. Any plans for the summer? Not really, Harry shrugged. Probably gonna head back to Grimmauld Place tomorrow. Really? Said Ron, surprised. I thought you hated that place. It's not so bad, really, Harry lied. I could just use some space is all. And I don't want to be a burden on George. Oh, please. He has his own room at Diagon Alley. Ron dismissed him. He spent way more nights here than before you showed up. I think he appreciates the company. Harry deserves some alone time of his own, though, said Hermione. I can't imagine anyone who needs a vacation more than him. Honestly, I think I've outstayed my vacation time, said Harry. I'm going to take up Kingsley's offer to join the Auror office. What? And Ron and Hermione at once. Have you guys even been to the ministry in the past 2 weeks? Asked Harry. It's a mess. They need all the help they can get. But you've done more than enough already, said an exasperated Hermione. You killed Voldemort. I don't think anyone would mind if you took a year or 2 off. I'm not built for that, Hermione, said Harry. Every summer, I just sat in my room on Privet Drive waiting to go back to Hogwarts. I hate sitting around and doing nothing all day. I just worry that you're biting off more than you can chew, Hermione sighed. Doing classwork at Hogwarts is one thing, but you're talking about hunting Death Eaters full-time. Just be careful, will you? I will, Harry promised. What about you two? You know you're welcome at Grimmauld Place anytime. We didn't tell you, mate, said Ron. We're off to Australia tomorrow. You wait, really? Asked Harry. My parents are still living there, explained Hermione. I have to find them and reverse the memory charm I put on them last summer. Then I'm going to introduce them to Ron, and we're making a vacation out of a dash. We'll be there for a month, said Ron excitedly. Doesn't that sound great? Yeah, it does, Harry had to admit. Part of him wanted to ask if he could join, but he knew he'd be a third wheel, so he bit his tongue. You two have fun. You deserve it. But we'll be back in time for the World Cup, Ron added hastily. You'll be there with us, right? World Cup? Asked Harry. Quidditch, mate, come on, said Ron. Happens every 4 years, remember? The whole family's going again. But I thought it got canceled? Nah, it's back on now that the war's over. It's in Morocco this year. It'll be insane. Brilliant, said Harry, excited now. He finally had something to look forward to beyond the funeral. It was disconcerting for his future to be as wide open as it was, nothing on his horizon for the first time in his life. It had been nearly a year and a half since he last played or even thought about Quidditch, and the thought that such pleasures could still be enjoyed was such a wonderful one he could hardly believe it. The wizarding world was healing after all. The news of Ron and Hermione's departure was a shame, though, and he pondered this as he strolled back down the path towards the house. He'd spent nearly every day of the past year with them, and for a moment he'd foolishly believed they'd never be apart again. But they were all adults now, and his friends were a couple at that. He couldn't expect them to be around every hour of every day. Harry just couldn't shake the feeling that the older he got, the fewer people were in his life. Today's funeral was just an example of that. Oh, Harry dear, said Andromeda Tonks, breaking his reverie as he entered the garden. Could you watch Teddy for a couple minutes? I've got to run inside and use the restroom. A dash, Harry said uncertainly, but he couldn't rightfully protest. He took the baby from Andromeda, and she hurried up to the house. Harry held Teddy uncomfortably, watching the youngster stare up at him with his wide eyes. Teddy hiccuped, and his hair turned jet black again. He reached for Harry's spectacles, but Harry pulled his head away. Sorry, mate. Need these to see. Harry could barely stand to look at Teddy. Doing so reminded him too much of Lupin and Tonks. Reminded him of the rough path he had ahead of him. Harry had never considered himself a good role model, and he wasn't sure if he would be a good influence on this kid. All the mistakes he'd made, all the darkness he'd seen. Teddy shouldn't be laughing and imitating his hair like he was doing now. He should be cowering in fear and staying far away. Harry walked back up to the house with Teddy and managed to pass him off to Molly, who was delighted to take him. People were starting to flood in for the ceremony, and Harry decided to hide in George's room until it was time. He changed into a nice pair of dress robes and lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, already dreading what was to come. He hadn't had time to properly grieve everyone they'd lost at the Battle of Hogwarts, and he found it best to not think about it too much. It was painful enough to miss their company. Thinking about the loss hurt even worse. Eventually, there came a knock at the door. We're all walking down now, came a voice. Harry stood up and walked downstairs. where a procession was forming out the door and down the dirt path. Harry could see the Weasley family leading the group some distance away, all dressed in black and holding one another for comfort. Behind them walked a group of witches and wizards in official ministry attire. Harry saw Kingsley Shacklebolt's distinctive purple spangled hat among them. He fell in a line with the others and made the short journey to the family cemetery just down the road. The cemetery was a small plot of land enclosed by an iron fence. Harry saw the names of several Weasleys and Pruitts on headstones as they passed by. The procession spread out in a wide semicircle around a freshly settled grave, upon which sat a beautiful headstone that read, Fred Weasley, April 1st, 1978 to May 2nd, 1998, mischief managed. Harry was already choked up just looking at the beautiful inscription, and he quickly looked away. He glanced to his left and saw a group of faces he hadn't seen in years. Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, and Oliver Wood, all former members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team in Harry's first year. Harry slid over beside them and gave them all a somber greeting. They shared a cathartic group hug before turning to watch the beginning of the ceremony. First, Arthur gave a short speech thanking the attendees for coming and giving a short eulogy for his son. Molly went after, but she was unable to get more than a few sentences into her prepared remarks and returned to Arthur's side. Then Bill, Charlie, Percy, Ron, and Ginny gave short speeches. Ron's was the hardest to listen to, as he looked up to Fred the most of anyone, and he barely finished his speech before returning to sob silently on Hermione's shoulder. Then there was a short song performed by Myron Wagtail, the lead vocalist of Fred's favorite band, the Weird Sisters, and a touching tribute from Minerva McGonagall about Fred's misadventures at Hogwarts. Finally, the minister stepped forward to give his speech. It espoused Fred's bravery and valor fighting in the Battle of Hogwarts, and a reminder to all that our actions in life define how we are remembered in death. By the time Kingsley concluded his remarks, there wasn't a dry eye left in the crowd. The crowd fell into an extended moment of silence to remember Fred. It was punctuated only by the occasional sniffle, cough, or escaped sob from the congregation. Suddenly, there was a loud crackling sound, and everyone went on alert, concerned, looking for the source of the disturbance. Sparks were emitting from Fred's grave, shooting up into the sky. Then there was a loud bang, and a plume of purple smoke engulfed everyone. When the smoke cleared, the word "Git" was burned into Fred's headstone across his name. "How dare you?" Molly shrieked, hitting George across the head. "Come on, Mom, it's what he wanted," George protested. "It was in his will dash, and we agreed that it was disrespectful and tasteless," Molly shouted. "It'll wash off in a couple days, Mom. I swear, dash. There are ministry officials here, and you have now embarrassed yourself and the family, dash." Molly trailed off, as there was low, rumbling laughter coming from the front row. The Minister of Magic himself, Kingsley Shacklebolt, was shaking with laughter, unable to contain it. A few other ministry members followed suit, and soon the entire congregation had joined in. It was contagious. Once Harry started laughing, he wasn't able to stop, and soon the tears rolling down his face were from laughter rather than grief. "It's all right, Molly," said Kingsley in a reassuring voice. "I can't imagine a better way to honor Fred. He would have wanted us to laugh. We could all use a little levity in these times." "Ah, well, of course you're right, Minister," said Molly, though she was still cross with George. She gave him a savage look that said, "We will discuss this later," to which George could only shrug sheepishly. Soon everyone was talking animatedly, sharing their favorite stories about Fred. Harry just about fell out of his seat laughing when Ron recounted the time Fred convinced him and Ginny as kids that they wouldn't get into Hogwarts unless they could shove 10 Bertie Bott's every flavor beans up each nostril. And Ron had nearly succeeded until he sneezed and hit Ginny in the face with his. Percy recalled the time everyone laughed at him on the first day of 7th year because Fred had secretly charmed his head boy badge to read "Dead Boar." By the end of the afternoon, Harry's stomach hurt from giggling so much at Fred's hijinks. Even George looked livelier than he had in weeks, sharing stories of his own and laughing at those of others. The minister was right. This was exactly what Fred would have wanted. Eventually, people began trickling back towards the Burrow, where snacks were provided. Harry lagged behind the group to wait for Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was paying his respects privately to Molly as she quietly wept in his patient arms. Harry stood respectfully at a distance until Molly and Arthur were walking back to the house, arm in arm, and he stepped forward. "Evening, Minister," he said. "Ah, Harry, my boy." Kingsley smiled. "Good to see you. My condolences for your friend." "Yeah, thanks," Harry nodded. "Listen, I've thought about your offer, and I've decided to accept." "You wish to join the Auror office?" said Kingsley, eyebrows raised. "Yes, sir. I promise to work hard every day, and you will not regret putting your trust in me." "I don't doubt it," Kingsley smiled. "When can we expect you to start? How about Monday?" That surprised Kingsley immensely. "I would have thought," he pondered aloud, "that you would choose to enjoy your summer vacation first." "I've never much liked summers personally," Harry admitted. "Or vacations for that matter. I'd rather get things done, especially considering how swamped the ministry is right now." "That's very noble of you, Harry," said Kingsley. He extended his hand. "Well, if you wish, welcome to the Auror office." Harry shook the minister's hand eagerly, noting the concerned look Ron and Hermione exchanged nearby. He didn't care. They could go traipsing around Australia all they wanted. Harry was restless here, feeling stuck out of time, like there were a million things to be done and he was lagging behind. Moping around the Burrow for another 3 months wouldn't make him feel any more ready. He had things to do, dark wizards to catch, scores to settle. He could rest when he was dead. The Compendium, Hogwarts repairs underway. Reopening planned for fall term. By Andy Smudgley, The Daily Prophet. The mammoth task of undoing the damage to Hogwarts Castle is underway, according to newly appointed headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The centuries-old building has been home to hundreds of students every year, and McGonagall reassures us that will not change. Hogwarts will be open to students on the 1st of September this fall, as it has been every year, she told the Prophet in a statement. Thanks to a combination of ministry support and volunteers, we expect to have enough progress complete to resume school operations in full. Parents have expressed concern about the safety of the school in recent years. Last year's term was embroiled in controversy under Headmaster Severus Snape, now confirmed to be a follower of you-know-who, and the year before saw a number of incidents culminating in the murder of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. "I don't know if I can trust those teachers to keep my children safe anymore," said Laureen Edgecombe, employee with the Department of Magical Transportation and mother of 2 current Hogwarts students, in a letter to the Prophet. "That place has proven to be too dangerous for children. I will seriously consider homeschooling my 2 youngest this fall." McGonagall wishes to reassure parents that the castle is perfectly safe and security will be tightened for the upcoming school year. "The threat of Lord Voldemort is past, and there is no longer a danger to the school," she said. "We will also be increasing the number of Aurors on duty at the castle to ensure that our children are secure." There has been speculation that this increase in security is in part due to looting and vandalism on school grounds in recent weeks. McGonagall says that a number of visitors have taken advantage of the abandoned castle to sneak in and take precious artifacts from within its walls. "We ask that nobody come to Hogwarts this summer unless they are part of the reconstruction team," she implored. "We've had another of items stolen, including paintings, suits of armor, and a valuable scepter that has been at the castle for centuries. If anyone has information on any of these objects, please contact the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." McGonagall was asked if the chosen one, Harry Potter, would be returning to the school to complete his 7th year. "I have not been made privy to Mr. Potter's plans," she said, "nor do I plan to ask him. If he chooses to return, he will be welcome along with anyone else whose education was disrupted by the war." Sources close to the Prophet indicate that Potter has taken a position with the Ministry of Magic in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but it is unknown at this time the extent of his role there. For more on Potter's activities in the past year, see Confederation of Goblins, page 18. "Any fun news today, Potter?" Harry looked up from his copy of the Prophet. The Auror named Frank Savage was walking by his desk. "Not really," Harry muttered, folding the paper and tossing it on his desk. Savage shrugged and walked past. Harry had been working at the Auror office for a week and a half now, and found himself so bored that he was reading the Daily Prophet cover to cover every morning just to pass the time. He had envisioned going out and fighting crime every other day, but instead he was stuck in this little cubicle, compiling reports about former Death Eaters and their possible whereabouts. Robards insisted that this was critical work, considering that all of the Ministry's records on dark wizards and witches were destroyed under thickness. But Harry had grown tired of filling out page after page of useless information. He felt no closer to catching any of these names and faces, but at least he could tell you each of their heights, eye colors, and wand cores. Harry forced himself to return to his paperwork, knowing that delaying it would only create more work later. He filled in as much information as he could about Antonin Dolohov, copying from his inmate records from Azkaban prison. 6'1", dark brown hair, black eyes, birch wand with dragon heartstring core, 10 inches. Harry's eyes started to glaze over, and he set his quill down, unable to focus. He picked up the prophet again, flipping to page 18 to see what more they had to say about him today. Confederation of Goblins seek action against Potter, Weasley, Granger. By Alexander Fenetra, The Daily Prophet. Tensions between wizards and goblins remain high following last month's break-in at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Details of the event remain unclear, but sources tell the prophet that the incident occurred shortly after noon on the 1st of May. Former Hogwarts students Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, and Hermione Granger infiltrated the bank by methods unknown and broke into a vault rumored to belong to deceased Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange, before escaping on the back of a dragon. It is unknown how the trio got through Gringotts' defenses, what they were after, or if they succeeded. Minister of Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt has defended the group, saying in a statement, "The Ministry recognizes that the Gringotts break-in was part of a greater scheme to defeat the Dark Lord Voldemort, and the actions of Potter, Weasley, and Granger set in motion a series of events that culminated in the Battle of Hogwarts the following day. The Ministry will work with the Goblins to ensure the continued security of Gringotts and fair compensation for the damage sustained during the incident." However, the Goblins seem to believe the Ministry's actions are inadequate. "We are appalled at the lack of action against the perpetrators of this crime," said Gornuk the Great, current president of Gringotts and member of the Confederation of Goblins. "Not only were items stolen from a customer's vault and extensive damage done to the bank structure, but we have reason to believe dark magic was used against goblins, including an imperious curse which is illegal under both wizarding and goblin law. Not only has Potter not been punished, but he has been rewarded with a position at the Ministry of Magic. We demand a fair trial before both wizards and goblins for his crimes." The Ministry declined to respond to inquiries about the veracity of the goblins' claims. Newly appointed director of the Goblins Liaison Office, Stephen Marchbanks, has reportedly been meeting with the Confederation to find alternative solutions to the issue. "We stand fully behind Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Granger," Mr. Marchbanks said in a brief statement to the press. "We hope to avoid any kind of conflict with the Goblins, and will work closely with them to resolve this issue." "What's the Confederation of Goblins?" Harry asked aloud to no one in particular. "The Goblins' leadership body," said Proudfoot, who was walking back to her desk from the restroom. "They negotiate with the Ministry and make decisions on behalf of their race." "Why do you ask?" "Reading about my break-in," Harry grimaced, indicating the prophet in his hands. "They don't sound too pleased." "Blimey, Gorunk's got the Confederation involved now." Savage grimaced, leaning in a view from his own desk across the way. "That's not good." "Gornuk the Great?" Harry asked, having seen the name earlier in the article. "You know him?" "Only heard stories," said Savage. "Gornuk the Greedy, most wizards call him in private. Always claiming the wizarding world has wronged him in some way and demanding compensation. Tread with care around him." "But Kingsley Shacklebolt said the Ministry could smooth things over," said Harry. "Right. They can try," said Savage, "but the Goblins have a tendency to take matters into their own hands when things don't go their way. Remember Ludo Bagman? He hasn't been seen in nearly 4 years since he ran afoul of the Confederation. Dawlish had a bit of trouble with him a few years back, remember?" sneered Proudfoot. "Tried to use counterfeit galleons to settle a debt." "He did?" Harry asked. "Oh yes," Savage said. "Real mess that was. Dumbledore himself had to meet with the Confederation to make that go away. Dawlish apologized for it and everything, but you know what they say, once a Slytherin, always a Slytherin dash." "What?" Harry yelped. "Dawlish was a Slytherin?" "Sure was," Savage scowled. "We never let him hear the end of it, neither." "But then," Harry said, gears turning in his head, That's why he stayed under thickness, then? Because he was a Voldemort sympathizer? No, that's not why, said Robards sternly, who had left his corner office to interrupt the conversation. Dawlish was many things, but he was not a fan of the Dark Lord. He wouldn't be an Auror if he wasn't dedicated to fighting dark magic. Didn't stop him from being a bootlicker when thickness showed up, Savage muttered. Proudfoot nodded in silent agreement with that sentiment. Dawlish did what he thought he had to do to survive, Robards said firmly. Shacklebolt has vouched for him time and again, dash. Then why hasn't he turned himself in? Savage demanded. Where has he been since the Battle of Hogwarts? We're not having this conversation again, Robards insisted. Enough about Dawlish. Everyone back to work. He returned to his office, and Savage and Proudfoot begrudgingly went back to their seats. Harry hadn't realized how much of a sore subject Dawlish was around here. He had always wondered why Dawlish wasn't part of the Order of the Phoenix like many other Aurors were, but apparently there were rifts in the Auror office that preceded Voldemort's return. Harry forced himself back to work on his paperwork, until mercifully the clock struck noon and he stood for lunch. Usually he met Arthur Weasley in the atrium to share a meal, but Arthur had sent him a memo the day before, saying he would be too busy this week to get out of his office. So Harry took the lift up to level 1, where there was a small corner deli operated by a jolly witch, and bought himself a sandwich to eat in the courtyard. He silently munched on his meal, looking up at the enchanted ceiling, which today unfortunately reflected a gloomy, overcast sky. Harry had found himself in a dour mood the past few days since starting his new job. Auror work was tedious and nowhere near as exciting as he'd expected, and he felt cooped up here in this underground maze of obscure departments and subdepartments. It wasn't much better going home either. Most nights he passed the time at Grimmauld Place by skimming through his old Hogwarts textbooks and reminiscing on a simpler time. He'd even taken up Muggle cooking in the kitchen because he was so bored. Was this what being an adult meant? An endless slog of boredom and responsibility? The only highlight of his day was in the afternoons, when Robards had carved out time to train Harry on some of the more advanced magic required for the job. That wasn't to say it was easy. In fact, Harry quickly realized just how much of a gap in his education he had from skipping his 7th year. He fared all right in his early mock duels in the training room, but Robards quickly learned Harry's patterns and exploited them, deflecting his hexes with ease and easily overpowering Harry with his own. Didn't you ever learn non-verbal spells, Potter? Robards asked after parrying yet another failed stunning spell. You're giving me too much time and information to counter you. Haven't got the hang of it yet, Harry muttered. He started learning non-verbal magic in his 6th year under Snape, but he'd never had much success with him as instructor. He suspected that 7th year spent a lot more time mastering the technique, something he'd never had to do. He tried to focus and cast more non-verbal spells, but this only caused the duels to conclude more quickly as Robards easily dispatched him time and again. Best get practicing on those, Robards huffed, clearly looking disappointed with Harry. As bad as Harry did in these sessions, he was even worse at other aspects of the job. His potion skills had taken a nosedive since he no longer had the guidance of the Half-Blood Prince, and Robards was amazed at Harry's lack of basic alchemical knowledge. You've never brewed a healing draft before? Robards laughed. That's the most basic tool in an Auror's arsenal. What if you're injured on the job? I learned about it, Harry muttered, but never quite got around to making it. At least tell me you know how to mend injuries with your wand. Harry could only shake his head sheepishly. Well, said Robards, clearly shocked at the ineptitude. Keep practicing then, Potter. I'll tell you right now that if you'd applied under the old Auror system, you wouldn't have even received an interview. Harry felt a deep sense of shame at his failures to live up to Auror's standards. He could tell that Robards and the others were looking at him differently now that they'd seen his skills up close rather than hearing grand tales of his abilities and achievements. The mystique surrounding him after Voldemort's demise was starting to fade, and reality was setting in. Harry just wasn't cut out for the job. It was starting to affect his self-confidence as well. You're rubbish, Harry would tell himself after every failed attempt at basic tasks. Everyone knows now that you're a fraud. Dumbledore was the brilliant one, and you're taking credit for what he did on his own. He longed to speak with Ron and Hermione about it, to confide his feelings of inadequacy, but they were unreachable at the moment. no doubt enjoying their vacation in Australia. Now Harry was really regretting his decisions, and he was even considering resigning from the Auror office and returning to Hogwarts after all. But one thought kept gnawing away at him. Dawlish was a Slytherin? This piece of information was intriguing to him for many reasons. No matter what Kingsley or anyone else said to defend Dawlish, he had served under Thickness and fought on Voldemort's side at Hogwarts. Furthermore, every time Harry had ever come across him, Dawlish was actively working against the Order and the Resistance efforts. Dawlish had tried to arrest Dumbledore in his 5th year. He'd tailed Dumbledore during his Horcrux hunt the year after. And he'd passed information to the Death Eaters about the date of Harry's departure from Privet Drive. All of that was damning enough. But a Slytherin? Harry had learned by now that not all Slytherins were dark wizards. But what business did a Slytherin have applying for the Auror office? Cunning, ambition, a self-serving nature. What did any of those traits have to do with fighting crime? What Slytherin would ever put their own life on the life to save somebody else? No wonder Dawlish stayed at the Ministry under Thickness. He must have seen an opportunity to advance himself, perhaps to lead the Auror office himself one day. And the other Aurors didn't seem to like him much either. Harry decided that if he was going to be an Auror, he might as well use the tools provided to him. Robards had introduced him to an enchanted book called the Compendium, which provided all of the information the Ministry had compiled about any given topic. Harry asked to borrow it from Proudfoot and brought it back to his desk. Then, checking to make sure no one was close enough to hear, he opened the book to an empty page, tapped his wand on it, and whispered, "John Dawlish." The compendium came to life, its blank pages filling with black ink, a compilation of words and images related to Dawlish's recorded life. First, Harry saw his Hogwarts record from 25 years back, which looked quite like Hermione's all outstandings on his OWL and NEWT exams. Both a prefect and head boy. Only a single detention on record, for arguing a grade with a professor. Glowing recommendation letters from Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Slughorn. His Auror application notes were similarly pristine, conducted by none other than Alastair Moody. Shows great aptitude with potions, keen survival sense and self-preservation ability, encyclopedic mind, clever use of hexes and jinxes to surprise opponents. There was only a single negative mark against him. Shows lack of willingness to work in teams. But otherwise, Harry could see why he passed the Auror training program with flying colors. From there came a series of troubling reports and articles concerning Dawlish in the later years of his time with the Ministry. Harry saw a Daily Prophet article concerning his legal trouble with Gringotts, which Proudfoot had mentioned earlier. He was suspended for 3 months for that incident. There was a 1995 memo from then-Minister Cornelius Fudge to Rufus Scrimgeour, complaining of Dawlish's declining abilities and requesting a new personal guard. Then again in 1996, a disciplinary record written by Robards when Dawlish failed to appear at his assigned post in Hogsmeade. Then nothing. Harry flipped to the back of the compendium to make sure he wasn't missing anything, but it appeared the Ministry had no notes on Dawlish from 1997 onward. Nothing from when Thickness took over or Shacklebolt a month ago. Was the Ministry that bad at record-keeping in the past year? Or had Thickness administration deliberately kept Dawlish's records under wraps? It puzzled and concerned Harry to no end. He figured he might as well update the Ministry's records with what Lily did know. He turned back to the last written page and pulled out his quill. Underneath the last line he wrote, May 2nd, 1998. Dawlish spotted at the Battle of Hogwarts fighting for Lord Voldemort. Injured Aberforth Dumbledore. Current whereabouts unknown. Satisfied, Harry closed the compendium and tapped his wand on the spine, saying, Finite. If no one else was going to keep an eye on Dawlish, he would make damn sure to use the power of his office to hold him accountable. As Harry walked back to return the compendium to its home on a shelf in the back room, Robards flagged him down and summoned him into his office. Doing some homework? He asked, indicating the heavy tome in Harry's hands. Just research for my reports, Harry lied. Good, said Robards. Listen, Potter, I've noticed you seem restless out there. Reading the Prophet, doodling at your desk, don't worry. You're not in trouble. Trust me, I get it. Not quite the job you signed up for, right? Not exactly, Harry shrugged. I promise it won't always be this dull, said Robards. Once you're caught up to speed, we'll get you out in the field more. You can get some fresh air, maybe see some action. but I'm sure you understand why I've kept you cooped up in here." "Yeah," Harry muttered. "Because I'm not ready." "That's not the only reason," Robards corrected. "I have faith that you can fend for yourself out there. That's not the issue. The issue is you're something of a celebrity, and we have to find a role for you that's both low priority and out of the way. And I think I've found something for you." "That's so?" Harry asked, suddenly excited. He was going to get an assignment? "You may have heard that the Quidditch World Cup is happening in Morocco next month," said Robards. "Shacklebolt has offered his Aurors as additional protection for the event. So I'm going to post you at the campgrounds for night watch duty." Harry's heart sank. The Quidditch World Cup had been the one thing he was looking forward to this summer. A break in the routine, a chance to take his mind off of things for a few days. Now the event was going to be a stressful affair, and he wouldn't be able to spend time with his friends. "Something the matter?" asked Robards, sensing the change in Harry's demeanor. "No, sir, it's brilliant, thank you," Harry forced himself to say. "Just will I be able to watch the match from my post?" Robards smiled sadly at him. "Somebody's got to watch the grounds," he said. "That's the job, right?" "Yeah, of course," said Harry, standing from his seat to leave Robards' office. "Thank you, sir. I'll be ready." He walked back to his desk, keeping his head low to hide his burning disappointment. Nothing about the life of an Auror was what he expected. He felt trapped, embarrassed, inadequate at everything. Worse, he felt he had no one he could talk to about these feelings of guilt and shame. He preferred being hunted by Voldemort than this mess he now found himself in. At least then he had people by his side. Now he felt utterly alone. A bit of a downer chapter 1, no, so I try to keep it short and sweet. I promise there's more fun and adventure to come. If you've made it this far, consider leaving a review. See you soon for CH6, Revenge of the Beetle. Harry received a rare bit of good news later that month, which came in the form of a memo zooming into the Auror office through the letterbox and fluttering over Harry's desk. He reached up and plucked it out of the air, unfolding it to reveal Arthur's messy handwriting. "Harry, Ron and Hermione will be back from Australia tonight. They will likely be very tired, but they said they wanted to see you. Would you like to come over to the Burrow for dinner tomorrow evening? We would all be delighted to have you. A.W." Harry excitedly wrote a reply on the back of the memo, accepting the invitation. He tossed it back into the air, watching it flutter away and back out of the office. Ron and Hermione had been gone for nearly 6 weeks now. Apparently their vacation was going better than planned, and they had decided to stay longer. He hadn't been apart from them for that long in ages, and he was eager to catch up. He hadn't realized how much he relied upon them to vent his frustrations, and they were starting to pile up now with a new job. Harry arrived at the Burrow immediately after work the next day, a bottle of nice mead in hand. Molly greeted him with a warm hug, as did Ginny with a slightly less warm hug. "Ron and Hermione are taking a nap," Molly explained, still adjusting to the time zones. Harry helped prepare the kitchen for dinner, and by the time Arthur had arrived home and they were putting out plates, Ron and Hermione came trudging down the stairs. They brightened at once at the sight of Harry, and each assaulted him with a warm embrace. Hermione looked significantly darker, while Ron just looked slightly redder around the nose and ears. The 6 of them sat around the dinner table, chatting happily about the past month of their lives. Ron and Hermione recounted their Australia trip. They had rented a Muggle Jeep and taken a road trip all along the coast. "Not quite the same as flying around in the Ford Anglia," Ron laughed, "but it was loads of fun. Hermione's an excellent driver. I took my driving exam 2 summers ago," Hermione explained upon Harry's quizzical look. "I also enchanted the steering wheel to autopilot, but thanks, Ron." Conversation soon turned to Harry and the Auror office. "We're all eager to hear how it's been." Arthur beamed at Harry. "Youngest Auror in centuries. Not that it's any challenge for you, I'm sure. What have you been up to?" "Mostly just learning the ropes," Harry said, forcing a smile. "Loads to do, you know. Death Eaters to catch." "How exciting, dear," said Molly. "We're so very proud of you." Harry gave a significant look towards Ron and Hermione that he had more to say on the subject in private. They immediately understood and sought to change the topic. "Ron and I are going to Diagon Alley this Saturday," said Hermione. "I've just received my book list for 7th year." "You're going back, Hermione?" said Molly. "Good for you. I know you 3 have been through hell, but I'm so proud you're finishing your education." I don't suppose you could convince Ron to go back as well then, Hermione? Asked Arthur hopefully. It's his decision to make, of course, but it would be so good for his future. What about Harry? Ron protested. You aren't nagging him to go back, are you? Harry's not our son, Molly said calmly. And he's already got a job at the ministry. What are your plans this fall? Ron did not retort to this, just muttering something to himself about never took to school anyway. Can I come with you too? Harry asked Hermione. I've got some business to take care of there myself. Take Ginny with you as well? Won't you? Said Molly. Don't know if I'll have time to accompany her to get her books. Sure, said Hermione. Harry saw the mortified look on Ginny's face, the one that said she hadn't yet told her parents she intended to skip her 7th year as well, but he said nothing. Harry wasn't sure if Molly and Arthur could handle the news that none of their 4 youngest children would be completing their educations at Hogwarts. They continued to chat around the dinner table until well past dark, when Molly and Arthur finally excused themselves to bed. Ginny, sensing that she was a 4th wheel in the upcoming conversation, excused herself soon after, and it was just Harry. Ron and Hermione left lounging around the sitting room. So Harry, said Ron, tell us how it's really been. Enjoying being an Auror. Well, Harry began, glancing up at the stairs to ensure they weren't being eavesdropped upon. He started impassively talking about the job and how boring it was, and grew more agitated by the minute. Soon he was ranting about how he felt completely out of his depths, totally inadequate and underqualified, and was worried about being exposed as a fraud. And I just found out I can't go to the Quidditch World Cup with you lot, he said despairingly. I just feel trapped and alone. I don't know what to do. He half expected Hermione to chastise him and insist that he return to Hogwarts with her to better prepare himself. Instead, she slid off the sofa and wrapped her arms around him in a reassuring hug. Oh, Harry, that sounds awful, she said sympathetically. Blimey, mate, you've been holding all that in for 6 weeks? Ron whistled. No wonder you looked like you were going to explode at dinner. Yeah, Harry exhaled. I've been thinking about quitting, but I'm worried about how it will look. Kingsley took a big risk letting me in without the proper training. Kingsley knows you won't be at full strength so quickly, Hermione said. Most Aurors have to train for 3 whole years to get to where you are now. It'll just take time. You'll get better. I reckon it won't take you 3 years to get up to speed either, said Ron. You have more combat experience than half those blokes. My dad said something to me once that stuck with me, said Hermione, right after I got my Hogwarts letter and met Dumbledore for the first time. He said if it scares you, it's probably worth doing. Auror work is supposed to be challenging, Harry. You're supposed to struggle at first, but that will only make it twice as rewarding when you start to succeed. Don't you ever, Ron said, pointing an accusing finger at Harry, keep that stuff to yourself again. I'm your best mate, and you tell me straight away if you're feeling down. Harry was amazed. In the span of about 60 seconds, he had gone from his absolute lowest point to glowing with pride at his 2 friends. He'd forgotten just how much strength he drew from them, and how much adversity he was willing to face with them by his side. Thanks, you guys, he said sincerely. It's been a hard month, and you just made it a lot better. All worries about his future subsided, and Harry spent the rest of the evening laughing and enjoying his friend's company. He already felt infinitely better about the situation, and any ideas about quitting his job disappeared. He was struggling, but as Hermione said, that was a good thing. He would push through it and get to the other side. He left shortly before midnight and Aberforth to Grimmauld Place, tired but satisfied, feeling ready to take on the rest of the work week with a fresh attitude. That Saturday, Harry arrived early at the Leaky Cauldron, too excited to pace endlessly around Grimmauld Place. Ron and Hermione arrived just after noon as planned, with a cross-looking Ginny in tow. Change your mind after all? Harry asked her. Told my mom I was considering Quidditch tryouts, she said glumly. She wouldn't hear it, of course. Figure I'll just buy the books now and return them later if it all works out. You'll do fine. I'm sure of it, Harry reassured her. But she still looked glum as they stepped into the back alley and tapped the brick wall to enter Diagon Alley. Well, my first stop's the bookstore, Hermione announced. What's everyone else's plan? I've got to swing by the Daily Prophet, Harry sighed. Promised Kingsley I'd make a statement. I'm going to look for a new broomstick, said Ginny. I'll need something faster than George's old clean sweep for tryouts. Shall we meet at George's shop in 2 hours? Harry suggested. They agreed and went their separate ways. Harry headed down the southeast fork towards Prophet headquarters. The alley was busy today. Hogwarts students and their parents were out buying school supplies. Harry did his best to keep his head low, but he did draw numerous eyes as he passed by, with whispers and gasps of surprise following in his wake. Along the way, Harry passed by a familiar shop that made him stop in his tracks. The first shop he'd ever set foot in at Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop. The last time Harry had walked past, it had been ransacked as Ollivander was kidnapped by Voldemort. It warmed Harry's heart to see him back in business, assisting excited-looking 11-year-olds as they roamed around his dusty shop. He considered stopping in to say hello and see how he was doing, but he didn't know how long the Prophet would keep him, so he continued walking. He finally located the place. A simple two-story office with the Daily Prophet printed in emboldened letters on its edifice. Harry can still see unpacked boxes stacked up in the reception area. Clearly, they just moved back into these premises recently after spending so long at the Ministry of Magic. "Hi, I'm here to see Barnabas Cuff," Harry told the reception witch, who gave him a startled look when she looked up. She quickly recovered and picked up a small bell, which made no sound when she rang it. However, 10 seconds later, a squat wizard came rumbling down the hall towards her. "Yes, Marina, I've told you to only use the bell for emerging." "Oh, Merlin's beard, it's Harry Potter," said the wizard, extending an eager hand to Harry. "Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief. Pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," said Harry, though secretly he harbored a deep dislike for the man. He'd been in charge of the Prophet for many years, including the ones when they decided Harry was worthy of infinite scorn, so his pleasantries felt hollow. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" said Barnabas. "Not that you aren't welcome, of course. You can stop by any time for a chat dash. I've come to settle some of the things you've been printing about me," Harry said coldly. "About Gringotts and the Auror office and all of that." "Oh, splendid," said Barnabas. "Why don't we put you in our conference room for now? I'll speak to my reporters, and we'll whip up a story for you." "Sure," Harry said, though he didn't see the logic in forming the story until they heard what he had to say. He followed Barnabas down the hall to an empty room with a long table, and he settled into a desk chair, prepared for a long wait. But luckily, he didn't have to wait long. The door opened just 5 minutes later, and a blonde witch in a lime green jumpsuit walked in. "Harry dear," came a familiar sing-song voice. "Long time no see." Harry blanched. Rita Skeeter was extending a slender hand for him to shake, a broad smile on her face. "You," Harry blurted out without thinking. "I thought the Prophet fired you. They hired me back." Rita beamed, sitting in the seat directly next to Harry without asking. "Must have been my stellar reporting for the Quibbler a few years back. Talent doesn't go unrewarded for long." Harry's heart sank. Rita's reporting had always struck him as brainless fluff, and she had a tendency to exaggerate Harry's worst features to make him look bad. He suspected that she was right about being hired back because of her Quibbler piece, but only because the Prophet thought she might be able to get the inside scoop on him yet again. "Well, congratulations, I suppose," Harry forced himself to say, deciding that open hostility was not the best path forward. "There's so many questions surrounding you, my dear. It's so lovely that you would come and clear them up for us." Rita smiled. She reached into her handbag and began withdrawing writing supplies for their interview. "I've prepared a statement about my whereabouts in the past year," Harry said quickly, "and I'd like it to be printed verbatim, so you can put that thing away." He indicated the acid green quill hovering in midair over a bottle of ink, the quick quotes quill, which he knew was prone to going off script and putting words in his mouth he never said. "Oh, very well," Rita huffed. She stowed the green quill away and pulled out a black one, which she also left levitating over the ink bottle. "It's a self-writing quill, so don't get twisted about this one. I bought it from your friend Weasley's joke shop, if you must know." "Okay," Harry said. That did make him feel better. "Last year, my friends Ron and Hermione and I went on a mission that was left to us by Albus Dumbledore before he died. Some things we needed to do to ensure Voldemort would never return again. One of those missions involved breaking into the Ministry of Magic, another involved breaking into a vault at Gringotts Bank, and another involved returning to Hogwarts, which is why the battle occurred there. We cannot say what we were doing, but I can promise that we succeeded in our mission, and that Voldemort is dead for good." Harry took a deep breath, satisfied. He had rehearsed the speech several times in the mirror the night before, confident that it was exactly what the wizarding world needed to hear. Nothing more, nothing less. The self-writing quill dutifully jotted down his exact words, but Rita was studying his expression, looking dissatisfied. "You see, Harry," she said sweetly. "You haven't told us anything we don't already know. We all suspected this had something to do with Dumbledore and with the Dark Lord. But can't you tell us more? Give us the details of your adventures?" "Sorry, but no," Harry said flatly. "The mission involved terrible dark magic that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. We want to make sure that nobody ever attempts what Voldemort did ever again." "So by that," said Rita slowly, leaning in closer towards Harry, "surely you must mean the Elder Wand, correct?" Sorry," Harry asked nervously. He resisted the instinct to clutch at the Elder Wand stowed in his pocket, as though Rita was about to plunge a hand into his robes and snatch it triumphantly. "You gave quite the impassioned speech before killing the Dark Lord at Hogwarts," Rita pressed. "You rattled on about this Elder Wand and how you were its master. Can you elaborate on that?" "It was a lie," said Harry shakily. "I was just distracting Voldemort, that's all. He believed that his wand possessed special powers, but he was mistaken. It was just a wand. Just a wand." "That's correct. To be clear, this is the wand Voldemort stole from Dumbledore's tomb, which he himself won from Grindelwald during the first Vitza-ding-Va." Harry froze in fear. How did Rita know all of this? And how much had she written in the Prophet about it already? As if reading his mind, Rita plucked the self-writing quill out of the air and set it harmlessly on the table. "This is off the record, of course," she whispered with a wink. "I'm a reporter, Harry. I can do research of my own. The wand is legend, of course, and people talk. Never mind where the wand came from or who had it when," Harry said crossly. "It's a fairy tale, nothing more. A children's book tale that Voldemort believed because he was desperate. A children's book tale that was left to you in Albus Dumbledore's will." Rita smiled yet more widely. "We're still off the record, darling. Don't play games with me." Harry pointed an accusatory finger at Rita. "This does not get printed. Do you hear me?" he growled. "This is dangerous information you're playing with. The wand may be harmless, but it could give people the wrong idea, and then I'm in danger dash. So you are in possession of the wand?" Rita grinned. "I didn't say that," Harry stammered. Rita grinned wider-busted. "Listen, Miss Skeeter, this was a mistake. I think I'll go back to the ministry and inform them that you're an unregistered animagus." And he stood to leave. "Sit down, Potter," Rita said in a stern voice. "Your friend Granger may have gotten the upper hand on me once, but rest assured it won't work twice. I've taken care of that little problem, you see, and you'll find that I am indeed on the Animagus registry." "I don't believe you," Harry said at once, but he could see in her eyes that she was not lying. "Then go," Rita said, nodding casually to the door. Harry didn't move, and a smug grin returned to Rita's face. "I thought not. You managed to blackmail me once, Harry, and now I'm returning the favor. I'm well aware of the danger surrounding this wand, and I have no intention of printing it. That's assuming you give me the scoop whenever I need it. Journalism is a difficult career, and I could use the leg up on the competition if you know what I mean." Harry considered her proposition silently, unable to see an alternative. "You really are evil. You know that?" Harry snarled. "It is quite fun. You ought to try it sometime." Rita smiled. She stowed away the black quill and pulled the quick quotes quill again, daring him to protest. Harry said nothing, fuming silently to himself. "Now, dear, let's talk about this nasty goblin business. I want to hear all about how you loathe those foul little creatures, and why you decided to thumb your nose at them by stealing their gold." Harry stalked back and forth outside of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, consumed in anger. A number of customers recognized him and started to approach, but quickly backed away when they saw the mutinous expression on his face. Finally, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny appeared, carrying bags full of supplies and chatting happily, but their faces dropped when they saw him. "Harry, what's happened?" asked Hermione cautiously. "Sorry, Ginny, but we need a minute," Harry said. Ginny rolled her eyes, but brushed past him into the shop, giving the trio time to talk. "It's Rita Skeeter," he whispered once Ginny was out of earshot. "She knows all about the Elder Wand, and she's blackmailing me with it." "What? Ron and Hermione yelped, and they listened carefully as Harry recounted the uncomfortable interview at the Prophet. And I told her I'd go to the ministry, expose her as an animagus, but she said she's registered now, Harry said glumly. I don't think she's lying either. Damn, Hermione said to herself. I should have known she would be out for revenge after what I did to her. But Harry, it's not all bad news. Nobody really takes her seriously as a reporter anyway. They will, as long as the Prophet believes she's the only one who can get the scoop on me, said Harry, frustrated. And she is, now that she can hold something over my head that I care about. Why don't you talk to Shacklebolt about it, said Ron. I bet he could put a stop to it, because I've just convinced him to stop leaning on the Prophet. Harry laughed, realizing the irony of his situation now. It would only make the situation worse if people believed the ministry was trying to silence her. It would make her more believable. Harry's right, Hermione muttered. If we try to do something drastic, it'll just backfire. I think Harry just needs to stay on her good side for a while. You mean let her get away with it? Harry yelped. It sounds like she won't reveal what she knows unless you try to undermine her, said Hermione. And as much as I dislike the woman, she does have some integrity. Blackmail only works if both parties uphold their end of the bargain. Integrity, my arse, Ron muttered angrily. Come on, let's go inside. I might buy a pygmy puff for Skeeter and tell her where to shove it. The trio walked into the store, which was bustling with customers. Step right up, folks, and have a look at today's specials, said a young witch wearing magenta robes and a matching top hat. Fang frisbees for half off today only. Stock is limited, so claim yours now. Always wanted one of those, said Ron, moving forward towards the counter. An annoyed Hermione followed him, no doubt to talk him out of the purchase. Harry walked towards the back of the shop, where George had set up a defensive magic section for specialty items. He saw a locked case full of Peruvian instant darkness powder, background check required, a barrel full of decoy detonators, and a coat rack stocked with shield cloaks, which he picked up and admired. Hiya, Harry, said a shrill voice behind him. Harry turned to see a group of Hogwarts girls, giggling and staring at him. He recognized the one in the front as a Gryffindor girl from 2 years below him. Hi, Romilda, Harry said politely. Good summer? Great, said Romilda Vane with a wide smile. Are you coming back to Hogwarts next year? I saw Hermione Granger buying books at Flourish and Blots earlier. Nah, I've got a job at the ministry now, said Harry. Oh, said Romilda, looking deflated. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, so you can probably put those back now, Harry said, pointing to a bright pink bottle in her hand that she hastily tried to conceal. Oh, this? Romilda giggled, indicating the love potion in her hand. This wasn't meant for you, Harry. I would never. You know my mate Ron got into those chocolates you gave me 2 years ago? Harry said coolly. He wouldn't stop talking about you for hours. Huh. That's odd, Romilda stammered, looking red in the face now. Hey, you lot, said a familiar voice. New policy on love potions. Limit 1 per customer. We've had too many complaints from your male classmates. George had appeared from the back room, wearing identical magenta rolls as his employees, minus the top hat and with the drawstrings half-heartedly fastened. These girls bothering you, Harry? No, we're just catching up, Harry grinned. Romilda looked like she'd rather be anywhere else than there. We'll just go put these back then, Romilda said hastily. Good seeing you, Harry. Then she and her gaggle of friends scurried off to the other side of the shop. Thanks, Harry said to George once they were out of earshot. No problem, George grinned. You have a minute to chat? And he led the way back into the storeroom, where boxes of inventory lay strewn haphazardly around the space. Busy day? Harry asked, looking around at the whirlwind of joke items. Busy month, George smiled weakly. Been spending more time back here, trying to keep on top of the little details. Inventory, finances, all that fun stuff. Usually Fred was good at handling that stuff, but I'll manage. You said you had a proposition for me? Said Harry, eager to change the subject. George perked up at this. Yeah, I do, said George. He approached a small safe on the wall and tapped it in all 4 corners with his wand. It sprung open, and George pulled out a small burlap sack that looked vaguely familiar to Harry. He plopped it on the desk, and it made a loud, jangling noise. Is that Dash? Harry asked. Your Triwizard winnings, said George proudly. Well, not technically. We spent all of the original money, but we've been keeping the profits in here. And we're back up to 1,000 galleons, just like the day you gave it to us. This is pure profit, then? Harry said, incredulous. Brilliant, mate. You've done well for yourself. It belongs to you, of course, said George. And I won't hear any arguments about it either, he insisted, seeing the sour look on Harry's face. You invested in our company, and we don't take that lightly. These profits belong to you. Well, I'm not taking them, Harry said flatly. Use them to expand the shop or something. But that's exactly the plan, said George, excited. We wanted to open up a second location in Hogsmeade, as well as the villages near Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Their mail-in orders have skyrocketed in the past few months. Plus, we want to open up a booth at the Quidditch World Cup, which isn't cheap dash. Great. So what's that got to do with me? Harry demanded. You have the money right there. Mate, Fred and I never felt comfortable just taking the money for nothing, said George. We always said we'd find a way to repay you someday when we had the means. Well, now we do. So if you won't take your investment back, let's at least make it a proper business deal, so you get something out of the returns. I see, said Harry. So you want me to be a co-owner? Something like that, George winked. Name a figure, and I'll sell you a fraction of the company. You'll be entitled to a cut of the profits, and you can have a say in future business dealings. It's the least I could do for all you've done to help us. Okay, said Harry. You have a deal. What do you think's fair? Well, I reckon the company's worth 10 times what it is now once we expand, said George. How's about 10% of the company? That'll get you your money back if we're successful. Sounds good to me, Harry said. He and George shook hands. Great. I'll draw up some paperwork and send it for you to sign, said George. And by the way, mate, I never got a chance to tell you, but bloody well done on joining the Aurors. You must be the youngest to ever do it. Yeah, usually they require 3 years of training first, Harry shrugged. Guess they figured fighting Voldemort was a fair substitute. Damn right, said George. Well, to celebrate, I've got a present for you. He reached behind his desk and withdrew a small black case, which he handed to Harry. You shouldn't have, Harry muttered. He popped open the case, which contained a small golden semicircle about 6 inches in diameter. It's a cuff bracelet, said George. Try it on. Harry slipped his hand through the ring, and it magically snapped into place around his wrist. He admired the bracelet, surprised at how lightweight it felt. Thanks, George, said Harry. I'm not one for jewelry usually, but it's really nice. Oh, it isn't just for decoration. Watch this, said George. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal that he was wearing an identical bracelet. He tapped his wand to it and said in a clear voice, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. A moment later, Harry's bracelet grew quite warm and glowed slightly in the dim lighting. He pulled the bracelet closer to his face, and to his astonishment, words were now carved into the bracelet. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Pretty cool, right? George beamed. Got the idea from Hermione's Diagon. Took us forever to develop them. Protean charms are bloody difficult. I didn't know how she did it so quickly. This is incredible, George, said Harry, astonished. He watched as the engraved letters slowly faded away, leaving the golden band blank again. The Aurors could use something like this to pass along messages in the field. Thought you might say that, George said with a wink. He reached behind his desk again and pulled out a large bag, handing it to Harry. There's 24 more in there, all linked to each other. Give them to the other Aurors and test them out. We're still in the prototype phase, but we hope to take it to market around Christmas time. They'll be thrilled, said Harry. He slipped off his bracelet and put it back in its case, tossing it with the others in the bag. George did the same with his. And by the way, George said, lowering his voice and glancing at the door, Ron's been talking about the Auror office nonstop since he got back from vacation. He's too proud to ask, but I reckon he wants to join like you did. Really, said Harry. I'm sure they'd let him. He was there with me all last year dash. Tell him that, said George. He still seems to think you deserve the job more, because you're famous. I told him that doesn't prevent you from being just as big a prat as he is. Harry laughed. Yeah, I'll put in a good word for him, he said. He eventually excused himself and returned to the front of the store, where Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were all waiting for him. Ron had apparently been successful in purchasing his fanged frisbee, because he was tossing one up in the air to himself to Hermione's chagrin. Ready to go, Harry? Asked Hermione. Yeah, he said. I've got one more stop I want to make before we go. What's that? Elops, Harry said with a sad smile. I reckon it's time to find a replacement for Hedwig. The other three gave him reassuring pats on the back as he led the way back up the alley towards the Owl Emporium. Harry hadn't been inside since his first time to Diagon Alley 7 years ago, when he purchased his snowy white owl that had been with him through thick and thin. He'd been borrowing ministry owls for his morning profit, but knew it was time to move forward and pick a new companion. It can be tough replacing a pet, mate, said Ron, patting Harry's shoulder as they walked into Elop's. I never thought I'd find a worthy replacement for Scabbers, and granted, Pigwidgeon wasn't much of one, but Scabbers turned out to be a right git himself. On second thought, don't take advice from me. But Harry wasn't really listening to Ron. He was looking up at the many different kinds of owls flying around from perch to perch in the shop's vaulted foyer. Are you going to get another snowy owl, Harry? Asked Ginny. Nah, I reckon it would remind me too much of Hedwig, said Harry. Barn owls are dependable, Hermione offered helpfully. Great directional birds. Always like the look of those tawny owls, Ron said, pointing one out. But Harry had his eye on one bird, perched majestically across the room from him. A beautiful blue owl, with a single yellow feather standing out on its left wing. That one, he said decisively, pointing it out. Excellent choice, sir, said the store manager, who had walked over to assist him. Screech owl, she is. Known for their speed, a common choice for rapid deliveries. Highly intelligent and loyal as well. It'll cost you an extra 5 galleons, for a total of 15. That'll be fine, Harry said, as the manager hurried away to retrieve the owl and locate a cage for her. Good choice, Harry, said Hermione. I'm sure you'll love her. What do you name her? Asked Ginny. All 4 of them went silent, trying to think of an appropriate name. How about Dora? Harry suggested. That yellow feather reminds me of something Tonks would do with her hair, just for fun. Dora. I like it, Harry, said Hermione with a smile. Good choice, mate, said Ron, as he walked up the alley back towards the exit with the others, carrying Dora in a cage beside him. Harry had already forgotten all about his encounter with Rita Skeeter. This was still the best day he'd had in months. After years and years of conflict, of wondering whether or not he was about to die, he finally got to spend a carefree day with his friends. Whatever problems lay on his horizon, he felt fully recharged to face them head-on. Maybe adulthood wasn't so bad after all. The Moroccan Cup. The following few weeks were hectic at the Auror office, as preparations had to be made for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. The British ministry had promised their Aurors to the Moroccan government for additional security, but they would still apparently be spread quite thin. We're expecting upwards of 1 million witches and wizards at the event, Robards explained at a group meeting one morning. We will all need to be on constant alert for the entire weekend, especially considering what happened at last year's Cup. Harry did not need reminding. He vividly remembered the horrors of 4 summers ago, watching Death Eaters march through camp, lighting tents ablaze and levitating innocent bystanders in the air for fun. He had been just 14 at the time and unable to do anything to stop it. He resolved not to let it happen again. He doubled his efforts to hone his skills and prepare himself for whatever dangers lie ahead. The massive board at the front of the room had been transformed into a giant map of the grounds. The stadium sat at its center, while the surrounding land would be used as campgrounds for the many visitors coming into town for the event. Potter, said Robards, tapping the board with his wand so that Harry's name appeared on the map, you'll be mainly stationed at the southwest corner. It's designated for overflow capacity, so it'll only be busy if more people arrive than anticipated. Brilliant, Harry groaned. He understood why Robards planned it this way. He wanted to give Harry the least important job, so there was less risk he would have to see combat. It didn't make him feel any better about things. He was already annoyed that he would be prevented from seeing the match, and it looked likely to be a tedious, boring weekend on top of that. He did receive some good news, though. We will all be scheduled for 12-hour shifts, Robards explained. That should allow you time to rest and recover on your off hours. You will each be assigned a tent for personal use, or you can make your own arrangements for lodging. Harry perked up at this. He would have time off to see friends after all? He thought he would have to miss the little things that made the trip so fun, like camping with the Weasleys and celebrating with other fans of the teams. But maybe he would be able to enjoy those simple pleasures. Harry had also learned that his birthday fell on the day before the match, so he had hoped to have a bit of time off to celebrate. Robards seemed to know this, because he said, "Potter, you will have the day off on Friday. Then you'll work the graveyard shift watching the campgrounds, rest in the morning, and work the following evening during the match." "Yes, sir," Harry responded, already mentally planning ahead. Ron had been pestering him lately about scheduling as the Weasleys figured out their own plans. He would make sure to send a letter over to the Burrow with Dora tonight to fill them in. It sounded like he would be able to make the Portkey journey with them and set up in the family tent before leaving for his first shift. That eased the blow of missing the Quidditch game a little bit. Harry had also handed out the cuff bracelets that George had gifted him, and the other Aurors were astounded by their simple brilliance. "This is fantastic," exclaimed Proudfoot, admiring the bracelet upon her wrist. "Much faster and easier than sending patron uses, I'll tell you that. More secure as well," muttered Savage, who was much tougher to please but nonetheless looked impressed as well. "Won't have our messages heard by everyone within 20 feet. I'll use these to remind everyone when their shifts begin and end," said Robards. "Keep them on throughout the weekend, just in case. You never know when we might need them." Robards also spent more one-on-one time with Harry, giving him a crash course on what he needed to know for his first official field assignment. They walked into the potions lab together, where Robards handed Harry a thin belt with several notches on the side. "This is your basic toolkit," Robards explained. "Room to hold up to 3 potions, as well as a number of other specialty items. Here's what I would recommend to start." Robards opened a cabinet and began rummaging through it, pulling out a number of already brewed potions. Healing Draft, of course, in case of injury. Veritasrum, in case you have to question a suspect. And a splashable sleeping draft. Just cover your nose and mouth and throw it at the ground. Then everyone within 10 feet will pass out for a few minutes. "Great," said Harry, slipping the potions into the notches in his belt. "What's this for?" He thumbed a small button on the other side of the belt and heard a faint humming sound. "I'll show you," said Robards, drawing his wand before Harry could react. Stupefy. A red jet of light burst from Robards' wand, aimed directly at Harry's heart, but it fizzled and died a few inches away from his chest. "Shield belt, courtesy of your friend Weasley. It's only good for a few charges, so don't rely on it too heavily." Robards also took Harry out to the training course, where Harry was slowly making progress on his nonverbal spellcasting. He still struggled to fire silent hexes at Robards consistently, but he was getting the hang of shield charms without needing to say Protego. "That's the most important part," Robards reassured him. "In the unlikely event you are attacked, you just need to defend yourself for a few seconds until reinforcements arrive. Self-defense is more important than aggression, at least for now." Harry's confidence was growing more and more by the minute. His combat skills were rusty, but he was slowly getting back into fighting shape. It felt a bit like the Dumbledore's army days. All he needed was a few dedicated sessions to practice his defensive spell kite to feel ready. He also knew that if push came to shove, he had the Elder Wand in reserve. He didn't want to use it, but if he did find himself in a life or death situation, he could pull it out and improve his chances of victory. The temptation faded day by day as his skills improved, but it was always there, lingering in the back of his mind. Harry spent the Thursday night before the World Cup at the Burrow, planning to join them for the next day's Portkey journey. Percy had joined them for dinner, giving them explicit instructions for the following morning. "I've set it up myself," he said, chest puffing with pride. "A car tire lying in a ditch just outside of town. It'll be departing at 6:15 sharp, so plan to be there at 6. It'll be you lot, plus the Lovegoods, the Fawcett's, and the Diggories if they decide to come. You see, I chose a tire because of its unassuming nature, plus its size will allow the maximum number of passengers while preventing." "I'm glad he's back on good terms with the family and all." Ron had leaned over and whispered to Harry during his spiel, but I'd forgotten what a pompous prick he was. Harry stifled a laugh. Harry was awoken the following morning by a pounding on George's door. "Everyone up?" Arthur was shouting for the whole house to hear. "We leave in 15 minutes, with or without you." Still groggy, Harry forced himself out of bed to get dressed. He managed to drag himself down to the kitchen to scarf down a bit of toast before Arthur was shooing everybody out the back door, and the group of half-awake teens followed Arthur down the road that led down to the nearby village. Come on, we're already 3 minutes behind schedule." Arthur tooted, checking his pocket watch every 10 seconds as they marched single file in the dim morning light. Great, so we'll be there 12 minutes early instead of 15, Ron croaked from the back of the line. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny giggled at this, but they dutifully picked up the pace as Arthur led them through the sleepy wizarding village of Ottery, St. Catchpole. At just after 6, they arrived at the spot, a quiet, dusty road, where they could see a rusty old tire leaning up against a low wall nearby. A few other people were already there waiting for them. "Oh, hiya, Harry," said Luna Lovegood, beaming at him. "Good summer so far?" "Great, Luna, thank you." Harry smiled, giving her a hug. She asked it so casually, as though it was a summer like any other, and they hadn't just fought a war against the embodiment of evil 2 months ago. "Father here was just talking about you," she said, indicating her father behind her, who very much looked like he didn't want to be spotted. "I think he hoped that you wouldn't be coming." "And not at all the case, Luna," laughed Xenophilius Lovegood, a little too unconvincingly. "Good to see you again, Potter." Harry gave the man a brief handshake, but avoided his gaze. The last time he'd seen Mr. Lovegood was at his home earlier that spring, when he had sold Harry's location to the Death Eaters in exchange for his daughter's freedom. Harry still resented him for it, but he later learned that he'd spent a few months in Azkaban after their failed capture, so he figured there was no need to belabor the point. That was punishment enough in his mind. "I had hoped to see Amos here," said Arthur after greeting the Fawcett family. He looked up and down the road expectantly. "I heard he was considering coming after all. I wouldn't count on it," muttered Mrs. Fawcett. "He's been reclusive ever since losing his son. Hasn't been the same man." Harry felt a pang of guilt at this. He remembered the screams of agony from Amos Diggory when Harry had returned from the graveyard with Cedric's body in tow. He always hoped that Cedric's parents would be able to find peace in the years to come, but it seems that losing their only son was too traumatic to fully recover from. 60 seconds, Arthur announced, checking his pocket watch once more. "Gather around everyone quickly." The small group converged around the tire, each placing a hand on the dirty old tire. Harry imagined how odd this must look if a Muggle car were to drive by at this precise moment. But before he could share this humorous thought with the others, the tire glowed bright blue, and Harry felt himself yanked off the ground. He felt himself spinning out of control, disoriented, hands still glued to the rubber of the tire. Eventually his feet met solid ground again, and he and the rest of the group detached from the tire and regained their bearings to look around. Harry was in awe. The sun was just peeking up over the dusty plains of Morocco, a vast and barren landscape. There were already thousands of witches and wizards from all over the world milling about, staking out their own plot of land to set up their campsites. Off in the distance, Harry saw a towering structure, rising hundreds of feet into the air, with 2 golden goalposts peeked out over the top. The Quidditch Stadium. Harry was already envious of the others, as he could only imagine how spectacular it would look from the inside. This year's final would be played between Malawi and Senegal, making it an all-African final in addition to the locale. Harry noted the high percentage of African witches and wizards in attendance, here to support their countrymen. It was a stark departure from the previous Cup, which was held in Britain and featured 2 European teams. But Harry didn't mind being a minority for the weekend, was pleased to see the diversity of cultures on display on the campgrounds. It seemed the entire world had come together to celebrate Voldemort's defeat, even though his reign of terror was largely confined to Britain. Arthur led the way through the campgrounds until they located their designated site near the outskirts of the stadium grounds. Harry helped to magically erect their tent, which only covered a roughly 2-by-3-foot area, but which he knew would be magically expanded inside. Once it was up, they all clambered inside to claim their sleeping areas. There were 3 separate bedrooms, and Ron and Hermione quickly claimed one for themselves, which left Harry and Ginny to awkwardly figure out what to do next. "You're with me, Harry," said Arthur jovially when he entered, which thankfully eased the tension. Harry decided to take a quick nap once they were settled in, knowing he would need his energy later for the graveyard shift. When he awoke in the early afternoon, everyone was waiting for him in the common area to celebrate his birthday. Harry had insisted on a small celebration, so they sang him a brief song and then shared a small pound cake before exchanging gifts. Ron and Hermione had each gotten him trinkets from Australia, an enchanted boomerang from Ron that could travel for miles before returning, and a small kangaroo leather pouch from Hermione that could hold 10 times as many items as it appeared able to. Ginny gifted him with a miniature Quidditch board that could project famous matches from throughout the sport's history, while Arthur got him a voucher for a month's worth of free lunches from his favorite food stand at the Ministry. They spent the rest of the afternoon lounging around the tent, fiddling with Harry's new toys and swapping funny stories. Eventually, Ginny got up to excuse herself, grabbing her jacket and hustling out of the tent. "Says she's meeting friends here," Ron muttered. "Popular girl, that one is. Dad'll throw a fit if she's not back by dark. She won't be of age for another 2 weeks." Harry was disappointed to see her go, and he couldn't help but wonder who she was off seeing. He remembered what she told him earlier that summer. "I can't promise I'll wait for you." Was she meeting boys? Had she already found a new suitor? His insides boiled with envy, though he knew he had no right to feel this way. He'd made it clear that they weren't dating. It was his own fault if she decided to see somebody else. Her departure also meant that Ron and Hermione became consumed with one another once more, making Harry feel like more of a third wheel than ever. So he spent the next few hours outside with Arthur, meeting their camping neighbors and making small talk about work. As the sun began to set, Harry's bracelet glowed, and he read the message from Robards. "Graveyard shift has begun. Everybody to their assigned posts." "Got to go," Harry said, bidding farewell to Arthur. He returned to the tent and retrieved his utility belt, as well as his official-looking Auror badge, which he pinned to his robes before operating away. He could see why Robards had assigned him to the southwest corner of the grounds. They were nearly deserted, with only a few stray tents here and there in the overflow section. Harry sighed. He knew he was in for a long night. He'd at least hoped for a more crowded area, so that he could listen in on conversations, have some form of entertainment to keep him company. Harry instead focused on the task at hand, identifying the 2 exits he was responsible for guarding and pacing back and forth between them, keeping an eye and an ear out for any funny business. The most exciting event of the evening came shortly before midnight, when he heard whisperings from up the hill towards the stadium. He turned to see a group of 5 timid preteens, packed tightly in a bunch, approaching him from their cluster of tents. "Excuse me," one of them asked in a quivering American accent. "Are you Harry Potter?" "I am," Harry said, and the kids looked at each other in disbelief. "Awesome," said another. "Can we get an autograph?" "Oh, yeah, all right," Harry said. He took a spare quill from one of them and signed his name across the memorabilia they thrust in his face. A couple held copies of the Daily Prophet article announcing Voldemort's death, with Harry's face plastered across the front. One of them had managed to procure a moving picture of him playing Quidditch at Hogwarts in his 6th year. The kids thanked him and scurried back up the hill to their parents, giggling and talking excitedly amongst each other. Harry smiled a little to himself, watching them go. Maybe the whole being famous thing had its perks after all. The rest of Harry's shift passed by uneventfully and excruciatingly slow. He didn't see another living being for the next several hours, save for the flies buzzing obnoxiously around his head. He started to grow tired around 4 in the morning, but he forced himself to stay alert, telling himself that Death Eaters could burst their way into the campgrounds at any moment. But that never came to pass, and soon the sun was peeking out over the hill behind him. Harry finally got the all-clear via his bracelet that his shift was over, and he brought back to the Weasley tent to get some shut-eye. Arthur was snoring peacefully in his sleeping bag when Harry arrived, and he managed to slip into his own without waking him. He was asleep in minutes, and the next thing he knew, he was waking up to the sounds of commotion in the common area. He got up and walked out to find Ron and Hermione bickering over the former's choice of attire for the match. "Absolutely not, Ronald," Hermione said adamantly. "You cannot wear Hogwarts gear to an international Quidditch event." "Why not?" Ron protested. He was wearing his Gryffindor playing robes. "We're supposed to show support with the host nation or the competing teams," said Hermione. "You'll just look arrogant in those." "Oh, come off a dash," Ron dismissed. "She's right, Ron," said Arthur, strolling in from outside. "Put on that yellow jumper your mother packed for you." As Ron grumbled and returned to his bag, Hermione noticed Harry standing in the corner. "Oh, sorry, Harry. Hope we didn't wake you," she said apologetically. "It's all right," Harry yawned, checking his watch. "Was about to get up anyway." Anything fun happened while I was out? Not really, Ron called out from behind his tent flap as he changed out of the offending robes. Ginny's already off with friends again. I had half a mind to tail her, find out who she's run off with. Harry said nothing, but he was secretly thinking the same thing. He buried the disappointment and ducked out of the tent to brew himself a mug of coffee. As he'd expected, the World Cup wasn't nearly as fun with the specter of Auror duty hanging over his head. Even now, in his supposed free time, he found himself tapping his foot and checking his watch for when his next shift started. He couldn't even enjoy his time with Ron and Hermione, as they no longer seemed to have a filter around Harry and were content to snog in his presence with impunity. Harry wished Ginny were still around just so he didn't feel outnumbered. It would have been nice to have someone else to take the piss out of Ron with. Soon everybody was getting ready to walk up to the stadium for the match. Harry was just preparing to gather his things and apparate back to his post when his bracelet glowed. He brought it up to his face and read, "Potter, meet me at the northwest corner of the stadium. Robards." Harry had a brief flutter of excitement. He was going up to the stadium? Would he get to see the match after all? He bade Ron and Hermione farewell and apparat away. Robards was waiting for him outside one of the corner entrances to the stadium. A long red carpet had been extended down the walkway from the corridor all the way down to the grass. "You're with me at the VIP entrance tonight," he greeted Harry. "Really?" Harry asked. "I thought you were trying to keep me out of sight." "Turns out a lot of foreign dignitaries showed up hoping to meet you," Robards said, unable to hide the annoyance in his voice. "So it's your lucky day. You'll be stationed at the top of the walkway to guide people into the stadium. Just look sharp and don't let any stragglers slip through from the wings." "Understood," said Harry. He jogged up the walkway towards the mouth of the stadium, standing just off to the side, looking as casual as he could. He nodded politely at everyone passing through. Nearly everyone did a double take when they saw him. It didn't seem to matter what country they came from or what team they were supporting. Everyone in attendance knew who Harry Potter was. It gave him an odd sense of pride, but also made him feel naked and exposed as face after face gawked at him passing by. Fortunately, not every passing face was as tactless. Well, said Ron, grinning ear to ear as he led the way up the walkway towards Harry. "They've got you greeting the nobility, then?" "Something like that." Harry grinned back as Hermione, Ginny, and Arthur came up behind him. "What are you guys doing here?" "We're in the minister's box," Ginny said excitedly. "Kingsley pulled some strings for Dad. Isn't that grand? Remember Malfoy bragging about this 4 years ago?" Ron said. "But he won't be here this year if he hasn't been chucked in Azkaban by now." "Wish I could join you guys," Harry said wistfully. "I'll want a full play, by play after." "Come on, gang, we gotta find our seats," Arthur called out from ahead. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny gave Harry sympathetic looks before following Arthur down the corridor. Harry watched them go, disappointed. "Potter!" Harry turned towards the commanding voice and came face to face with a woman about 10 years his elder, with a physically imposing build and 3 inches taller than him. He shook her hand in awe. "Grimmauld Jones. Pleasure to meet you." Harry had heard that name before, but he couldn't place it at first. Then he remembered his 6th year, attending Professor Slughorn's private get-togethers, listening to him brag about his many connections in the wizarding world. "Wait, you're captain of the Holyhead Harpies," Harry said in recognition. "Professor Slughorn spoke very highly of you." "Please, he speaks highly of all his famous ex-students," said Grimmauld, rolling her eyes, which drew laughter from her gathered throng of supporters. "I'm sure he'll have nothing but glowing praise for you in 10 years' time." "You're right about that," said Harry, remembering his sudden potions expertise thanks to a certain half-blood prince. "Who are you supporting this year?" "Malawi," she scowled. "Senegal have no business being here if you ask me. We were supposed to play them in the quarterfinals before all the cancellations happened." "You were on the British national team?" asked Harry, excited. "Sure, top beater in the nation," Grimmauld said casually as though it were a proven fact, and nobody around seemed to dispute the claim. "Our seeker was rubbish, though. Can't say we were favorites for the cup by any stretch. Though I hear you're quite the seeker yourself, Potter." "Oh, I was all right," Harry said humbly. "Youngest in a century at Hogwarts, rumor has it," she said loudly so that her gathered admirers could appreciate it as well. "Very impressive. Shame you're a bloke. The Harpies could use someone like you." You should look into Ginny Weasley then, Harry said quickly. She'll be trying out for the league next month. She was the real star of our Gryffindor teams. Weasley, Grimmauld mused. I'll look her up then. Seeker as well? And Chaser, said Harry. She played both brilliantly. Interesting, said Grimmauld. Well, I'd better get to my seat. Nice meeting you, Potter. And she marched through the archway into the stadium, with her gaggle of supporters following along in her wake. How cool, Harry thought to himself, and he made a mental note to geek out about this later with Ron. No wonder Slughorn was so enamored with her. She knew she was the coolest person in the room, and even the chosen one couldn't faze her. One of the final arrivals was Kingsley Shacklebolt himself, flanked by British ministry officials and a number of African witches and wizards that Harry presumed to be from the local ministry. Adi. Kingsley smiled, extending a hand in welcome. I'd like to introduce you to the Moroccan Minister of Magic, Abel Alamy. Harry shook the elder man's hand. He did not speak English, but there was no mistaking the look of recognition at Harry, the glance at his forehead towards his scar, the reverence he radiated. Good to meet you, sir. Thanks for having me, Harry said politely. He shook the hands of the rest of the minister's cabinet, who filed into the stadium one by one. Robards came up the ramp behind them. I'll be in the minister's box, he announced in a bored tone. You'll be all right out here? No chance you want to switch places? Harry asked in a final, feeble attempt to watch the match. But Robards was having none of it. Can't let you take the fall if anything happens to the minister. Robards smiled sadly. What a PR disaster that would be, And he patted Harry on the back on his way through the tunnel, disappearing down the long, winding corridor. A few more people arrived late to enter the stadium, until soon Harry found himself completely alone at the entrance. He could hear the roar of the crowd brewing, followed by the booming voice of what he assumed was the Moroccan Minister of Magic. He strained to listen to the words, but was unable to make anything out. Soon after, he could hear the faint sounds of player introductions, followed by a bang, signaling the start of the match. Harry strained to make out anything the commentators were saying, but their voices echoed uselessly down the cavernous hall towards him. He closed his eyes and tried to paint a mental picture of the match, the yellow and brown jerseys of Malawi versus the purple and black of Senegal. But then he remembered that he was supposed to be keeping watch, so he opened his eyes and tried to distract himself by searching the nearby area for movement. There were several campers who didn't have tickets to the match, and he could see many of them clustered farther along down the stadium wall where the match was being projected to them. Every so often one side or the other would cheer raucously, indicating a scored goal. Harry tried to keep track of the score just based on their reactions, but it seemed to be a high-scoring match, and he lost track after around 6 goals apiece. Harry then tried counting all the trees in visible range. He got up to 137 before giving up out of sheer boredom. He almost wished somebody would rush the entrance to try and get in, just so he'd have something to do. Now he understood why the other Auror said field work was not as exciting as it sounded, at least in the office he had the Daily Prophet to read. Harry started to wonder how long he would be expected to stand here. What if the match went long? He had heard of matches lasting hours, even days. Would he need to stand watch the entire time? The very thought of it made him tired. He fought to stay awake, wishing he'd managed to get another hour or two of shut-eye in the tent. Then a great roar emerged from within the stadium. Harry craned his neck to try and discern what had happened. Could the match be over? The answer came a minute later, as his bracelet glowed with a new message from Robards. The match has concluded. Expect guests to exit the stadium any moment. Sure enough, fans began trickling out of the corridor and down the walkway, nodding politely to Harry as they passed. They were all talking excitedly about the game, making Harry more jealous than ever. Soon Arthur, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny emerged, looking wind-swept and excited. Blimey, Harry, what a match! Ron said as he ran up to him. You should have seen it. Senegal was dominating, but then the Malawi seeker made the most incredible catch. Bloody hell. Let him breathe, Ron, Hermione laughed. He can watch the replay later. It's only a game. Harry was quietly thankful for her downplaying it, because he didn't know if he could take the disappointment of knowing the game was a must-see affair. The group was forced to shuffle down the walkway by the oncoming deluge of exiting guests. Harry watched them go, seeing Ginny split off from the group and head her own direction at the bottom of the walkway. As the departing crowd thinned, Harry saw Kingsley walking down the corridor towards him, accompanied by Robards. "Good work, Potter," said the Auror, as Kingsley left them with a friendly wink. "I could take over from here. Head back to your assigned post for the rest of your shift. And stay vigilant. Folks are sure to get rowdy tonight." "Will do," said Harry, and he departed down the walkway with the rest of the crowd. He could have Auror, but he thought he ought to stretch his legs and enjoy the fresh air first. Last night's shift was so relentlessly dull, he was sure tonight's would be no different. No need to rush. He headed down the main thoroughfare, passing by some delicious-looking food carts and souvenir shops selling jerseys. Then he heard a familiar voice. "Step right up. Check out our collection of fireworks and sparklers. Customizable colors for your favorite teams." Harry veered left towards the sound, and soon found the large purple tent housing Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. "Well, howdy there, boss," said George with a wink as Harry approached. "Come and check on business?" "This looks brilliant," said Harry, peering inside the tent to see it teeming with young children of all nationalities. "Doing all right, then?" "All right," said George. "We've had to replenish our stock twice already. Dunno if we'll have enough to last the night. This is all thanks to you, of course." "Nah, you're the brains behind the operation," Harry said, winking back. "I'm just skiving off the top for doing nothing." "Hey, you said it, not me." George laughed, giving Harry a playful punch on the arm. "Oi, you too. Did you pay for those dung bombs?" And George rapidly turned to pursue two 8-year-olds who were attempting to sneak out of the tent with armfuls of product. Harry smiled to himself. George hadn't looked this happy and energetic in months. He only hoped the good times would last into the fall months when all these kids were back in classrooms. Harry continued walking down the path, figuring he shouldn't dawdle too long away from his post. He shoved his way through the crowd, which was beginning to swell with more and more people leaving the stadium and looking to celebrate. Then he heard it. A scream rent the air in two, followed by sounds of a scuffle. Harry's heart rate quickened. Could this be what they all feared? A copycat attack on the campgrounds by Voldemort sympathizers? Harry sprinted up to the scene, which was in chaos. People were screaming and shouting over one another in languages he didn't understand. "Make room," he bellowed, drawing his wand and forcing his way to the center of the fray. "What's going on here?" The crowd parted for him, and Harry noticed a young witch lying, immobile on the ground, a witch with a freckled face and fiery red hair. His heart stopped beating. "Ginny!" Harry yelped, dropping to his knees to check on her. He placed a hand on her chest, and to his immense relief, he could feel a heartbeat. She was just unconscious. He leapt back to his feet, brandishing his wand menacingly at the gathered crowd. "Who did this to her?" he demanded, wand tip pointed from frightened face to frightened face. The crowd was still chattering loudly, and he couldn't make out a single word. His desperation grew. He considered firing off hexes and asking questions later. "Step aside, you vultures," growled a voice, and Robards shoved his way into view. He pointed his wand at a nearby witch, who was speaking hysterically to no one in particular, and yelled, "Translocutus." Suddenly the witch was speaking perfect English, and Harry caught the tail end of her ramblings. Showed up out of nowhere swinging a cane. He grabbed the redhead and started shouting at her dash. "Who did?" Harry demanded, swinging his wand around to her. "Where is he?" It took several minutes of chaos and a few more translation charms from Robards to piece together what had happened. A man had walked up to Ginny and shouted something at her, waving some kind of cane or staff at her. The crowd couldn't form a consensus on the matter. Ginny tried to push him off, calling for help, until the man hit her with a stunning spell and disapparated when the crowd converged on him. "What did the man look like?" Robards asked calmly. The gathered wizards and witches, who were clearly not British, did a poor job of describing the man beyond saying that he was a tall European with dark brown hair. "Right," said Robards. "You all can leave now. Nothing more to see here dash." "What do you mean, they can leave?" Harry protested. Ginny was still lying unconscious on the ground. "We need answers. We need to figure out who did this. Look, Potter, as far as World Cups go, this barely registers as an incident." Robards shrugged. "Probably just some bloke who got too drunk and rowdy. Nothing to make a scene about." Harry knelt again to tend to Ginny. She was slowly beginning to stir, but her breathing was uneven. The stunner must have hit her square in the chest. Robards seemed to pick up on Harry's agitation because he asked, "Potter, do you know this girl?" "Yes," said Harry. "She's my A friend. I'm here with her family." "Ah, of course. Wonderful," Robards muttered, clearly not thrilled with this news. "Okay, Potter, you're dismissed. Take the girl down to St. Mungo's and wait for further instructions." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded, scooping up Ginny and hoisting her over his shoulder. "Can you send a Patronus to Arthur Weasley to let him know what's happened? It's his daughter." Robards nodded, and Harry turned on the spot, disapparating himself and Ginny back to England in an instant. The junior Aurors. By the time a panicked Arthur, Ron, and Hermione had rushed into St. Mungo's, Ginny had already woken up and shaken off the effects of the stunning spell. Soon Harry found himself in between two separate struggles, as Arthur demanded entry into the ward to see his daughter, and Ginny demanded release from the healers trying to keep her in her bed. Eventually, Harry managed to calm both parties, and everyone was sitting in a quiet room. Ginny cross-legged on her bed, everyone else in the stiff chairs beside it. "I'm fine, honestly," Ginny said crossly as a healer attached a heart monitor to her chest. "Not the first stunner I've taken. Thank you very much. That's not something to be proud of, dear." The healer chastised her, and Ginny finally relented and allowed her to fasten the device before leaving the room. "What on earth happened?" Arthur demanded, turning from Ginny to Harry and back to Ginny. "Who attacked you and why?" "I don't know, some nutter just grabbed me and starting talking gibberish in my ear." Ginny sighed. "Don't remember all the details. It all went fuzzy. It's rare for stunning spells to knock the victim unconscious," Hermione noted quietly. "He must have been a strong spellcaster." "Don't patronize me, Hermione," Ginny shot back at her. "I tried to draw on him first, but he was too quick. Won't happen again. I promise you that." "Did you see who it was?" Arthur asked Harry. "Some brown-haired British bloke. That's all we know," Harry muttered. "Nobody recognized him." "I did," said Ginny. Everyone turned to her in surprise. "What? Who is it then?" said Ron. "Dunno," Ginny said. "But I've seen his face before. I'm sure of it. Just can't remember where." "Can we watch her memories back?" Harry asked hopefully, turning to Hermione. "View them in a pensive and see if we recognize him?" "Memories don't work that way," Hermione frowned. "If Ginny doesn't know who it was, we won't either. He'll just appear as a blur. Until she remembers, of course." "What did Robards say when you left?" Arthur asked Harry. "Are the Aurors going to investigate?" "Doubt it," Harry said glumly. "He made it sound like it isn't worth the time." "And he's right," Ginny exclaimed. "It was just some weirdo who got too handsy, all right? Don't make this a bigger deal than it needs to be." "Ginny," said Arthur sternly, "you are my daughter, and I will not take your safety lightly. We will get to the bottom of this." "I'm just glad Harry was nearby." "Yes," Ginny said with a sarcastic bow. "Thank goodness the great Harry Potter is always around to save the day." Then, sensing the dark tone in the room at this statement, she added, "I'm only teasing Harry. I am grateful, really." "I wasn't much help," Harry said. "I could have been there quicker, could have seen who it was." "Nonsense," Arthur reassured him. "You did what you could." Harry could only shrug in quiet acceptance, unwilling to argue the point further. A healer came by shortly after and informed Ginny that she would need to stay overnight for monitoring, despite her loud protests. Arthur checked his pocket watch and stood from his seat. "I'd best head home and tell Molly what's happened," he said. "Can you lot wait here with her until I'm back?" "We'll stay with her through the night, Dad," said Ron adamantly, and the others nodded vigorously. "Don't worry about it. Just go home. Trust me. Once your mother finds out, she'll be down here before you can say Accio," frowned Arthur. "I'll be back soon," and he strode down the hall towards the exit. The other four sat and discussed the incident further. "The thing I don't get," Hermione said, brow furrowed in thought, "is why he singled you out, Ginny. I mean, you were in a crowd of people, right? What are the odds that a British wizard would randomly go after a British witch in broad daylight? Do we have to spell it out for you, Hermione?" Ron groaned. He fancied her and was too off his rocker to care about other people seeing. "There are messed up people out there in the world, Dash. I'm telling you," Hermione said, adamant. "He had to be a powerful wizard to cast such a strong, stunning spell." Ginny's capable enough to defend herself, and she didn't even get time to draw her wand. You think he was targeting her for another reason? Harry asked. Why did he only cast a stunning spell instead of something worse? And why didn't he try to take her with him? Because he was trying to give me something, Ginny said with a dawning realization. The others turned towards her. I just remembered. He was holding a staff or something, and he wanted me to take it. What? Said Ron. What kind of staff? I don't know, she said. It was too small to be a walking stick, too big to be a wand, and it was glittering on the sides like it was encrusted with jewels. Was it a scepter? Harry blurted out. Yeah, I think it was, said Ginny, sitting upright in her bed at this. He kept jabbing it towards me, telling me to take it to know. Why? How'd you know it was a scepter, Harry? Asked Hermione. There was one in the Prophet the other day, Harry recalled. A scepter got stolen from Hogwarts after the battle. McGonagall was looking for it. Said it was valuable. Huh, said Hermione. I've never heard of a scepter belonging to the school before. But why was he trying to give it away? Asked Ron aloud. You don't reckon it was cursed, do you? Ginny, please tell me you didn't touch it. I doubt it. The curse would have affected him first, Hermione said. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried to pass me a cursed object, Ginny muttered, referencing Voldemort's diary given to her by Lucius Malfoy in her first year. Why's it always gotta be me anyway? Because you're too close to me, Harry said sadly. I should have put more distance in between us. This never would have happened. Will you quit with the tragic hero act? Ginny snapped at him. If he wanted me dead, I'd be dead. This was something different. It just doesn't add up. Hermione frowned. Why would he steal the scepter and then try to give it away? At the World Cup of all places. They were interrupted by the arrival of Molly, who barged into the room and embraced Ginny in a tight hug that she didn't release for 2 full minutes. Once it became clear that she wouldn't be leaving her daughter's side, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided to call it a night. They bade Ginny good night and left for the exit before operating back to the Burrow. Harry lay awake in George's empty room, staring at the ceiling. Hermione was right. It didn't add up. Who in their right mind would do something so strange in public? And who in their wrong mind could have cast such a powerful stunner against someone so capable at self-defense? A Death Eater? Unlikely. But no other possibility stuck out in Harry's mind. His mind continued racing, endless scenarios zooming through his head, making less and less sense, until he eventually settled into an uneasy sleep. I've decided it, mate, said Ron decisively as soon as he walked into the kitchen the next morning to join Harry. I'm joining the Aurors. Can't let what happened to Ginny happen ever again. It's a noble cause, Ron, said Hermione, hurriedly following him down the stairs, but I don't think the Aurors will make a big fuss about it. What are you on about? Ron demanded, turning from her to Harry. Course they will. Right, Harry? Dunno, muttered Harry. Robards didn't seem that interested, to be honest. Said it wasn't really Auror business. It'll probably fall to one of the lower offices in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Hermione argued. They'll investigate it there, I'm sure. Yeah, and the case will get buried along with the thousands of other problems the Ministry has to deal with. Ron said, frustrated. I want to get out and do something, like we've always done when there's trouble, right? How is it that we're adults now, and we're just as restricted as when we were kids? I'm with you there, mate, said Harry. I've been fighting that battle since day one in the Auror office. We'll find Ginny's attacker. We just may have to work outside the primary channels, that's all. Ron muttered something non-committal before digging into the cupboard for something to eat. Hermione gave Harry a silenced look of gratitude for his calming words. Clearly she'd been having this argument with Ron all night long. Let's change the subject, Hermione sighed when Ron rejoined the table, a muffin crammed into his mouth. Since we know she's okay, no need to keep wallowing in it all day. I still want to hear about the cup match, Harry said, looking expectantly to Ron. Ron sighed. If there was any topic that would sway his mind from the night's events, it was Quidditch. He began recounting the game impassively, but the deeper into it he got, the more animated he became, until soon he was waving his arms animatedly and spraying bits of muffin at Harry and Hermione as he spoke. And then the Senegal Seeker goes into a dive, said Ron, mimicking the maneuver with his hand. And the Malawi bloke is miles away. He has no change. But he breaks off left anticipating the snitch changing direction towards the center. You see, and it does, and they both get there at the same time. But the Malawi seeker takes both hands off his broom and just lunges. Ron again mimed the action dramatically, swiping across the table at them. And I don't know how he stayed on. His legs must be made of titanium, but he grabs it and barely pulls up in time to avoid the ground. Ron flopped back in his seat, satisfied with his recreation. Harry and Hermione gave him polite and half-sarcastic applause. It was very impressive to watch, Hermione admitted. Somehow her saying that made Harry believe it even more. She had never had much appreciation for the beauty of the sport, so if it impressed her, it must have truly been a spectacle. "I'm dying to see the replay," said Harry. "Maybe it'll be in that board thingy Ginny gifted me. I left it in the tent though, dash. All your stuff's in the broom cupboard," Arthur announced, walking into the kitchen looking dead tired. "I went back and packed everything late last night. It's all there." "Thanks, Dad," said Ron cheerfully. "I spoke with Robards as well," he said. "Made it very clear I wanted answers. Don't know if he'll listen, but I think he got the message." "I'll make sure he does when I see him next," said Harry. "Me too," said Ron defiantly. "Dad, I'm joining the Aurors. I decided last night, dash." "Well, your mother won't be too pleased," Arthur said. "But I support your decision." "Won't be pleased about what?" said Molly, who had just walked in through the back door with Ginny in tow. Everyone stood to greet her, but Ginny brushed them all off and went straight up to her room, demanding peace and quiet. "Your son's joining the Auror office," said Arthur, just as they heard Ginny's door slam shut somewhere overhead. "Is he?" said Molly, looking to Ron with a concerned expression. "Well, I don't see how that will work when he has school to reckon with. He'll be on that Hogwarts Express in a month's time, and he has NEWT exams to study for, dash. Face it, Mum, I'm not going back to Hogwarts," Ron bellowed at his mother. "And neither is Ginny, by the way. She's just too scared to tell you. But I don't care what you say. I spent the last year hunting Voldemort without your permission, so why should I need it now? You'd best get used to the idea sooner than later, so I won't sugarcoat it for you anymore." There was a stunned silence following this outburst. "Don't talk to your mother that way, dash," Arthur began. "And where will you stay then?" Molly shrieked. "Who will feed you?" "Because it won't be me." "He can stay with me at Grimmauld Place," Harry blurted. Molly turned to him, then to her husband, then back to Ron, looking like she might explode. Then she unexpectedly burst into tears. Hermione hastily stood to help her down into a nearby chair. "Oh, Ron, I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I know you can make your own choices. I'm just so worried about you all the time, after what happened to Fred and now Ginny. I don't want to see you get hurt, dash." Ron's bravado melted at once, and he was by his mother's side. "I'm sorry too, Mom," he said. "We can't all stay here forever, you know. My future's always been at Harry's side, and that'll never change." "I know, dear," Molly sniffled. "And I'm damn proud of you for it. It'll just take time to accept is all. You're right, I do need to start getting used to the idea." Arthur looked unsure of what to do with himself, and settled for a firm grip on Ron's shoulder. "You're a proper man now, Ronald," he said gruffly. "You'll do what you think is best no matter what we think." Harry glanced at Hermione. Both of them felt like they were intruding on this intimate family moment. But then Molly stood and embraced both of them as well. "I couldn't have asked for better friends for my Ron," she said. "I know you'll help him make the right decisions." "We will," Harry muttered. Eventually, Molly and Arthur both excused themselves to go to bed, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind in the most awkward silence of all time. They all avoided each other's gaze. Harry was the first to break the silence. "That Grimmauld Place offer still stands, by the way," he told Ron, "in case this love fest proves too overwhelming for you." All three of them looked up at one another, then burst out cackling with laughter. The following morning, Ron accompanied Harry on the journey to McCamish Station and into the Ministry. Harry had reassured him that normal robes would be fine, but Ron insisted on wearing his nicest dress robes to make a good impression, despite the fact that they still bore scorch marks from where he burned off the laces prior to the Yule Ball in his 4th year. They arrived at the Auror office, where they found Robards in his corner office, and Harry introduced him to Ron. "Another Weasley, huh?" Robards chuckled, shaking Ron's hand. "How's your sister?" "Good. Much better now, thank you," said Ron. "So what can I do for you this morning?" asked Robards, indicating for them to sit. "Well," Ron cleared his throat. "I've been thinking, sir, and I believe my future is here with the Aurors." After what happened to my sister, well, I feel like I can't sit on the sidelines while dark witches and wizards run around unchecked. And yes, I know I don't have a full Hogwarts education, but I'm a fast learner and I have plenty of combat experience with Death Eaters. Just ask Harry. Harry felt that. Ron was talking far too quickly and nervously, and worried that Robards would dismiss him without a second thought. Instead, Robards started laughing, a low chuckle at first, then building to a roaring belly laugh by the end of Ron's spiel. Ron stumbled to a halt, red in the face, thinking he was being mocked. "Wait here, boys," said Robards, and he unexpectedly stood up and walked out of the office. Ron and Harry sat there for 2 full minutes, Ron looking petrified. "I blew it," he muttered. "I'm such an idiot." "You're right. It was the robes." "I'm sure you didn't blow it," Harry whispered back. "Just let me talk for a bit. I'll convince him." The office doors swung open again, and Robards returned, followed by the last person Harry and Ron expected to see in that moment, Neville Longbottom. "Neville?" exclaimed Ron, standing to give him a hug. "Good to see you, mate." "Mr. Longbottom here says he knows you too," said Robards. "Yeah, he was part of Dumbledore's army, a defense group we started in our 5th year," said Harry. "So I've heard," said Robards. "And so he told me 15 minutes ago when he showed up here asking to apply to the Auror office himself." "You did?" Harry yelped in surprise, looking over at a sheepish Neville. "Luna wrote me an owl telling me what happened to Ginny." Neville shrugged. "I thought it was a sign that I needed to take action and follow in my parents' footsteps here to clean up the wizarding world." "You lot are the strangest group I've ever met," Robards marveled, examining the 3 young wizards before him. "Never seen a ragtag team of misfits so unerringly loyal to one another. I can't decide if you're all brilliant or idiotic." "We've faced down Voldemort and lived to tell the tale," said Harry boldly. "All 3 of us. Like I said, either brilliant or idiotic," Robards repeated. "But luckily, I knew your parents, all 3 of you. Longbottom, your folks were the kindest and bravest souls in this office, and they were taken from us too soon. Same with you. Potter, 2 of the most courageous and selfless people I've ever met. And Weasley, what your family went through this past year, with the ministry breathing down their necks and never bending to the Dark Lord's demands? Nothing short of heroic." "So, you'll have us then?" asked Neville hopefully. "Not so fast," said Robards, still considering the 3 of them. "I took a chance on Potter, but frankly, he's still a liability in the field. No offense to you 2, but I can't trust 2 more teenagers with incomplete educations and no training." Ron and Neville deflated at this. "However, we've lost too many good Aurors this year. Moody, Tonks, Dawlish, and now Shacklebolt. I can't in good conscience turn away applicants right now. Not when we're so short-handed." "Is that good or bad news for us?" asked Harry. "Congratulations, Potter. You're getting promoted," said Robards, seeming to make up his mind on the spot. "I'm putting you in charge of a new subdivision of the Auror office. Let's call it the Junior Aurors." "Oh, brilliant," said Harry. "But what does that mean exactly?" "It means the 3 of you are still technically in training to be full-time Aurors," said Robards. "But you clearly have experience working as a team, so I'll consider you 3 a separate task force. I'll just have to find something suitable for you to do that isn't too dangerous, like finding out who attacked my sister," Ron said hotly. "Sure, why not? Knock yourselves out," said Robards. "Ought to get Arthur off my back at least. He was pestering me about it in the lift this morning. Though we have a lot more on our plates at the moment, I hope you'll understand. If I tell you to drop a project, you drop it, no questions asked. Understood?" Ron looked like he wanted to say more, but Harry kicked him under the desk to comply. "Yes, sir," said Harry, Ron, and Neville. "Right," said Robards. "I'll send a memo to Shacklebolt letting him know. And I don't feel like filling out the hiring paperwork, so that's your first assignment. Just leave it on my desk when you're done." He handed 2 stacks of paperwork to Ron and Neville, who looked beside themselves with excitement. "You won't regret this, sir," said Ron, leaping to his feet to shake Robards' hand. "We won't let you down." "Sure hope not," Robards sighed, shaking his and Neville's hands. The 3 of them stood and walked out of the office. Harry showed them to his corner of the room, and Ron and Neville claimed 2 of the empty desks beside Harry's. "This is mental," said Ron. "I've got to send a memo to Dad." He'll be so proud, Dash, and he grabbed a blank memo sheet from his desk and began to scribble a note. My Gran will be thrilled as well, said Neville. She's been urging me to get out of the house more. I reckon I ought to look for a place in London then. You can stay with me and Ron at Grimmauld Place, said Harry. There's loads of room. It's no trouble at all. Really? Said Neville, a mingled expression of awe and excitement on his face. That would be amazing, Harry, thanks. Oh man, wait till the rest of the DA hears about this. I doubt they'll be surprised, said Harry. After what you did, leading them all of last year right under Snape's nose, and killing the snake with the sword? You've earned it, mate. Neville fell silent in humble gratitude. Harry could have sworn he saw a single tear run down Neville's cheek at this compliment, but he turned away at the last second. Best get that letter off to Gran then, he muttered, burying his face in a blank piece of parchment. Harry leaned back in his chair, considering the new circumstances he found himself in. Aside from Hermione, he was surrounded by two of the people he trusted the most, and he finally felt like he had a purpose in the Auror office. He would no longer be struggling alone. He would have equals, and he could devote his energy to pushing his new peers to sharpen their own skills. Robards could call him their leader if he wanted, but Harry didn't see it that way. They were all in this together now, and he would make damn sure nobody got left behind. My brother's keeper. The days blurred into weeks for Harry after Ron and Neville's induction into the so-called Junior Aurors division. There was much to do, both inside the office and out, as Ron and Neville both officially made the move into Grimmauld Place. By day, they would dig into research about Death Eaters and other Voldemort sympathizers. By night, they would discuss their findings over the kitchen table back at number 12. Harry felt quite like he was back at Hogwarts again, attending classes before joining friends in the common room for evening chats and laughs. It was nice to have people around to pass the time with, to take turns shutting up Mrs. Black's screeching portrait in the entry hall. All else would be well with Harry were it not for the nightmares. They had come back in full force since Ginny's attack, and she factored into the vast majority of them now. It didn't matter if he was in the Battle of Hogwarts or at the Quidditch World Cup. All he knew is he would be running after some nameless, faceless creature preying on her. And no matter how quickly he caught up, how furiously he fought, Ginny never recovered. He would find her sprawled on the ground, and unlike reality, there was no heartbeat to be found. And it was his fault, always his fault. Harry did not divulge these nightmares with anybody, not wanting to make them worry. He knew they noticed his lack of energy during the day, but nobody said anything. And Harry would keep it that way. They all had enough to worry about as it was. Ron spent much of his free time at the Burrow with Hermione, but the two of them soon began hanging out at Grimmauld Place more often. Burrow's not the most pleasant place to be right now, Ron explained. Mum and Ginny have been rowing. Ginny's adamant that she's not going back to school, that she's joining the first Quidditch squad that opens up a reserve spot for her. Her tryouts went well, I guess, but Mum won't hear it. She'll come around eventually, but I just can't take the shouting anymore. It wasn't long until September 1st rolled around, and Hermione was off to Platform 9 3/4 for the new Hogwarts term. With her gone, Ron redoubled his efforts in the Auror office, scouring the compendium for any information about Ginny's attack. But their efforts were fruitless. They could not find a single shred of information about magic scepters or shady visitors to the Quidditch World Cup. Harry could tell morale was low with Ron and Neville, who had clearly envisioned more adventure with the Aurors, as he once had himself. And he knew the burden now rested on him to rectify it. I think we could use a little field trip, Harry announced. I've been meaning to visit Hogwarts to speak with McGonagall for a while now. Might be wise to poke around in the library there for information too. Ron and Neville perked up at this idea, and the following Saturday, after obtaining permission from Robards and confirming the plan with McGonagall, the three departed Grimmauld Place bright and early, operating into Hogsmeade. It was a clear and quiet day. No doubt the students were all busy with homework and studying on one of the first weekends of the new term. However, Harry could see some students milling about the grounds, lounging in the grass, and throwing fanged frisbees back and forth. He saw flashes of red robes on the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindor tryouts, perhaps. Harry wondered who the new captain was, longed to make a detour and watch for the first time. He was slightly regretting his decision to skip 7th year. But there were more pressing matters to attend to. As they approached the entrance hall, Harry said, "I'll go up and see McGonagall, and you two head to the library. I'll find you there once I've finished." And they went their separate ways, with Ron and Neville heading down the first-floor corridor, while Harry began the ascent to the headmaster's tower. The castle looked a lot better than it had the day he left. It had mostly been repaired, but scorch marks and cracks still appeared on the walls, perhaps unable to be fixed by magic. There were also items conspicuously missing from the walls: portraits, suits of armor. Whether destroyed in the battle, misplaced, or stolen, Harry couldn't be sure. Harry reached the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to McGonagall's office. "Pyre totem locomotor," he said, and the gargoyle sprang aside to grant him entrance. Harry ascended the spiral staircase and arrived at the door to the office. He knocked, and it swung open at his touch, allowing him to walk through. "Good morning, Potter," said McGonagall curtly from behind her desk. She looked quite stressed. No doubt it had been an ordeal to arrange for the school's reconstruction and reopening, not to mention the added burden of accommodating students like Hermione, whose education was disrupted by the war. "Morning, Professor," said Harry, sitting across from her. "Busy day?" "Every day is busy, I'm afraid," McGonagall sighed, rubbing her temple. "Hogwarts has not faced such challenges in decades. Then you show up, and it's been nothing but trouble since." There was no mistaking the wry smile on her face at this, and Harry laughed. "Professor, I wanted to ask you about the scepter that was stolen from Hogwarts," Harry explained. To his surprise, she did not register recognition at this. "A scepter?" she asked. "Here? I read about it in the Prophet," Harry frowned. "What is it, exactly?" McGonagall continued to look perplexed. She opened one of her desk drawers and withdrew a small stack of papers. She rifled through them for a moment before pulling one towards the front. "Ah, yes," she said, showing Harry a printed photograph of the scepter in question. An ornate staff, about 2 feet long and adorned with ruby red jewels at its tip. "Filch noticed it missing and found this in our records." Harry examined the photograph. "But wait, I've seen this before," he exclaimed. "Didn't this hang over the doorway in the Great Hall?" "Used to," said McGonagall. "Been there for as long as I can remember, but it must have been knocked down during the battle. The bracket it sat in is still there." "What's the story behind the scepter?" Harry asked. "You said it was valuable, Dash." "I have no earthly idea what its value is," said McGonagall. "Its value is implied by its age and its history within the school, as with every portrait and suit of armor that went missing in the fray." "So it does have a history here?" asked Harry. "How old is it?" McGonagall thought for a moment, then turned to the wall of portraits behind her. "Albus, do you recall this scepter during your early years?" she asked. "And what of you, Phineas? Dillies?" The portraits of Hogwarts' various past headmasters stirred. As usual, they were pretending not to eavesdrop, but they had heard every word. "It precedes even I, Minerva," said Dumbledore. "And I," said Phineas Nigellus. "Likewise," said Dillies Derwent. "I remember it from my own first year, 300 years ago." "Well, there you have it, Potter," said McGonagall. "A historical artifact nearly as old as the castle itself. But why the sudden interest? The Aurors aren't investigating petty larceny, are they?" "Well, Professor," said Harry, "I'm sure you heard about the attack on Ginny Weasley at the World Cup this summer." "I did hear rumblings," McGonagall muttered. "I take it she's all right?" "Yes," said Harry. "But the person who attacked her was carrying a scepter that matches this description, and he was trying to give it to her. Does that make any more sense to you than it does to me?" "Afraid not," said McGonagall, looking puzzled. "And you're sure it's the same scepter?" "No," said Harry. "Though I think I'd like to show Ginny this photo to confirm, if that's all right." "Certainly," said McGonagall. She brandished her wand and pointed it at the photograph of the scepter, muttering, "Geminio." A copy of the photo burst into being, which she handed to Harry. "Thanks," said Harry. "And you're sure you don't know anything about the scepter's history? Who made it? Who it belonged to? Any of you?" He appealed to the portraits behind McGonagall as well, but none of them seemed knowledgeable on the matter. "I have no idea," said McGonagall. "I suggest conferring with your friend Ms. Granger, who I hear has a proclivity for finding obscure trivia about this school in our vaunted library. I dare say she knows more about this castle than most witches and wizards alive." You're not wrong, Harry chuckled. Anything else I can do for you, Potter? Asked McGonagall. Harry considered dismissing himself and heading straight to the library to begin his research with the others. But a stray thought stopped him. Something that had nagged at him for months now. Professor, he said slowly, did you teach Dawlish when he studied at Hogwarts? John Dawlish, the Auror. McGonagall asked, surprised. Why, yes I did. One of the best students I've ever had. Did you ever get a sense anything was amiss with him? Asked Harry. In what way do you mean? Well, said Harry, it's just, I've always wondered why he wasn't a member of the Order of the Phoenix in the last few years. And he was a Slytherin dash. I would remind you, Potter, that belonging to Slytherin House is not a condemnation of one's character. McGonagall chastised him. I've taught many Slytherins who went on to do great things for the wizarding community. Professor Slughorn, for instance. Right, said Harry. But then, Slughorn fought for our side in the war, didn't he? Dawlish was on Voldemort's side in the Battle of Hogwarts Dash. At least half of the fighters on Voldemort's side were confunded or imperious. McGonagall snapped. I have no doubt Dawlish was among them, but he still stayed with the Ministry after it fell to Voldemort. Harry protested, as did Arthur Weasley, if you'll recall, McGonagall said. Do you believe him to be a dark wizard? Well, no, Harry stammered. But he was just keeping up appearances, keeping his family safe dash. As were thousands of witches and wizards who remained with the Ministry, said McGonagall. Dawlish was loyal to the Ministry to a fault. We knew this back in the Fudge days, which is why he was not inducted into the Order. He was a good man caught on the wrong side of history, which is no reflection of his integrity. None of the other Aurors stayed when thickness took over, Harry muttered. A brave move indeed, McGonagall agreed. However, cowardice is not a crime. Will there be anything else, Potter? Harry silently fumed at being shut down like this, even though he'd expected it. Why did no one seem to worry about Dawlish like he did? All the red flags were starting to pile up. For all he knew, he'd been the one who attacked Ginny at the World Cup. It would certainly explain why she'd vaguely recognized him. But he didn't want to get into a shouting match with McGonagall, so he relented. No, Professor, he sighed. Have you been sleeping all right, Potter? McGonagall asked, suddenly looking concerned as she studied his face. You look weathered. It's nothing, Harry dismissed. Just some nightmares I've been having since the battle. Nothing I can't handle. McGonagall considered him for a moment, then reached back into her desk for a blank piece of parchment. She dipped her quill in ink and began to write something. Potter, I want to refer you to an old colleague of mine, she said. His name is Claude Dupont, and he's a retired professor of divination at Beauxbatons Academy. Divination? Harry sneered. He's also a skilled legilimens, said McGonagall. He used to mentor veterans of the First Wizarding War. This is his address in France. You ought to pay him a visit. She handed him the scrap of parchment, but Harry barely looked at it. No way, he said. I'm not studying occlumency again. Not after what happened last time. Occlumency and legilimency are separate disciplines, Potter, said McGonagall. And Severus had ulterior motives, as we both well know now. Professor Dupont might help you deal with these nightmares you're having. Yeah, all right then, Harry said, stowing the parchment paper in his pocket. He had no intention of following through, of course. He'd had enough of people digging around in his brain for one lifetime after sharing a mind with Voldemort for so long. Besides, a divination teacher? Was McGonagall mad? Harry envisioned himself sitting across from a Trelawney look-alike, listening to him foretell his imminent doom with increasing conviction, and had to stifle a laugh. Thank you for your time, Professor, Harry said, standing to shake McGonagall's hand. He turned towards the door, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed the sword of Gryffindor gleaming in its display case in the corner. Oh, did Neville return the sword after the battle? Indeed he did, said McGonagall, eyeing the sword with trepidation. I had no idea what to do with it, but he's suggesting keeping it here for the next student who might need it. I see, said Harry. He knew the sword was not strictly tied to the school, as it had been summoned all the way from Gringotts after Griphook tried to steal it. And that gave him a sudden idea. He bounded down the steps towards the library to reconnect with Ron, Neville, and Hermione. He found them as expected in a quiet corner of the library, but they were joined by none other than Luna Lovegood, who beamed at the sight of him. Harry Potter, she said a little too loudly, causing a group of alarmed second-years nearby to whip around and gawk at him. "Hiya, Luna," said Harry, joining the table. "Hey, Hermione. Good terms so far?" "Yes." Hermione beamed. "It's been busy with NEWT course. Loads, but surprisingly it's not too bad. I've even had time to make these." Hermione withdrew 2 identical packets of handwritten notes, which she handed to Harry and Ron. "What's all this then?" said Ron. "Homework?" "Yes," said Hermione matter-of-factly, which wiped the smile off of Ron's face. "I'm taking all the useful 7th-year material and copying it down for you to practice. Stuff you'll both need for Auror duty. I can help you practice them over the holidays, but it'll be a good start." Harry thumbed through the packet. It was loaded with all kinds of advanced spell work that went over his head, and he was already exhausted just imagining going through it all. But he knew it would be invaluable information that would save him loads of trouble in the future with Robards. "Wow," said Harry. "Thanks, Hermione. We'd be lost without you, seriously." Ron shook his head in amazement. He gave Hermione a tender kiss, and Neville turned a shade of beet red, clearing his throat. "So, Harry, what did McGonagall have to say about the scepter?" Neville asked. "Not much," Harry muttered, "though she did say it was hanging in the Great Hall, and it had been there for a while." He pulled out the copy of the photo she provided him with and set it on the table between them. Everyone craned for a look. "Oh yeah, I remember seeing that," said Ron. "Never thought much of it. Just assumed it was decorative." "Maybe it was just decorative," said Hermione. "Then why report it stolen?" wondered Harry aloud. "There are 87 artifacts registered as missing or stolen from the castle," Hermione said matter-of-factly. "We don't know if any of them were significant." "Well, 86 of them didn't attack my sister at the World Cup," Ron said hotly. "I know," Hermione said, exasperated. "I'm just saying we shouldn't jump to conclusions, that's all." "But you haven't found anything about it in the library?" asked Harry hopefully. "No," said Hermione, looking distressed. She pulled a fat stack of books out of her bag and plopped them onto the table. "I've checked in Hogwarts, a history, and even dark relics and artifacts, but there's been no mention of a scepter." "Sorry," said Neville, suddenly looking embarrassed. "But what exactly are scepters for, anyway?" "That's the thing," Hermione sighed. "I've never heard of one with actual powers before. I don't see the use any witch or wizard could gain from a scepter." "A sword's got no use to a witch or wizard either, without the enchantments," Ron pointed out. "But it has practical uses, unlike a scepter," said Hermione. "In the Muggle world, scepters were just ceremonial, for kings and queens. You wouldn't actually use one for anything dash. It can't be used to summon magic?" Harry wondered aloud. "Like a wand?" "In theory it could, but only with the aid of another magical object," said Hermione. "Like Hagrid's umbrella, for instance." "But there's nothing inherently special about an umbrella, is there? More useful than a scepter when it rains," Neville muttered. "Exactly my point," said Hermione. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I still don't see any possible way this scepter could have been related to Ginny's attack. Maybe Robards was right, and it was just somebody drunk or not all their dash. Maybe it belonged to Godric Gryffindor," Ron blurted out. "What gives you that idea?" Hermione asked. Ron pointed at the photo again. "Looks like rubies to me, doesn't it?" he said. "I don't know, I see red. I think Gryffindor, don't you?" "That doesn't mean anything necessarily," Hermione said. "Plenty of valuables within Hogwarts are inset with jewels that don't correspond to the 4 houses. Besides, Gryffindor already had the sword, didn't he? But that doesn't mean he can't have more than one relic, right?" Harry argued. "I guess not," said Hermione. "But you'd think there would be documentation of it somewhere if he did dash. The locket, the cup, and the diadem weren't documented," Harry protested. "But none of them were displayed prominently in the Great Hall," Hermione countered. "It could be, Harry, but it's just very unlikely. The Ravenclaws used to gossip about that scepter, you know," said Luna in her typical dreamy fashion. "We called it the Scepter of Bravery." "You did?" Harry said, turning towards her. "What did you know about it?" "Nothing really," Luna shrugged. "Just rumors. We just thought it looked very pretty, and as Ronald said, the red could be significant towards Gryffindor qualities." Ron gave a triumphant, "I told you so," look to Hermione, who refused to acknowledge it. "Well, I'll keep researching," Hermione sighed. "But if it's not registered at Hogwarts or with the Ministry, I fail to see how we can learn anything more about it. Unless we could find out who made it, Harry wondered aloud. And how would we do that? Asked Ron. Hermione, do you know if the goblins ever forged scepters? Harry asked. Hermione looked startled by the question. I don't know, she stammered. Wizards don't have access to goblin records, so our understanding of their history is limited. Exactly, said Harry. They forged the Sword of Gryffindor, didn't they? Is it a stretch to assume they forged something else for the school? What would that matter? Asked Ron. So what if it's goblin-made or not? I think it's time I had a talk with Gornuk the Great, said Harry. He's been pestering me for months since the break-in anyway. Maybe he'd be able to track down the history of the scepter for us. Making a deal with goblins is very dangerous, Harry, Hermione warned. They can be very vengeful, and they distrust wizards. Well, I don't see what other choices we have, Harry sighed. I'm tired of not getting any answers. In the meantime, he said, pulling a blank piece of parchment paper towards himself, we'll see if Ginny recognizes the scepter. You're going to write her a letter? Asked Ron, looking over Harry's shoulder as he began to write. Yep, said Harry. And I'm going to show her this as well. Harry reached into his robes once more and withdrew another photo, that of a handsome middle-aged wizard, standing tall beside Minister Fudge and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Oh, Harry, not this again, Hermione groaned. Dawlish? You don't seriously believe I'm leaving no stone unturned, Hermione, said Harry, folding the picture of Dawlish alongside that of the scepter. I asked McGonagall about him. She didn't have any suspicions of him, but So, why didn't you listen? Hermione demanded. You're the only person who seems to be suspicious about him. And I find that hard to believe, Harry growled, leering at her and Ron. Considering he attacked Aberforth in the battle and nobody seems to care. I saw Dawlish during the battle. Harry piped up Neville. He looked out of it, and half his spells were missing. I don't think he was right in the head. Well, until we're sure, let's not just sweep it under the rug. Harry snapped, feeling quite cornered all of a sudden. He felt a sharp jab in his forehead. He reached instinctively for his scar, but his mind was just tired, screaming at him to calm down. He rubbed his temple, attempting to coax out the fatigue that had plagued his brain for the past few weeks. Hermione noticed this from across the table. I think we could all use some rest, she sighed, slamming her current textbook shut. I'm going back up to the Gryffindor common room for a bit. I'll go with you, Ron said hastily. I don't think you'll be allowed. Ron, you're not a student. Well, Ron stammered. We can find a quiet place somewhere. I'm sure. Say Neville, said Harry, getting the hint. Do you want to come with me down to the Hogshead? I'd like to talk to Aberforth before we go. Sure, said Neville. Haven't talked to him since the battle. Luna, fancy joining us? Oh, students are only allowed in a Hogsmeade on specified weekends, remember? Luna said. We could take the secret passage, said Neville excitedly. Through the room of requirement. Harry, Ron and Hermione shared a nervous look. About that, Neville, said Ron sadly. The room of requirement is gone. Destroyed in the battle. What? Said Neville. No way. How could that be? Fiendfire, said Hermione. I just tried to access it last week, and it wouldn't open for me. Ah, said Neville, a note of profound disappointment in his voice. That's a shame, isn't it? Well, it served us well. Shall we, Harry? And Neville stood up to leave abruptly, halfway across the library, before Harry even registered his departure. He must have really grown attached to the room during his final year, not to mention the nostalgia of their first Dumbledore's Army meetings in their 5th year, where Neville finally found his voice and came into his own. Harry bade farewell to the others before following him out of the library. Harry caught up to Neville at the entrance hall, and together they walked out onto the grounds. Say, Harry, I'm going to swing by the greenhouses, said Neville. I'll meet you at the Hogshead, yeah? Sure, said Harry, and they parted ways. Harry sensed the shift in Neville's mood, the nostalgia peeking through that only Hogwarts could provide. None of them felt satisfied in the Auror office. Harry knew it. He wondered if he was doing the wrong thing, if they were wasting their time trying to solve a mystery that might not have a solution. But he couldn't worry about that right now. Ron and Neville had put their trust in him by signing up for the Junior Aurors, and he had to be a strong leader for them. He pushed his self-doubts aside and quickened his pace down the road to Hogsmeade. It was late afternoon by the time Harry arrived at the Hogshead, and there were a few shady characters populating the bar already. Aberforth beamed at the sight of him, beckoning him in. "Take a seat, boy," he said. "Wallaby today. Hungry for more ham, I hope." "Nothing right now. Thanks, Aberforth," said Harry. "Actually, I hope to talk to you in private, if that's okay." Aberforth beckoned Harry into the back room, where he settled into an old creaky armchair, while Harry perched precariously on a stack of crates. Harry noticed that the scar on Aberforth's face was healing. It was still purple and pronounced, but no longer looked like it was about to erupt into a mess of blood pustules. "What can I do for you, Potter?" Aberforth asked. Harry was disarmed by just how much Aberforth looked like his brother Albus, studying Harry over. Interlocked fingers, his light blue eyes resting calmly on his face. Harry cleared his throat. "It's about your brother, actually," said Harry. "Oh, blimey," Aberforth sighed. "Still digging for his gruesome childhood secrets. 'Fraid I've got none left to share with you." "No, nothing like that," Harry said hastily. "His tomb hasn't been fixed yet. Do you know anything about that?" "Noticed that myself," Aberforth grumbled. "Damn disgrace if you ask me. I'm guessing it was some dark magic that destroyed it, but that's no excuse. I've half a mind to march up there and demand McGonagall patch it up tomorrow." "I take it you've been keeping an eye on it, then?" asked Harry. "I walk by the lake every once in a while, sure," said Aberforth. "Why'd you ask?" Harry reached into his pocket and procured the Elder Wand. He held it up in the dim light, and Aberforth eyed it warily. "This was your brother's," said Harry. "I want to return it to its rightful owner. But I don't want to do that until it's safe. You understand? A lot of stories flying round in the papers about that wand," said Aberforth, looking suspicious of its presence. "They're all true," said Harry simply. "Well, most of them at least. I don't know what drivel Skeeter has been putting out lately. But I wouldn't want just anyone to walk up and pluck it out of the tomb themselves." "So you expect me to what? Put it back for you once it's fixed?" said Aberforth. "If half the rumors about that cursed wand are true, I want nothing to do with it." "I can do it myself," said Harry. "I just need to know when the tomb is ready. And I'd like to know if anyone's been snooping around it." "I see," said Aberforth. "Well, my legs aren't as spry as they used to be, and I'm not too keen on walking in the dark, so my coverage will be limited." "That's why I brought you this," said Harry, rummaging through his pockets again. He pulled out a folded bundle of parchment and set it on the table beside Aberforth. Harry pointed the Elder Wand at it and said, "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." The Marauder's map came to life, its blank pages filling with ink as the Hogwarts grounds materialized within them. Aberforth eyed the document with curiosity. "This will show you everyone's location on the Hogwarts grounds at all times," said Harry, pointing out the moving names and footsteps on the map. He pointed out Neville in the herbology greenhouses, McGonagall in her office, and Ron and Hermione in an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. Harry noticed that Peeves was just a single room over from them. He considered warning Ron with his bracelet, but thought it funnier not to. "Remarkable bit of magic this is," Aberforth whistled as he picked up the map and studied it more closely. "Who designed it?" "Doesn't matter, they're all dead now," Harry shrugged. "Anyway, just keep an eye on the map from time to time. If you notice anyone lurking around the tomb, or on the grounds in general who shouldn't be there, let me know." "All right, I could do that," said Aberforth. "I wasn't much of a brother to Albus in life, but I suppose I can be his keeper in death." Harry nodded in gratitude at this sentiment. Neville turned up about an hour later, and soon he and Aberforth were swapping drinks and stories at the bar like they were old chums. They had seen a lot of each other last year during the Dumbledore's Army days, and Harry admired the camaraderie between them. Sometime after that, Ron walked into the bar looking somewhat disgruntled. Harry said nothing, and they enjoyed a few more drinks with Aberforth before calling it a night. Harry lay in bed at Grimmauld Place that night feeling like he had more questions than he did walking into Hogwarts. But that only motivated him to work harder to find solutions to the problems he faced. He still felt an incredible burden on his shoulders, not only to solve the many mysteries they'd been presented with, and not only to lead the junior Aurors properly, but to keep Dumbledore's secrets under wraps. That task felt more and more impossible with each passing day, and he was beginning to suspect that there was somebody out there actively seeking that information, waiting for him to slip. So he had to stay the course and find that person before they found him. Harry pulled the covers tight, silently praying that he would be able to find a few hours of sleep tonight. Gornuk the Great. Harry was interrupted at his desk the following week by a memo, which zoomed into the Auror office through the letterbox and fluttered annoyingly over his head. Harry plucked it out of midair and unfolded it to view the message within. Harry, I will be at the designated meeting place in 5 minutes. This better be worth my time. R.S. Harry quickly stood to go, quietly grabbing his coat and slinking towards the exit. Taking an early lunch, Harry? Asked Ron loudly, and Harry froze. He'd hoped to slip out undetected. Oh, yeah, Harry lied. Cool, I'll go with you, said Ron, standing to join him. Stretching my legs would do me some good right now. Harry couldn't very well protest with half the Aurors lazily watching the exchange. So he begrudgingly agreed and led the way out of the office. So where'd you want to go? Asked Ron as they stepped into the lift. I'm rather fancying fish and chips myself. I'm not going to lunch, Ron, said Harry, punching the button to send the lift downward. I'm meeting someone. What? Who? Asked Ron. You'll see, said Harry cryptically, eyeing the other inhabitants of the lift car warily. The lift took them deeper and deeper into the recesses of the ministry, with each stop depositing more riders until it was just Harry and Ron left. Level 9, Department of Mysteries, announced the cool voice over the speakers, and Harry led the way off the lift and down the cold, dark hallway. Where are we going? Ron hissed. 1 second, said Harry, looking over his shoulder to ensure they weren't seen before turning the corner into a quieter hallway. Ron followed, looking perplexed. What are we dash? Sure. Harry peered into the darkness, as though looking for something. Then he whispered, Rita. A woman materialized in front of them, startling Ron. Rita Skeeter had appeared, transforming herself back from a beetle into a human. So, this is the welcome I get? Rita asked, looking disgruntled. Sneaking around back passageways like a common mistress? Sorry, Rita, I didn't want anyone to know you, and I were talking, said Harry. Ron looked thoroughly befuddled now. What's she doing here? He demanded. I invited her, Harry said simply. I've got some information for her, and I wanted to make it discreet. This had better be good, Rita muttered. The risks I'm taking, sneaking into the ministry illicitly when I could have checked in like a civilized person dash. You asked me for the inside scoop, and I'm giving it to you, said Harry. The Auror office is investigating John Dawlish. Both Rita and Ron looked stunned by this revelation. Oh, now that is a juicy scoop, Rita grinned. The Auror office eating itself from within? That will certainly get people talking. Harry, are you mad? Said Ron. Why would you make that known to everyone? Because our investigation is going nowhere, said Harry. Because maybe if more people knew he was a suspect, we could track him down faster. But really? Her? Ron demanded, throwing a contemptuous look at Rita. After what she did to you? After what I did for him, you mean? Rita corrected, throwing Ron's look right back at him. It seems Mr. Potter has finally realized the beneficial nature of our relationship. Something like that, said Harry. Feel free to speculate away about him. His background, his motives, his current whereabouts dash. But Harry, said Ron, looking increasingly alarmed, we don't know that he's a real threat. What if you're printing damaging information and he's innocent? Then he's more than welcome to step forward and correct the record, Harry huffed. That would solve multiple problems for us, wouldn't it? And I don't suppose Robards or Shacklebolt would be open to a quote, would they? Asked Rita. Doubt it, said Harry. Like you care. The ministry stamp of approval would just make your readers more suspicious anyway. And off the record, they don't approve of the investigation. I thought not, said Rita. Dawlish was a respected man who has stood beside the last 3 ministers. His character assassination will be big news. Can I ask what the investigation is for? Harry considered how much information to give her. Crimes committed during the war, he said simply. Loyalties to the wrong people. That's all people need to know. That is a hot-button issue at the moment, Rita acknowledged. Who's to blame for Voldemort's rise, and who isn't? Who's complicit in his regime, and who is just following orders? I can make a meal out of that morsel. Thank you, Potter. Naturally, said Harry. I'd better get going. I have a meeting with Gornuk the Great this afternoon. But hold off on printing that. I've got some negotiating to do. And Harry turned to leave, with Ron hurrying to follow. Harry, have you gone completely mental? Ron demanded. Robards is going to be furious when he finds out you talked to the prophet about Dawlish. He won't, said Harry. Rita could have learned that from anyone. We've been asking around about him. Anyone could have gone to the press. But that's beside the point, Ron muttered. You're giving that foul woman ammunition to use against us? She's going to tear the Aurors to shreds. Like I said, she could get us one step closer to finding him, Harry shrugged. Besides, like Hermione said, we need to keep Rita on our good side for now. This is an easy way to accomplish that. Hermione looked her up in the registry the other day. She told me, Ron said glumly. Get this. It says she registered way back in '83. Hermione reckons she took advantage of the ministry's poor record, keeping last year to slip her name in undetected. Completely evil, that one is. She's not evil. She's just opportunistic, said Harry as they got back onto the lift. She can be a powerful ally if we keep her close. I still think it's a mistake talking to her, said Ron. No matter what she threatens to write about you, or about the Dash. Enough, Ron, Harry snapped as the lift doors closed. He could have sworn he saw a tiny insect scurry onto the lift at their feet before it carried them upwards towards the surface. Harry had enough time to join Ron for a quick bite to eat in the atrium before it was time for his meeting with the Goblin Gornuk. He bade Ron farewell and took the lift up to level 4, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. He walked past multiple doors down the corridor, some of which were emitting some very alien-sounding noises, before locating the Goblin Liaison Office. He knocked and entered the space. Ah, Harry Potter, said a young wizard, approaching Harry with an outstretched hand. Welcome to the Goblin Liaison Office. Thanks, said Harry. Is Stephen Marchbanks here? That would be me, beamed the young wizard. I'm the director of the department. Harry was surprised at this. Stephen looked no more than 2 or 3 years older than Harry. And how long have you been running the Goblin Liaison Office? Harry asked suspiciously. Oh, since Shacklebolt took office in May, Stephen beamed. An honor, a great honor indeed. Harry looked around at the near-empty office space around them. How many people work in this office, exactly, he asked warily. Just myself for now, said Stephen. The office was dissolved under thickness, and I got appointed to oversee things in the transition. Pretty easy job, actually. Today is the most action I've seen since I started. I see, Harry muttered. And may I ask, Stephen, are you related to Griselda Marchbanks by chance from the Department of Education? Yes, she's my gran, said Stephen with a glow of pride. She put in a good word for me with the minister. She and Shacklebolt go way back, you see. Splendid, Harry groaned, already feeling uncomfortable with the way the department was being handled. Well, when is Gornuk due to arrive? Oh, he got here an hour ago, said Stephen. He's waiting in my office, just through there. What? Harry yelped. Why didn't you send for me? Oh, I knew you'd be along soon enough, Stephen shrugged. I didn't want to interrupt your Auror business. I'm sure what you do down there is way more valuable than the chaff we deal with here. He seemed to expect Harry to laugh at this, as though they both thought the Goblin Liaison Office was just some big joke. Harry did not laugh. Instead, he marched across the room and entered Stephen's office without asking. Gornuk was sitting cross-legged on the ground, clearly uninterested in the plump armchairs sitting against the wall. Nevertheless, Stephen took his own seat behind the desk and beckoned for Harry to take one of the armchairs. Didn't keep you waiting too long, did we, Gornuk? Stephen said patronizingly to the goblin. Gornuk just glared up at him. This is Harry Potter. You've been wanting to meet with him for a while, haven't you? We have wanted him prosecuted for his crimes, said Gornuk. There is a difference. An awkward silence followed, which Harry decided to break at once. Nice to meet you, sir, said Harry, extending a hand down to the goblin. Still looking sour, Gornuk shook Harry's hand briefly before returning to a seated position in the corner. Now, I know you and your friends at the Confederation have had your differences with Mr. Potter, said Stephen, still speaking in the same slow, patronizing voice Harry wouldn't even use with a toddler. But I can assure you that the Ministry would never take action against him. He's a war hero, you see. And I suppose being a war hero means you can behave any way you like without consequence, said Gornuk. We goblins have war heroes too, and they are expected to follow the same laws and code of ethics as everyone else. I'm sure what Harry and his friends did has a very simple explanation, said Stephen. This is just a big misunderstanding. Isn't that right, Harry? There's more to it than that, Harry corrected. That's what I've come to talk to you about, Gornuk. to clear up what happened and find a solution. Unless your solution involves a full and fair trial by goblins for the crimes you committed, Gornuk growled, we have nothing to speak of. Now, Gornuk, that's no way to talk to Harry Potter, Stephen said warningly. I will not have it, Gornuk exclaimed. Trespass after trespass against Goblinkind. An imperious curse was used on one of my employees. An unforgivable. This will not stand. No wizard has been tried by a goblin court in centuries. Gornuk, you and I both know that, said Stephen. I don't think you have a leg to stand on in this matter. Forgive me, Stephen, interrupted Harry, looking at Marchbanks, but can we have the room for a moment? Marchbanks looked surprised, glancing nervously between Harry and Gornuk for a moment, before nodding and slipping out the door, closing it behind him. Harry pointed his wand after him and whispered, Muffliato, ensuring that they would not be overheard. What games are these, Potter? Snarled Gornuk. Do you intend to threaten me? Far from it, said Harry. You've been dealing with Stephen Marchbanks all these months? And no one else at the ministry? He's the only one that will answer my calls, Gornuk grunted. As it has been for years. Before Marchbanks, it was that dull Dirk Cresswell running this dead end of an office. I've requested the Minister of Magic many times, but he has never made the time for me. Harry could see quite clearly now why the Confederation of Goblins was so angry with him. They'd been forced to channel their frustrations through a young kid with no experience at dealing with goblins, one who seemed to believe they were mere annoyances to be shoved aside. And it sounded like his predecessor in the office didn't believe much differently. I didn't know communications were so limited, said Harry. I'll speak to Shacklebolt and make sure your messages will be heard more often. Gornuk gave Harry an odd look, clearly not believing him. Is that what you muffled the door to say to me? He asked. No. I have a question for you, said Harry. He slid off the front of the seat and sat cross-legged on the floor so that he and Gornuk could speak face to face. When we broke into the Lestrange vault, you told the ministry that we stole the sword of Gryffindor. Why did you not tell them it was a fake? Gornuk flinched. He clearly had not expected this. How did you know Dash? He sputtered. You also did not mention the cup that we stole, Harry continued. That was the true object we were after. Surely you figured that out yourself. But why did you want the ministry to believe we had taken the sword? Gornuk pondered this, as though unsure whether to tell the truth. We feared for the safety of our kind, he muttered. We did not want to incur the wrath of the Dark Lord Dash. See, I put some thought into it, said Harry, and I've asked around about the Lestrange vault. Since she died in the Battle of Hogwarts, you have taken inventory of her possessions so that the ministry can assess her will and distribute them properly. That is the process for all deceased witches and wizards, Gornuk said simply, not yet following. But if you claim that the sword was stolen, continued Harry, you could compel the ministry to return it to the vault so that it could be processed along with her other belongings. Not that it matters to you lot, since it'll just go right back into the hands of another witch or wizard via her will, unless a flash of realization hit Gornuk's face, but he suppressed it. You dare to accuse us? He said. You and I both know the fake sword is still in that vault, said Harry coolly. I think once you got your hands on the real sword, you intended to swap them and hand over the fake, only to keep the real one for yourselves. That is a serious accusation that will be impossible to prove, Gornuk snarled. I am aware, said Harry, and I don't intend to try. I have a different proposition for you, which is, I can just give you the sword of Gryffindor directly. If Gornuk's eyes could have narrowed any further, they would have. Why should I believe? He began. The sword is currently sitting in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, said Harry. It is not being used at the moment, nor do I think it will need to be for a long time. I see no reason why it should have to remain there. But the sword is not yours to give, said Gornuk. How am I to believe you can authorize its release? It is not the headmaster's either, Harry shrugged. The sword is loyal to Godric Gryffindor and his house. Only a true Gryffindor can summon it in a time of need. That is how it came into the possession of Neville Longbottom last May, after Grip Hook tried to steal it. Then you must think me stupid to accept your offer. Gornuk sneered. You would give it to me to hold, only to summon it away after? As I said, Harry repeated calmly, only a true Gryffindor can summon it in a time of need. Neville needed it to kill the Dark Lord Snake, Nagini. I needed it 5 years ago to kill the Basilisk. And someday in the future, a future Gryffindor student may find themselves in need and summon it for themselves. What difference does it make why the sword is summoned? Gornuk asked. If it can be taken at any time dash. The past 2 times it was summoned, said Harry. It was returned to its case in the headmaster's office. I just saw it in there not 3 days ago. I see no reason why its resting place can't be moved. You can have the sword, and if it is summoned in the future, arrangements can be made to return it to you once its services are no longer needed. Gornuk considered this. Harry could see that he was actually intrigued by this idea. You are aware, the goblin mused, tapping his long fingers together in contemplation, what goblin customs are in regards to weaponry? The maker of an item is considered to be its true owner. When its buyer dies, the item is returned to the goblin who forged it. The Sword of Gryffindor was forged by Ragnuk the First, said Harry, who died centuries ago. I don't think that custom applies anymore. Gornuk straightened himself proudly. But I am one of the last descendants of Ragnuk the First, he said with dignity. My name is derived from his, you see. I can claim ownership of the sword if I wish. I am a descendant of Godric Gryffindor, Harry shrugged. Plus, it was left to me in Albus Dumbledore's will. I can also make legal claim to the sword. What I propose is a compromise. You can keep the sword and use it for your own purposes. But if it is needed at Hogwarts, it will be allowed to return and aid the Gryffindor faithful. The sword will still belong to you. Gornuk sat silently, tapping his long fingers together, considering this proposal. And why do I get the sense that you're about to ask something of me? He wondered aloud. Just one thing, said Harry. I'm looking for records on a scepter that may have been goblin forged. A scepter that was stolen from Hogwarts. Do you know of such a scepter? I work at Gringotts. I am not a forger, Gornuk snarled. But someone at the Confederation ought to know, said Harry. Goblins take extensive inventory of their creations, do they not? You can track down the records if you needed to, I'm sure. Gornuk continued to tap his fingers together, looking at Harry with mingled curiosity and distrust. Finally, he stood and offered his hand. I shall consider your offer and confer with my people, he announced. We will speak again soon. You know where to find me, said Harry, shaking the goblin's hand. Oh, and one other thing. The Sword of Gryffindor has been impregnated with basilisk venom, just in case that alters your decision. Oh, Gornuk chuckled to himself. How very interesting, but that would be quite useful for disposing of dark objects. We could gain a great deal of value from that. Well, I must be going. Farewell, Potter. Gornuk leapt down from his chair and hastened to the door, brushing past Stephen Marchbanks without a word. How'd it go? Stephen asked hopefully. Well, I think, said Harry. We'll find out soon one way or another. Good, sighed Stephen. This whole ordeal has been quite taxing, to tell you the truth. I'll be glad to see it resolved. Yes, I'm sure this job has done a real number on you, Harry said dryly. Farewell, Stephen. Do me a favor and answer Gornuk right away the next time he comes calling, won't you? And without waiting for a response, Harry left the office. Harry marched straight into the lift and headed straight to level 1, walking across the courtyard and up to the minister's office. He knocked once and entered without waiting for a response. Kingsley looked up from his desk, looking alarmed. Harry, he said, I didn't realize we had a meeting scheduled dash. What the hell's going on in the Goblin Liaison office? Harry demanded hotly. And who is this Marchbanks kid that's running into the ground? Mr. Marchbanks comes highly recommended by my ministry colleagues, Kingsley said coolly. He's well-spoken and has a good relationship with the prophet. That's all the job is to you then? A PR stunt? Harry asked. He's a moron. I just watched him insult Gornuk for an hour and a half and stoke the flames with the goblins further. Harry, the Goblin Liaison Office doesn't have any real power over Goblin-Wizard relations, said Kingsley. Those matters are handled by the Wisingamot High Council, and those laws were codified long ago dash. They need to be reevaluated then, said Harry. Or there will be a crisis on your hands, Minister. I've been assured that the Confederacy of Goblins is no threat to your well-being, if that's your concern, said Kingsley. You need not worry. What do you think happened to Ludo Bagman, Minister? Harry demanded. You think he went on holiday? He knew better than you how dangerous the goblins can be when you get on their bad side. If it makes you feel any better, Kingsley said slowly, I can authorize an Auror to accompany you at all times for protection. I'm not worried about self-defense, said Harry. I'd rather deal with the Confederation directly than sweep it under the rug like you've been doing. Who says I've been sweeping it under the rug? Kingsley protested. We know more about the Goblins' activities than we let on, Harry. If they were planning on trying something, we would already know. They are simply biding their time. Why not talk to them directly instead of just spying on them? Harry demanded. Dumbledore was smart enough to keep a strong relationship with the Confederation. Dumbledore was a friend to many creatures, Kingsley agreed. I wish I possessed half of his talents of persuasion. That doesn't mean you can't at least make an effort, said Harry. Gornuk says he's been asking for you. Can't take an hour out of your day to meet with him? I'm the Minister of Magic, Harry, said Kingsley patiently. I have delegates to handle these lesser matters for me. It's a tradition as old as time. I don't think now is the time to be upholding tradition, Kingsley. Harry shouted. You may say you got rid of all this magic is might. Rubbish, but from the Goblin's perspective, things are no better now than they were under thickness. Do not, Kingsley growled, rising from his seat, compare me to pious thickness. Then quit acting like him, Harry bellowed, not backing down from the challenge. You want to preach reform? Do it, you coward. Kingsley drew his wand faster than Harry could react. For a moment, Harry was sure Kingsley was about to hex him. The next instant, the chair he was sitting in had buffeted him sideways and roughly carried him into the hall. It deposited him unceremoniously on the ground before zooming back in through the door, which slammed forcefully in Harry's face. Harry, still fuming, picked himself up and dusted himself off. He didn't care about the curious eyes that followed him back across the courtyard and towards the lift. He punched the button for the atrium, not interested in returning to his desk for the remainder of the afternoon. He'd had enough of dealing with bureaucratic incompetence for one day. Go do them, /n. Just popping in here quickly to thank anyone who has made it this far. This is a chapter I'm proud of and have been building towards for some time. Updates may come slower in the coming days and weeks, but I remain committed to completing this story, hopefully before summer, and have a clear vision all the way to the end. So please enjoy, and leave your thoughts below. Harry wished that he could just sleep off the frustration and fatigue of the ministry, but sleep eluded him, never granting him more than 2 or 3 hours worth of rest a night. The nightmares were a constant now, but he'd grown used to them. At least he could rely on them night after night, while the daylight hours were a haze, when he stumbled from place to place, just hoping to go home and lie down again. He considered trying to brew a sleeping draft in the potions lab, but the ingredients were restricted and would require ministry sign-off, not to mention it would take 3 months to mature properly. Making matters worse was the fact that everyone seemed to be irritated with him these days. Once the Dawlish article broke in the Daily Prophet, Robards had screamed himself raw at Harry and threatened to pull him off leadership duty, and had assigned him more busy work than ever to complete. The minister hadn't spoken to Harry since their argument weeks prior, but he gave an impassioned defense of Dawlish in the following day's Prophet that told Harry all he needed to know. Even Ron and Neville seemed to be avoiding him, perhaps questioning their decision to act under his leadership. That isolation, coupled with anxiety over Dawlish and the goblins and everything else going on, was becoming too much for him to bear. Harry found himself increasingly drawn to the slip of parchment given to him by McGonagall, the mysterious legilimens who had the supposed power to cure his mind. Harry didn't buy that, but he began to wonder if he could talk his way into a prescription for something to help him sleep. What would be the harm in just talking to the man for an hour or so? That would be enough to confirm his suspicions at least. So he sent a letter off with Dora to the French address on the parchment, requesting a meeting. It was answered 3 days later, setting a date for that Saturday. Harry operated into the wizarding village of Curdulaim at 12:15, taking in the picturesque views as he strolled through the town square. It reminded him plenty of Godric's Hollow, the only other wizarding village he'd been to personally, though much more vibrant in color and mood. Fall was in its waning weeks in the French countryside. Multicolored leaves littered the cobblestone roads, and young children laughed and ran through the streets without abandon. Godric's Hollow had been boarded up and lifeless during Harry's visit. But then, there was a war going on. It warmed his heart to see such life thriving here, as the witches and wizards of the village clearly felt safe, free and happy. Harry located the correct address, a simple one-story home nestled in a quiet cul-de-sac near the square. The letterbox was engraved Dupont, along with a coat of arms that Harry recognized as that of Beauxbaton's academy. Harry knocked on the door, and a moment later, Claude Dupont opened it. He was quite shorter than Harry expected, and looked nearly as old as Dumbledore had been, but there was an unmistakable twinkle in his eye, a spark of life that indicated he was not on his way out the door just yet. "You must be Mr. Potter," said Dupont in a soft, pleasing tone. "A great honor. Please do come in." He led Harry in through the entryway and into a darkened study, beckoning for Harry to sit. Harry looked around the room warily. Thick, dusty tomes littered the bookshelves on the walls, with titles on the spines written in languages Harry didn't recognize. Several glass orbs glowed in the dim lighting, white smoke swirling lightly within. On Dupont's desk sat a number of contraptions Harry did not recognize, though they vaguely reminded him of the dark detectors he'd once seen in the fake Mad Eye Moody's office during his 4th year. Dupont sat quietly in the corner, hands folded, studying Harry as he dropped into a chair on the opposite side of the room. "You're Professor Dupont, then?" Harry said loudly, finding the silence uncomfortable. "McGonagall spoke highly of you." "Minerva is an old friend," said Dupont with a wry smile. "We met when I took a study abroad term at Hogwarts in my 7th year. Beauxbatons did not have a robust divination department at the time." "So you're a seer, then?" Harry asked skeptically. "Good heavens, no!" Dupont chuckled. "There is much more to divination than the sight, no matter what Professor Trelawney might have taught you. I do not know if she can truly see or not, but I have heard tales of her methods through academic backchannels." Harry did not divulge the fact that Trelawney had in fact correctly prophesied Voldemort's demise, but he did smile inwardly at the thinly veiled insult against his least favorite teacher. "They're brought in a new teacher to share the department with her now," said Harry. "Firenze the Centaur." "Ah yes, I heard rumors of this," Dupont mused. "Funny beasts, centaurs. Far more attuned to the natural world, there is no doubt, but in many ways just as blind to the inner workings of the mind." "So, you do believe in mind reading?" Harry prodded. "Crystal balls and fortune-telling and all that rubbish?" "Once again, your understanding of the subject is limited by Trelawney's interpretation of the field," said Dupont. "Divination is best viewed as a means of opening your mind up to the infinite possibilities your life can take you. Nobody can predict the future with accuracy, but we can narrow it down immensely if we know how to listen to the signs the supernatural world gives us." It all still sounded like hogwash to Harry, but he held his tongue. "So, is that what we're doing here?" he asked. "You're going to open up my mind to the divine, or whatever, so I can finally see what's in those orbs?" He pointed to the swirling, mist-filled balls sitting atop the bookshelf. Dupont turned to look himself. "Don't mind those, just a bit of ambience," he said, picking up his wand and giving a small flick. The white smoke inside ceased movement, and the light slowly faded to darkness. "I find it helps some people relax their minds, but it isn't for everyone. I'll warn you, I'm rubbish at occlumency," said Harry. "I tried it with Snape in my 5th year, and it was a disaster." "Luckily for you, Mr. Potter, we will not be practicing occlumency here," said Dupont. "Occlumency and legilimency go hand in hand, but they are very different disciplines. One requires you to close your mind, while the other asks you to open it wider. I think you'll find the latter significantly easier." Harry did not find this reassuring in the slightest. In fact, it alarmed him even more than occlumency ever did. "What if there are things I don't want you to know about?" he demanded. "Secrets that are too dangerous to get out into the world." "That is precisely what I aim to avoid, Mr. Potter," said Dupont with a knowing smile. "Everyone has secrets they wish to keep, but in equal measure, they have repressed memories buried somewhere in your psyche, doing immense damage from within. My specialty is coaxing out these harmful memories so that they can be addressed without disturbing the parts of your mind you wish to keep." "So like a memory charm?" Harry asked, confused. "You're going to make me forget I ever fought Lord Voldemort?" "Not exactly," said Dupont. "Obliviation is a crude and ancient method developed before we had a proper understanding of legilimency. It is effective at what it does, yes, but it can have severe side effects if performed improperly." Harry suddenly had a vivid memory of an addled Gilderoy Lockhart wandering the halls of St. Mungo's and knew exactly what he meant by that. Besides, Dupont continued, the objective is not to make you forget these unhappy memories. It is to bring them to the surface so that we can better analyze their nature and help you deal with them. So you're a shrink? Harry concluded. We have those in the Muggle world too. Yes, but unfortunately, Muggles lack the capacity to understand the supernatural elements of the mind like we wizards do, Dupont lamented. They can approximate what we legilimens can do, but only a cheap imitation. But by that same logic, Harry argued, you could use that knowledge to extract information out of people against their will. You could lure me into a sense of comfort before stealing the dark secrets of how Voldemort tried to become immortal. Yes, I could, Dupont said, and Harry was surprised by the direct response. It is a dangerous tool in the wrong hands, you're very correct. I gather that Voldemort himself was a skilled legilimens, and even had the terrible ability to implant false memories in his victims' minds. Again, Harry was brought back to his 5th year, watching Sirius Black get tortured in the Department of Mysteries, a vivid and visceral memory that transpired to be a trick to lure him to the Ministry. But Harry, said Dupont, interrupting Harry's reverie, there is a great deal of trust required for this to work. I cannot prove that I will not go digging around inside your subconscious for juicy secrets. The first step is accepting my word at face value and allowing me access in spite of those fears. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't even know you? Asked Harry. Well, I could rattle off a few reasons, Dupont mused. McGonagall's referral, my extensive experience helping mentally scarred patients, the Order of Merlin bestowed upon me by the French Ministry for my work with veterans of the First Wizarding War, but I have a suspicion that any appeal to authority wouldn't convince you. He was quite right. Harry never much cared for fancy titles or ministry approval, given how easily he knew they could be corrupted. Would you swear an unbreakable vow? Harry asked. I could, Dupont humored him, but that comes with 2 problems. 1, I might accidentally poke around and unearth something unexpected and keel over dead for my unintended transgression. And 2, that would be a trust forged by artificial means, which is not useful in our case. Why not? Harry demanded. It would make me trust you. But your mind would still be closed, said Dupont, because that trust didn't come from a genuine place of acceptance. The mind is a tricky thing to unlock, Mr. Potter, and it requires both parties to work together to coax it into submission. It won't work if I am operating under threat of certain death, as it will impact both of our psyches negatively. You have to learn to let go. Well, that doesn't work for me, Harry said stubbornly. If the things I know about Voldemort got leaked into the world, it could be catastrophic. I can't risk that. I see, said Dupont. You believe that is a burden you alone must shoulder and carry to the grave. That's right. And that's why you undertook your mission against Voldemort alone, with no help. Yes, well, not exactly alone, admitted Harry. My friends Ron and Hermione came too. So, then your secret is already out? Dupont asked, eyebrows raised. Your friends will use that knowledge to rise to power like Voldemort did? Of course not. They wouldn't do that, Harry scoffed. I trust them. So there are people you would trust with the information. Yeah, Harry said hotly. I've known those 2 for years, and I've only just met you. There's a difference. I'm not disputing that, said Dupont. What I hope you'll understand is that, by your own admission, there are people in your life that you trust to help carry the burden with you. And I suspect their very presence and support lightened that load considerably. Yes, sure, Harry said begrudgingly. But that doesn't mean you have thus far been very selective in your life with whom to trust your darkest secrets with, said Dupont. Confiding in your closest friends can be a powerful tool for a child. But you are no longer a child, Harry Potter. As you grow older, friends fade away, and the mind has increasingly fewer avenues to open itself to others. I have seen powerful witches and wizards go mad with the burden of whatever they kept buried inside themselves. You may believe you possess destructive secrets, but keeping them hidden will only succeed in destroying yourself from within. Okay, that's fine, Harry exclaimed. I'll go mad and destroy myself then. Better me than causing another wizarding war, because of what I know." To Harry's surprise and anger, Dupont chuckled at this. "Oh, to be young and prone to such histrionics. I promise that whatever you're grappling with, it's not so terrible that other people can't help you with it." "You sound like Ginny," Harry muttered bitterly. "Ginny? My girlfriend," said Harry. "Well, she was my girlfriend. I'm not really sure where we stand right now. Does she know the kinds of troubles you've been through?" "I've known her since we were kids," Harry explained. "So, yeah, she's seen a lot of what I've been dealing with. Yet you don't trust her enough to let your guard down with her." Hey, don't put words in my mouth," Harry protested. "It's more complicated than that. I just don't want to put her in danger. She got attacked at the Quidditch World Cup last summer, and for all I know, it was because someone knew she was with me." "You carry a terrible burden with you because of what you've accomplished in life," said Dupont. "There will always be witches and wizards who admire you, who envy you, and who loathe you for it. You cannot allow that knowledge to affect how you live your life." "Easy for you to say," Harry protested. "What would you know about it? You've never been branded the chosen one. You've never had loved ones threatened because of who you are. You aren't plagued by constant nightmares watching them die horrible deaths. My daughter was murdered by Lord Voldemort because of me," Dupont said plainly. "She what?" said Harry, suddenly taken aback. "Many years back, before his first downfall," Dupont continued, "Voldemort was seeking a skilled legilimens to train him in the mysteries of the mind. He tried to recruit me, but I refused. So he hunted down and killed my only daughter and her new husband." "Oh," Harry said, horrified. "That's awful." "Yes, it is," Dupont nodded. "My worst nightmare, realized. An innocent life, one I cared for more than my own, taken on account of my actions. The guilt I felt afterwards was overwhelming, and in many ways it has never left me." A silvery tear streaked down Dupont's cheek from the corner of his eye. He tapped it lightly with his wand and pulled it away from his face. Harry saw the silvery strand hanging loosely from the tip of the wand. For a moment he thought Dupont might stand and deposit the tear into a pensieve, as he had seen Dumbledore do on many occasions. But Dupont instead casually flicked the wand away from him, and the silvery strand floated into the air and evaporated into mist. "Was that a memory?" Harry yelped in surprise. "You just destroyed it just like that?" "Not the original memory, my boy. Merely an imprint," Dupont explained calmly. "Memories cannot be destroyed. They are buried deep within our psyches, and when we recall them, these imprints come up to the surface for us to observe. Then we can reminisce on them, repress them, alter them, or merely dismiss them." Harry sat in silence for a moment, contemplating this. "Do you ever regret your decision?" "Which one?" Dupont asked with a wry smile. "Denying Lord Voldemort, or having my daughter?" "Because one could argue both decisions led to the same tragic fate and the pain I now feel. But no, I regret neither. I could never have lived with myself knowing that my skills aided an evil tyrant in subjugating others to a terrible fate. Nor could I deny myself the 24 wonderful years I had with Francesca before her death. I watched her grow, learn, and love in ways I could never have dreamed of. Her death will always be a dark stain on my mind, but I will still cherish the time I did have with her." That was a beautiful sentiment, Harry thought, but one he wasn't sure he agreed with. Of course, he could see the benefit in pursuing a life with Ginny, indulging in the simple pleasures that came along with it. But what a selfish decision that would be, inviting her in to share the darkness plaguing his mind. She would be much happier with another man, one without such demons circling his soul, sapping the happiness out of him and everyone close to him. "I'd like to try something, if you don't mind," said Dupont, interrupting the uneasy silence that had fallen between them. "You say you have nightmares about your loved ones dying. Would you feel comfortable describing one of them for me?" "I guess so," Harry shrugged. He racked his brain, trying to remember the most recent. "There's one that's been coming up a lot, where I'm still in the Battle of Hogwarts." "Tell me about it in detail," Dupont said softly. "Close your eyes if it helps you remember." Harry obliged. "Well, I'm running through the castle," he explained, "and I don't know if it's me being chased or the other way around. And there are people screaming and fighting all around me, but I can't see them. Only I can see bodies all over the ground, and I can't tell who they belong to. I'm just so sure that eventually I'll see Ginny among them. and that would be worse than dying to Voldemort. Harry found it much easier to describe the dream as he put more and more detail into it. With his eyes closed, he could picture it vividly in his mind's eye. He was back in those crumbling corridors running, always running. Legilimens. Harry. Harry turned. Ginny stood behind him in the corridor, her eyes blazing just as brightly as her fiery red hair. She extended her hand to him, and he took it. Then she kissed him. The most wondrous, passionate kiss Harry had ever experienced. The sounds of battle faded away, and suddenly the only thing that mattered was her. Harry didn't want this moment to ever end. He pulled Ginny close, resolving to never let her go again, no matter the consequences. Harry's eyes snapped open. He was back in Dupont's office, with the elderly professor pointing his wand at Harry's forehead. Harry looked upwards just in time to see a silvery wisp detach from his forehead, float momentarily above his head, then dissipate into nothingness. His eyes returned to Dupont. "Did you just dash?" "The funny thing about nightmares, Harry," said Dupont, "is that they are corruptions. Like imprints, they can be recalled from our psyches, but they are exaggerated by emotion, feeding off of fear or excitement or desire. We can address them by simply altering the emotion associated with them, as you have just seen. If your fear of losing Ginny is overwhelmed by your desire to be with her, these nightmares won't be as severe. Both emotions exist within you. It's about which one you choose to prioritize over the other." Harry felt a strange sense of calm washing over him. He felt lighter than he had in months, as though a nagging pain had finally ceased bothering him. But then he remembered the wand in Dupont's hand, the spell muttered under his breath, the same one that had tormented him in Snape's office time and again during his 5th year. That feeling of violation came rushing back to Harry now, making him feel dirty and used. "How dare you?" Harry demanded, leaping to his feet. "Access my mind without my permission?" "Only that which you were already sharing with me," said Dupont. "I merely took what was floating on the surface of your mind and transformed it into something positive." "It doesn't matter," said Harry, his temper rising again. "I didn't say you could do that. How can you preach trust and honestly, and then cast that spell without warning me first?" "I would never dare to dig any deeper than I just did," Dupont reassured him. "Violating one's memories is a terrible crime that all legilimens are trained to avoid. Well, you just did," Harry said crossly, turning towards the door. "Speak of this to no one, and if you ever try something like that again, you will regret it." He wrenched open the door and exited the room, slamming it behind him. As he stalked back through the quiet village of Coeur-d'Alene, he was furious for allowing himself to be lulled into such a vulnerable state. What Dupont did to him had helped, he did not doubt it, but it was nonetheless invasive and wrong. Who's to say he wouldn't try to coax Harry into revealing more terrible secrets? Secrets about Hallows and Horcruxes? Never again would he allow himself to be subjected to such terrible magic again. He turned on the spot and Aberforth out of the village, vowing never to return again. "The 8th harpy." "Look alive, Potter," said Ron, playfully nudging Harry's chair as he walked by his desk. Harry, who had been nodding off while leaning back in his desk chair, jerked awake and grasped at air before righting himself. Neville smirked at this before he returned to pruning his potted plant. "You sleeping okay, mate?" Ron asked, settling into his own desk across from Harry's. "It's not even noon yet." "Yeah, more or less," Harry sighed, rubbing his temple to clear the brain fog. Truthfully, his nightmares had gotten better since his meeting with Dupont, but last night was still a rough one. Harry had found himself facing down Voldemort in the Great Hall once more, but Rita Skeeter was also there, writing down his every word with her quick quotes quill, as was Gornuk the Great, who appeared ready to pounce upon the Elder Wand as soon as the battle was over. "Well, get yourself sorted by Friday," said Ron. "We're going to a Quidditch match." "We are," said Harry. "Yeah." Ginny got picked up by the Holyhead Harpies as a substitute. Guess one of their chasers got a concussion from a bludger. Isn't that great? She'll be making her pro debut Friday against the Chudley Cannons. "Brilliant," said Harry, though he wasn't sure if it was appropriate to celebrate another athlete's injury. "Are your parents going too?" "Dad is, he just told me," said Ron, suddenly sounding forlorn. "Mom still isn't speaking to her, though." I think she's just convincing herself that Ginny's off studying at Hogwarts, and this whole Quidditch thing isn't real. Ah, I'm sure she'll come around, Harry offered optimistically. She's just protective is all. We all saw what she did to Bellatrix Lestrange. Yeah, well, if you've ever been on her bad side, you'd know that. Wasn't even her full power, Ron frowned. How about you, Neville? Want to come with us? Can't, Neville said. Promised Gran I'd stop by for dinner. She's having Professor Sprout over. The herbology professor? Said Harry. Yeah, Pomona's an old family friend, Neville beamed. And I was one of her favorite students, so it should be a good time. Nice, have fun, mate, said Ron. He and Harry shared a look that said they both found it odd that anyone would rather have dinner with their grandmother and ex-teacher than attend a Quidditch match. But Neville had never shown much interest in the sport, so they let it slide. Harry was eager to attend the match, not only because he missed the sport dearly, but because he hadn't seen Ginny in weeks and was eager to speak with her. They hadn't heard back from her yet, about the letter asking if she recognized the Hogwarts Scepter, or if it was in fact Dawlish who approached her at the World Cup. But more importantly, he just missed her company. He still felt like they had left things on an uncertain note and wanted to see where he stood with her. This would be a good opportunity to find out for sure. That Friday, Harry and Ron ducked out of the office early to join Arthur and pop over to the Burrow to change. Molly was conspicuously absent, giving Harry and Ron a curt hello before retreating to her room out of sight. Ron drew scathing looks from both Harry and his father when he came downstairs wearing a bright orange jersey for the Cannon Seeker. Gudgeon, number 7. What? He said defensively. I've rooted for the Cannon since I was 5. Your sister is playing against them, if you hadn't noticed, said Arthur, who had changed into a bright green jumper emulating the Harpies' colors. Great, said Ron. I hope she scores 14 goals and the Cannons win by 10 points. He would not be dissuaded from wearing the outfit, so Harry and Arthur eventually relented and they departed for the stadium. Harry gawked at the scene when they arrived. The entire area around the stadium was crowded with people, gathered around ice chests filled with butterbeer, fire whiskey, and other tasty drinks. Never been to a Quidditch League match before, Harry? Asked Ron, seeing the look of awe in his friend's face. No, said Harry. The only 2 matches he'd attended outside of Hogwarts were the 2 World Cups, which he'd assumed were outliers when it came to fan celebrations. But the atmosphere was just as festive here, as fans mingled and toasted to their favorite teams while cursing the opposition. He imagined this was what football matches were like in the Muggle world, which the Dursleys never brought him along to. Dudley loved to come home from them and taunt Harry by describing their wonders in great detail. To Harry's surprise, they ran into Bill and Fleur, who beckoned them over eagerly. Managed to get the evening off after all. Bill beamed. And look who decided to come along. I thought you weren't fond of Quidditch, Fleur? Arthur inquired after greeting his daughter-in-law with a kiss on the cheek. Edie is not my favorite sport, Fleur admitted. But an all-girl team? How fascinating. I add to Z for myself. The 5 of them stood around sharing drinks and chatting about nothing in particular. Harry had to force himself to stop after 2 fire whiskeys. He was enjoying himself, but he wanted to be sober enough to enjoy the match. He felt so deprived of Quidditch over the past 2 years that he had half a mind to borrow Ron's jersey and play with the Cannons himself. The conversation eventually turned towards Gringotts and the break, in case. Surprisingly, I haven't heard much about in the last few weeks, said Bill. Used to be all the goblins could talk about, but something must have changed. I'm not sure what Shacklebolts told them, but whatever it is must have calmed them down. That's odd, Arthur mused. Not very often you see the goblins back down when their pride is on the line. I just hope the Ministry hasn't made them any promises they can't keep, muttered Bill, taking a deep swig of his drink. Last thing we need is for tensions to flare up again. Harry deliberately avoiding eye contact with anyone at this. He still had not told anyone about his plan to give Gornuk the Sword of Gryffindor. At least now he knew that he had better follow through or risk incurring the wrath of the goblins once more. Soon the crowd began to migrate inside the stadium and find their seats. Harry felt his sense of anticipation building. Not only to see some Quidditch at long last, and not only to cheer on Ginny, but because he was eager to see the acclaimed Gwennog Jones play. With his own 2 eyes. Hogwarts had seen some fine beaters come through its doors during Harry's years there, but he'd never quite understood why the position needed to exist. Why couldn't there just be 5 chasers? He had yet to see someone prove the position's value and wanted to have his mind changed about it. Before long, players began zooming out of the tunnel and onto the pitch for their warm-ups. The cannons came out first, the away team. Ron loudly cheered for each of them, drawing nasty looks from the Harpies fans seated all around them. Then the Harpies were introduced. Ginny came out third behind the other two chasers, and Harry, Ron, and Arthur bellowed their support. Gwenog Jones emerged last. Even after the team's seeker, Patricia Lowry, she was met with a roar of approval from the home crowd. Gwenog pumped her fist to acknowledge them before joining the rest of her team in formation. The two teams lined up for the opening face-off. The referee marched out onto the field, releasing the bludgers and the golden snitch before tossing the quaffle into the air, signaling the start of the match. The cannons gained possession first, flying in a tight V formation towards the opposing goal. Harry saw Ginny attempting to cut off the ball carrier by swooping in front of them, but he effortlessly dodged her. The cannon lined up for a shot on goal when whack. His arm was hit by a bludger just as he released the quaffle, sending it spinning harmlessly towards the ground for a harpy to swoop down and collect. The crowd roared in appreciation for Gwenog's pinpoint accuracy. Harry was so used to watching the chasers during a match that he had to force himself to focus on Gwenog. Most beaters typically flew in formation with their team's chasers, but Gwenog behaved more like a seeker, flying above the action, surveying, not actively participating in offense or defense. At first, Harry wondered why the Harpies would intentionally leave themselves at a disadvantage, as the cannons outnumbered them 5-4 in every formation. But it didn't take long to realize just how intelligent Gwenog was, always knowing exactly where to be, exactly how to disrupt the opponent's offense while running interference for her own. Soon Ginny got her first opportunity to make a play. She received a perfect pass from a teammate at midfield and zoomed ahead with the quaffle, spinning effortlessly to avoid an opponent's desperate grasp at her. The cannon keeper readied himself for a save as Ginny reared back for her first shot attempt. Suddenly, the keeper was forced to duck as Gwenog sent a bludger careening at his head. He was unable to recover in time to block Ginny's shot, which sailed through the center hoop. Harry and the other Weasleys leapt up and cheered as the score became 10-0 in favor of Holyhead. Harry knew now why it was so accepted that Gwenog was considered the best beater in Britain. She knew exactly how and when to hit the bludgers to cause maximum disruption to the cannon's game plan. On the next Chudley possession, she actually managed to hit the quaffle mid-pass with a bludger, creating another turnover for her team. Harry noticed how she effortlessly maneuvered with the bludgers, allowing them to chase after her for a while so that she could keep them in reserve to be hit in the future. It was like a carefully choreographed dance, and Gwenog could seemingly make the bludgers do pirouettes for her until it was time to smack them down the enemy's throat again. The cannons managed to snag their first goal after one of their beaters wisely decided to start disrupting Gwenog rather than the Harpy chasers, but they were already losing 70-10. Ginny managed to score her second and third goals during this run. The first was a pinpoint shot that just slipped through the keeper's outstretched fingers, and the second was a brilliant fake that sent the keeper zooming for the wrong hoop as she sent the quaffle through undefended. There was suddenly a murmur in the crowd that built to a yell, forcing Harry to turn his attention to the other side of the pitch. The cannon seeker, Gudgeon, was diving towards the ground after the snitch. The Harpy seeker, Lowry, was helplessly behind, flattened on her broom's trick in a desperate bid to catch up. Gudgeon leveled off and extended himself towards the snitch, which was darting to and fro, just a few feet over the grass. Gudgeon was inches away now, his fingertips grasping for the snitch, but then he was forced to peel off as a bludger threatened to smack him straight in the ribcage. The Harpy faithful applauded at the fantastic deflection, even as Lowry failed to pick up the trail and the snitch disappeared again. The score soon ballooned to 130-20 in favor of Holyhead as the offense systematically picked apart Chudley's defense. Ginny was unable to find her fourth goal. The cannon beaters had begun targeting the young rookie and forcing her into errant shots or passes to her teammates on the wings. Harry could sense Ginny's frustration even from a distance. He'd grown so used to watching her fly during Gryffindor's matches that he could read her body language on a broom instantly. Don't try to force anything, he thought, trying to project good energy towards her. Take what the defense gives you, keep playing smart, but it ultimately didn't matter. The two seekers had both spotted the snitch fluttering near the cannon goalposts, and they were neck and neck in pursuing it. Many players stopped to watch the chase in progress, as Lowry and Gudgeon jostled and bumped into one another, trying to gain the advantage. Harry could see Grimmauld try to line up a shot, but the seekers were so close together that any bludger sent their way would impact both of them. There was nothing she could do. It would come down to raw seeker skill. This was Harry's territory now. He watched the snitch pursuit with bated breath, imagining himself in their shoes. It wasn't a particularly nimble snitch. It flew largely in a straight line, with only a few feet in variation as it darted back and forth evading capture. Gudgeon appeared to have the faster broom, but Lowry was doing an excellent job of blocking him, preventing him from gaining any ground on her. They both extended their arms, elbowing one another, grasping for the snitch. Gudgeon made the first move, lunging at the snitch, but barely missing. It pinged off his outstretched fingers and directly into the waiting palm of Lowry, who clutched it tight in her fist. The crowd roared in approval as she shot upwards with the snitch in her grasp, and her team converged on her to celebrate. A dominant 280-20. Harpy's victory. Harry, Ron, Arthur, Bill, and Fleur extricated themselves from the crowd to walk down towards the locker rooms, eager to congratulate Ginny on her performance. First, they had to make room for the cannons to depart, looking absolutely dejected as they marched out of the stadium with muddied robes and battered broomsticks. "Good effort, boys," Ron said, clapping supportively. They barely registered him as they passed on by. Ron at least had the tact not to ask for Gudgeon's autograph, as he looked like he might rip somebody's head off if they dared to address him. Soon the Harpies started leaving the locker room in cleaner clothes, looking less elated than Harry expected. "Good work, girls!" Arthur clapped for each of them as they passed by. Finally, Ginny emerged, rolling her eyes at the sight of them, but nonetheless grinning at their adulation. "You were fantastic, darling," said Arthur, embracing his daughter in a warm hug. "We couldn't be more proud of you." "Nice shooting," Ron said, giving his little sister a playful punch on the arm. "Reckon you could have snuck in a fourth if you feinted the right hoop first." Jefferson was biting on every fake that direction. "Hey!" Harry elbowed him hard to quit the nitpicking, but he didn't seem to get the memo. Ginny smirked at the exchange. "Nah, he's right," Ginny frowned. "I could have had 5 or 6 with tighter play. The cannons are rubbish this year, no offense, Ron, and we weren't on top form. I can't be satisfied with that." "Nonsense, of course you can," came a brash voice from behind Ginny. Grimmauld Jones had emerged from the locker room, slinging a supportive arm over her newest teammate. "My playing debut was abysmal. I hit myself with my own bat and lost 5 teeth. You've got talent, Weasley. Don't downplay yourself." "Thanks," Ginny said modestly, though she clearly appreciated the compliment. "I have your friend Potter to thank, of course," Grimmauld continued casually. "He's the one that put me onto your tryout, back at the World Cup last summer." All eyes turned to Harry. "You did?" Ron demanded. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I forgot," Harry stammered. That little detail had been lost in the chaos of the evening, which had ended with him taking an unconscious Ginny to St. Mungo's. "I have a feeling it's the best hire I'll ever make," Grimmauld boasted. "Frankly, I'm more interested in her seeker skills if Potter's reports are accurate. Lowry had a good game today, but she's been up and down all season. Might be looking for a change soon." The Weasleys all looked thrilled at this news. Ginny gave Harry an incredulous look. "I'm just happy for the opportunity," said Ginny, clearly too stunned to say anything more. I'll stamp that modesty out of you soon enough," Grimmauld laughed, clapping Ginny hard in the back. "You've got swagger in you, girl. I can sense it. I'll dredge it out of you in no time." And with a wink at Harry, she strutted down the corridor toward the exit. Ron seemed to shake himself out of a stupor as soon as she was gone. "Blimey, I was going to ask for an autograph," he said weakly, turning after her. "Oi, Gwen, wait up." There was an awkward silence between Harry and Ginny, and Arthur picked up on it immediately. "Say, did you two happen to see where the bathrooms were?" he asked aloud, and he, Bill, and Fleur walked down the corridor to leave the two of them alone. "So you're pulling the strings for my career, huh?" Ginny asked, a tone of mockery in her voice. "Could have tipped me off. That was the reason I got the gig." I swear I didn't, Harry said quickly. I just mentioned your name, that's all. Your tryout is what did it, I'm sure of it. Ginny frowned. Thanks, I guess. You really were brilliant, Harry offered. The cannons may be rubbish, but they're still a pro team, and you flew circles around them. Thanks. Did you get my letter? Harry asked. About Dawlish and the Scepter? Oh yeah, Ginny said. It could have been him, but I don't remember exactly. Same with the Scepter. It's all still kind of fuzzy, sorry. Oh, okay. Thanks anyway. Their conversation wasn't flowing as well as Harry hoped. Usually he found Ginny easy to talk to, but now she was icy and distant. He cleared his throat, figuring it was best to skip past the pleasantries and say what was really on his mind. I've been seeing this French legitimacy professor, he said. McGonagall recommended him. Supposed to help me with the nightmares and all. That's good, said Ginny. Keep up with those. It'll be good for you. Harry didn't reveal the second part, that he'd stormed out of Dupont's office with no intention of returning, but instead nodded. It has been, he continued. My nightmares are getting better. I still have them, but this one recurring dream has gone away. He took a deep breath. The one about you. Me, said Ginny, eyes narrowing. I used to see you every night, said Harry. Dead or dying. And it was usually my fault. But since meeting with this Dupont fellow, they aren't so bad anymore. I don't see you nearly as often now. Ginny said nothing in response, studying Harry's expression with a blank one of her own. She was hard to read. Harry decided to press on, and it's made me realize something, he said. He reached out and took her hand. This surprised Ginny, but she allowed him to hold it. I'm an idiot for letting you walk away. I am still scared of something bad happening to you, but I'm willing to take that chance now. I want to be with you, Ginny Weasley. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. He exhaled, his heart beating. He'd been dying to say these words for weeks, months even. His last session with Dupont had just made it more clear than ever. He gazed longingly into her eyes, trying to gauge her reaction, wishing more than anything else to kiss her. But to his horror, Ginny slowly pulled her hand out of Harry's grip. Harry, she said carefully, I'm glad that you no longer think of me as a damsel in distress that always needs rescuing. I've been fighting that stereotype with you since my first year, but I don't think you're ready to be with me. Not really. You may think you are, but it's clear you still don't think of me as my own person. What? Harry said, a feeling of dread coursing through his body like ice water. That's not true at all, Dash. Let me finish, Ginny said coolly. I've done some thinking of my own the past few months. I've spent the last 7 years trying to get your attention, Harry. And I spent 10 years before that trying to get everyone else's, which is difficult with 6 older brothers. And recently I've been thinking more about what I want, not anyone else. Joining this team is the first independent decision I've made in my life, and I couldn't be happier. I did it because I wanted to, not because anyone else wanted it for me. And I think I want to explore that for a bit longer. So I'm sorry, Harry, but I want to navigate this chapter of my life on my own. The crashing realization of Ginny's words hit Harry like a ton of bricks. Ginny, he said, with an air of desperation in his voice. I love you, Dash. I love you too, Harry, said Ginny. But her words were curt and perfunctory. Like I said, we're family. That'll never change. But you said you needed time, and I respected that. Now you need to respect that I need time of my own. And with that, she was gone, disappearing down the corridor to rejoin her team. Harry remained in the shadows for a few moments longer, feeling crushed. He knew Ginny was right. He had strung her along for too long, and she'd had enough. She had every right to let him down the same way he let her down. He had to accept that. It sure didn't ease the sting, though. Finally, he composed himself enough to stand upright and walk out towards the exit to rejoin the Weasleys and head home. Maybe this was a blessing in disguise, he thought. Maybe this would free him from the nightmares completely, free him of the burden of worrying about Ginny's safety all the time. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be with Ginny. That last thought threatened to shatter his heart into a million pieces, so he buried it deep into his psyche and forced himself to laugh with Ron's jokes as they headed back to the Burrow. No use dwelling in the past now. Time to dedicate himself to the present. The raid. Ron must have sensed that something was off with Harry's mood after the Quidditch match, but he did not confront Harry about it. Harry almost would have preferred a shouting match to the awkward silence. He and Ron had never been good about discussing matters like this, especially when someone they both loved, Ginny, was involved. They avoided each other for the rest of the weekend, mostly keeping to their rooms or listening to Neville excitedly recount his lovely dinner with his Gran and Professor Sprout. Harry settled in for yet another tedious week at the Auror office. But it was not to be. The moment they arrived on Monday morning, Robards called all the Aurors together for a group meeting. Harry knew it must have been a serious matter when Robards sealed the room and cast several protective enchantments on the door to prevent any eavesdropping. "We've received a huge lead on the whereabouts of several escaped Death Eaters," he announced to the room. "Not Avery Rowell, Travers, and Rookwood. Turns out they've been traveling together through the countryside, and we've pinpointed their location to a mansion just outside Newcastle." "Ah, a good old-fashioned raid then?" asked Savage, looking positively gleeful. "Been ages since we've had one o' them." "Indeed," said Robards. "We've been keeping an eye on the location over the weekend, but we need to move quickly before they decide to change locations. We strike tonight, which means we have loads to prepare for today." Harry, Ron, and Neville exchanged nervous looks. This was what they'd expected to be doing when they all joined the Auror office. But now, presented with the reality of it after months of tedium, they were nervous. Harry didn't want to admit it, but he felt rusty, unsure of his abilities. He'd fought Death Eaters before, but they had always been holding back, toying with him, unwilling to kill him on Voldemort's orders. No such handicap existed now. They would be highly dangerous, and death was a real possibility now. "You three," said Robards, addressing the junior Aurors. "You've all faced combat with Death Eaters before, so I'm including you in tonight's plans. But you will be largely doing support work, allowing the more experienced Aurors to take the initiative. Each of you will be paired with a more senior member, and you will listen to everything they say. With all due respect, sir," Harry piped up, "we have experience fighting together. Wouldn't it make sense for us to act as our own independent squad?" "Tempting," said Robards, "but I don't want any weak links in the chain. If they catch wind that one of the exits is guarded by 3 teenagers, they'll all shift focus and blast their way out through you." Harry wanted to argue, but he knew Robards had a point. Ron, and Neville had been practicing their spell work lately using the study packets Hermione had created for them, but they still struggled to perform basic tasks that the more senior Aurors could surely do in their sleep. Robards pointed his wand at the giant board behind him and said, "Cartes Avis." The board began to fill in with detail, as a large stone mansion materialized from a bird's-eye view, surrounded by a roughly quarter-mile radius of surrounding land. "This is the mansion we've pinpointed them to." Robards flicked his wand so that a yellow dotted circle appeared around the mansion. "Is where we estimate they've set up their protective enchantments." And with another flick of his wand, another dotted circle appeared, blue this time, a few hundred feet wider than the first. "Is where we will set up our own." "What kind of enchantments?" Ron asked. "Anti-disapparation jinxes, muffling charms, repelling hexes." Robards rattled off the standard fare. "Their bubble will attempt to keep us out. Ours will attempt to keep them in. And we'll be stuck in there with them until the job is done," Savage said gruffly. "So once the enchantments are up, either we defeat them or they defeat us." "Yes, that is the reality of the job," Robards said grimly. "We'll have ministry support on standby, but they won't be able to lift the enchantments to get in themselves until whatever happens has happened." "So once we seal ourselves in," Harry asked, "how do we get through their enchantments?" "Well, Proudfoot is our resident charms expert," said Robards. "She'll assess their bubble and see what kind of counter jinxes can be done to undo theirs. And if that fails, we'll have to force our way in." "Force?" said Neville, looking alarmed. "Enchantments aren't foolproof, and they can be broken," said Robards, "as we saw at Hogwarts last spring. Given enough time and willpower, you can break through anything. That is, of course, the last resort, because it will alert them to our presence and give them time to set up defenses." "Shouldn't take long to crack, though," Proudfoot chimed in confidently. "They've been on the run for months. Their spell work is getting sloppier. It's how we managed to find them in the first place." "Yes, that is the hope," Robards agreed. "One would hope that they see the writing on the wall and turn themselves in once we apprehend them. But you can never count on a Death Eater to do the rational thing, I'm afraid. And if they don't, Ron asked apprehensively. We fight, Robards shrugged. The Ministry prefers that we capture them all alive, of course, but if that isn't an option, we have the authorization to kill. That sent a chill down Harry's spine. He'd already cast 2 of the 3 unforgivable curses in his lifetime, and he hoped to never utter the third, the killing curse. But to know that he would have the permission of the Ministry to use it if necessary, it both frightened and enthralled him. Do we need to have the talk with Potter? Savage asked, and a few nearby Aurors snickered at this. The what now? Harry asked. Yes, said Robards. Listen, Potter, we all know what you've accomplished with the disarming charm, but please don't think it will work forever. Dark wizards have many ways to harm or even kill you without a wand, so if you must use non-lethal spells, at least make sure they can't retaliate. Understood, Harry said, feeling a little embarrassed. He learned last year that he had a reputation among the Death Eaters for using the spell, and even Dumbledore's army had found it silly that he relied on it so heavily. But he was an Auror now. Expelliarmus may have been a useful trick when he was a schoolchild, but that grace period was over. He needed to update his toolkit to include more potent options. They spent the rest of that morning discussing the map and assigning positions to each Auror. Harry was posted at the northwest corner, atop a low hillside overlooking the mansion property, alongside Savage and a quiet Auror named Jasper. Ron would be with Proudfoot and Williamson to the south, while Neville was with Robards and Grant to the east. Harry was a bit nervous to be split up from his friends, unable to know what was happening to them during the fight, if there was one. But he dedicated his efforts to his own task since it was the only thing he could control. That afternoon, Robards summoned the 3 junior Aurors to the training room for a last-minute practice session. Silence will be crucial for this operation, so nonverbal spells are a must, he told them. I want to see what progress you've made. Weasley and Longbottom together now. Potter, you and me. They took turns exchanging silent hexes and shield charms. Harry was able to consistently parry Robards' attacks, but his counter-hexes were sporadic at best. Ron and Neville had even less success. They too could summon shields fairly often, but any time one of them managed to cast a nonverbal hex, it surprised both of them so much that it hit the other person directly. Robards stopped their sessions after about 1 fruitless hour. Okay, it's clear you haven't quite mastered your nonverbal casting, he sighed. That's all right. Let your fellow Aurors take the lead and focus on defense. If you do have to fight for your life, silence is probably no longer an option anyway. So do what you must. Never had Harry felt so underpowered as he did at this moment. He remembered back to his 5th year, watching Dumbledore and Voldemort duel in the atrium. 2 wizards at the height of their powers, effortlessly slinging nonverbal curses at one another that were more powerful than any magic Harry had seen before or since. He assumed at the time that he would one day learn to master this power, but even the most advanced Aurors in the department didn't seem capable of what they'd done. Of course, Voldemort was performing the most horrible of dark magic, while Dumbledore had the Elder Wand and was no stranger to dark magic himself from his youth. Was there merit to studying the dark arts, purely for self-defensive purposes? Harry had never felt more powerful than the times he'd cast the unforgivable curses, or the time he used Sectum Sempra against Draco Malfoy in his 6th year. Sure, it was frowned upon, but what if they were giving themselves a disadvantage against the Death Eaters? They had no qualms about studying such dark spells, which were clearly more powerful than anything they taught at Hogwarts. Was Harry doing himself a disservice by only studying the spells deemed appropriate for use? If his life was on the line, what did it matter what was considered appropriate anymore? Robards summoned everyone back together at 5 o'clock. Now, everyone head home as if it was a normal day, he ordered. Don't want to tip anyone off that we're planning anything. Eat your supper. Try to get some rest. Tell nobody what we're planning. We meet at our designated points at 1:45. Got it? Everyone murmured in agreement, then began trickling out of the office. Harry, Ron, and Neville hastened out the door to return to Grimmauld Place, and they ran into Arthur Weasley heading to the lifts. Ah, good to run into you boys, said Arthur. Molly's fixing supper if you want to stop by for food and brews. Said Harry, remembering Robards' instructions to tell nobody their plans. Can't tonight, Arthur. Got dinner plans of our own. Just the three of you in that dusty old house? Arthur scoffed. Come on, son. Join us. Ron did his best to stare at the floor, avoiding his father's gaze. My grand's coming over tonight, Neville blurted out. We promised her a nice, quiet evening at home. Sorry, sir. I see, Arthur said, looking not entirely convinced. Well, another night then. He seemed to sense the awkward tension in the air because he stepped into a separate lift when they reached the end of the hall, and they didn't see him again when they arrived at McCamish Station to leave the ministry. That was close, Harry chuckled, but when he looked at Ron, he was surprised to see a single tear rolling down his cheek. What if that's the last time he ever sees me? Ron wondered aloud in a constricted voice. I couldn't even look at him, and I didn't say goodbye, knowing I might die tonight. Come off it, mate. Nobody's dying tonight, Harry reassured him. They'll understand when they read the prophet tomorrow morning, and we've rounded up 5 Death Eaters. We'll be heroes. You might be used to being the hero, mate, Ron shuddered. Never been too keen on it myself. Harry was about to make a crack in response to this, but he saw that Neville too also looked white-faced and unsure of himself as they stepped onto the train car. We've faced way worse odds than this before, Harry muttered as the doors slammed shut behind them. I trust both of you with my lives. He hoped that this would be enough to calm them. Harry continued his pep talk when they returned to Grimmauld Place. He took the initiative in cooking dinner that evening, and he ordered both Ron and Neville to try to eat something. Ron managed to finish his plate before getting up to shut himself in his room, while Neville couldn't even finish half of his before retiring himself. Harry wasn't hungry whatsoever, but he did force himself to finish Neville's plate before heading up to his own bedroom. He knew a few hours of sleep would do wonders, but his mind was too agitated to even dream of falling asleep. He gave up after an hour of staring at the bedroom ceiling and busied himself with Hermione's study notes. He taught himself 2 new hexes and a non-verbal sonic charm, which created large sound waves to deafen anyone within 20 feet of him. He wasn't sure how useful it would be, but any new tool in his arsenal was a welcome one right now. As the clock approached 1:45, Harry gathered everything he thought he would need. He equipped his golden cuff bracelet and his utility belt, which was stocked with a healing potion, a sleeping potion, and a small pinch of Peruvian instant darkness powder. He put on a light shield vest and activated it, then slipped into a set of robes. He had everything he needed. Now there was the matter of what wand to use. Harry stared at the top drawer of his dresser, where the 3 wands were stored. His Holly wand, Draco Malfoy's Hawthorn wand, and the Elder wand. He'd resisted the temptation to rely on the Elder wand thus far, but if ever there was a time to do so, it was in a life-of-death situation such as this. There was always the risk that he'd pass on ownership to a Death Eater by accident, but the risk of losing one of his friends because he was an insufficient wizard far outweighed that one in his mind. He stowed the Elder wand in his robe pocket and headed out to the landing to meet the others. Ron and Neville clearly hadn't gotten any sleep either, but they were alert all the same, eyes wide with either terror or sheer adrenaline, possibly both. Right, said Harry, checking his watch. I guess this is where we part. Are we ready? Yeah, Ron said weakly. Neville mustered only a small nod that looked more like a twitch. Just stay alert and don't panic, Harry reassured them. I don't give a rat's ass what Robards says. If the fighting starts, I'm coming to find you guys straight away. No, you won't, Neville stammered. You man your station like the rest of us. Yeah, said Ron. Don't be a hero, mate. I'm not letting a Death Eater escape because you abandoned your post on our behalf. Maybe Harry was wrong after all. They were ready, even if their body language said otherwise. Harry had seen both of them perform courageous acts under threat of certain death, so he didn't know why he expected otherwise. All right, fine, he sighed. See you on the other side of it, then. And with that, the 3 of them turned on the spot, disapparating to their separate posts. Savage and Jasper were already there when Harry materialized on the chilly hillside. They wordlessly put a finger to their lips, indicating for him to stay quiet. He obliged and crouched low beside them. Over the crest, he could see the mansion, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field that hadn't been tended to in what looked like years. The mansion itself was boarded up and half falling apart, and it was completely dark within. Looks deserted, Harry whispered. Yeah, but that's what their enchantments want us to believe, Savage whispered back. Once Proudfoot drops the protections, we'll see what it really looks like. They sat there in silence, waiting, with only the whistling wind to accompany them. Harry shivered. He wished he had put on an extra layer beneath his robes, but he said nothing, steeling himself against the frigid cold. Then, with 5 minutes till midnight, their bracelets glowed, and a message from Robards appeared. Begin the outer layer. Savage and Jasper turned away from the mansion and began muttering incantations under their breath. Harry joined them, using the limited protective enchantments he was aware of from his time running through the countryside with Ron and Hermione the year before. A shimmering wall of light gradually came into being all around them, barely perceptible to the human eye. Harry knew the same was happening at all the other stations around the mansion, encasing the area in a protective bubble. Once they were done, the three lowered their wands. They were now stuck in here with the Death Eaters for better or for worse. They turned their attention back towards the mansion. Savage checked his own watch. Midnight, he grumbled. Proudfoot'll be working on the counter charms now. Harry squinted to the south, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of her at work on the inner enchantment bubble, but he could see nothing through the oppressive darkness. The silence and the cold were all that remained, and Harry fought to calm his mind, to ready himself for whatever might come next. Then, a piercing howl split the night, followed by a dozen identical shrieking sounds that made Harry flinch. Caterwauling charm, Jasper muttered. She must have got too close. What do we do? Harry asked, alarmed. Nothing, Savage barked. We wait for the signal. But what if she's in danger? Harry demanded. What if they go out looking for her? We cannot break rank in case the Death Eaters make a break for it, Jasper retorted. Stand your ground, Potter. This is the job. Harry was in agony, staring at the dark nothingness obscured behind the bubble before him, left only to imagine what might be happening. What if the Death Eaters had already pounded on Proudfoot? What if Ron and Williamson were dueling with 5 dark wizards at this very moment? What if they lost all 3 Aurors and the Death Eaters escaped to the south, without Harry doing a single thing to stop it? He couldn't stand the thought for a second longer. He launched himself to his feet. Don't do it, Potter, Savage yelled, but Harry was already pointing the Elder Wand down the hill at the mansion below. Bombarda Maxima, he bellowed. He felt a warm current of energy pass through his arm and out the tip of his wand, blasting the inner enchantment bubble. It was illuminated brightly for a split second, encasing the mansion grounds in a golden dome. Then it shattered into a million beads of light, raining down upon the ground like shattered glass. Harry stared in awe at the Elder Wand, amazed at the raw power it had just shown him. Movement, hissed Jasper, and Harry looked down the hill again. The mansion was now properly revealed to them, flooded with light, and 5 figures were scattering out of the building across the darkened grounds in all different directions. Without thinking, Harry sprinted down the hillside, ignoring the cries of protest from both Savage and Jasper behind him. 2 of the Death Eaters spotted Harry and fired curses up the hillside at him, but Harry lazily flicked them away with a wordless shield charm. Stupefy, Harry thought, and to his amazement, a brilliant jet of red light shot out of the Elder Wand, knocking one of the Death Eaters clean off his feet. It was the most powerful, stunning spell he'd ever produced, and he'd done it non-verbally. The other Death Eater froze, no doubt shocked at the force of the spell that had felled his partner. He raised his own wand. Protego, Harry thought, and a shield charm exploded in front of him, staggering the larger man. Harry didn't hesitate before firing a counterjinx. Incarcerous. Thick ropes burst from his wand tip and wrapped themselves around the Death Eater, pinning his arms to his side, his wand clattering uselessly to his side. Harry reached the man and kicked the wand away, watching as he writhed and sputtered under the constricting binds. Slow down, Potter, Savage barked, sprinting down the hill behind him. Let us take the lead. But Harry heard shouts to his right and saw distant jets of light flying through the darkness. He sprinted in their direction. Ron was someone out there in the darkness. He could not see where he was going or who was who in this darkness, but he didn't care. His every instinct propelled him into the action, no thought for his own safety, only those of his allies. Harry saw a duel happening as he arrived at the southern end of the grounds. 2-on-3, with the Death Eaters on defense and outnumbered. Protego, Harry thought, and another shield charm interrupted the fighting as all eyes turned towards him. Before the Death Eaters could react, Harry pointed his wand at the nearest one and flicked his wand upwards, thinking Levi Corpus. The man yelped in surprise as he was lifted off his feet by the ankle, suspended 10 feet in the air. A moment later, he was hit by a stunning spell from one of the Aurors. Harry turned towards the other Death Eater, but Ron was already finishing him off with a perfect freezing charm to immobilize him, followed by a stunning spell to render him unconscious. "All right there, Ron?" Harry asked, approaching his friend. Ron looked unharmed, but his eyes were as wide as ever. "Where the hell did you come from, mate?" he demanded. 1 second we tripped the caterwauling charm. Then the bubble exploded. Then it was Chaos Dash. "Never mind that," Harry said, wheeling around. "We got 4. Where's the 5th? "Here," grunted a deep voice. Robards emerged from the darkness, levitating an unconscious Travers ahead of him. "Now, is somebody going to tell me what the hell happened? Who broke rank?" "Potter," growled Savage, who had emerged with Jasper, also levitating 2 Death Eaters in front of them and depositing them with the others on the grass. "He took down the barrier and just ran in." "And how the hell did you do that?" Robards demanded, rounding on Harry. "Never seen an enchantment barrier explode like that before." "It was a tricky one to crack," Proudfoot admitted. "I was getting close, but they set it up well dash." "It was an exploding charm, boss. Saw myself," Savage chimed in. "Didn't think it would work, but it came down in a single shot." Harry's cheeks burned scarlet. He hastily stowed the Elder Wand back in his robes. Got lucky, I guess," he shrugged. "Proudfoot must have weakened it enough for me." Robards glared at him, not seeming to believe Harry, but apparently deciding it didn't matter at the moment. "As for breaking rank," he said, "I thought I gave you explicit instructions to remain behind your fellow Aurors." "Yeah, you did," Harry grumbled. "But I handled it, didn't I?" "Fortunately, yes," said Robards. "By the looks of it, Rookwood won't be waking up until Boxing Day after that stunner you gave him. Guess the rumors are true, aren't they?" "Rumors?" Harry gulped. For a second, he was sure Robards was about to out him for using the Elder Wand and confirm its existence to the rest of the Aurors. "You lot really do perform better under pressure," Robards whistled, looking from Harry to Ron and Neville. "Your mate Longbottom here got Travers with a beautiful body bind jinx. Saw him running before even I did. Weasley got not as well," Proudfoot chimed in. "So by my count, that's all 5 Death Eaters you 3 caught single-handedly," Robards said. "Maybe I underestimated you. Rest assured there will be an investigation and punishments for breaking protocol. But for now, well done, boys." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this. He felt immensely guilty, not only for disobeying Robards' orders, but for his use of the Elder Wand. He had felt something tonight that he never once felt in his life, even when he had the upper hand against Voldemort. He felt invincible. The electric energy coursing through his body, through that wand, warmed him despite the frigid temperatures, and his heart still pounded out of his chest from what he had accomplished tonight. He could sense the mingled awe and fury coming from the other Aurors, and he wasn't sure if he liked it. Robards called in the Ministry reinforcements to clean up the scene and ordered Harry, Ron, and Neville to leave before the press arrived. They operated back to Grimmauld Place, but within minutes Ron had left for the Burrow, while Neville went to his grands to inform their families what had happened. Harry crawled under the covers of his bed, not even bothering to undress, too overwhelmed with emotion. He was feeling many things at that moment. Relief that his friends were all right, pride that they had succeeded, shock at the raw power he'd harnessed, anger that he'd been chastised for single-handedly winning them the fight. But above all, he was afraid. Afraid of the consequences he might face. Afraid of the attention this display of power would give him once the media learned what had happened. Afraid of the thin piece of wood nestled in his pocket, lying dormant now, but capable of terrible magic. Magic he'd never dreamed possible. He knew now that if he wanted to, he could grow his power and become just as powerful as Dumbledore once was, devoting his life to mastering the Elder Wand and becoming one of the most feared wizards alive. As Ollivander had told him last spring, a mutual quest for experience, the wand learning from the wizard, the wizard learning from the wand, rising to the expectation of the legendary status he'd attained as the Boy Wonder, the one who slayed Lord Voldemort. Perhaps even growing stronger than Voldemort himself. But that thought terrified him more than any other. The thought of embracing his reputation and living the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, waiting for someone to come along and challenge his fearsome might. The Elder Wand was a brand, one that marked him for death if he continued to harness its power and grow his legacy with it. And as his body slowly came down from the adrenaline rush of the night's events, one thought became crystal clear, overriding all other thoughts swirling in his brain. I need to get rid of the Elder Wand as soon as possible.